Hello, family. Welcome. This is Dr. Kia Pruitt. It's so good to see everybody. Check in, family. We have some news that appears to be breaking news, but we're going to check this together. More importantly, before we announce any news that appears to be breaking news, I just want to say stay encouraged and hold on to your currencies. How to hold on for dear life. Check in, family. I want you to let's work together and see if this news is correct. It appears that the Iraqi dinar is trading in the United States. That's what we're waiting for, but we're also waiting for them to reduce some of the zeros. So I'm going to show you some of the information that I got today, hot off the press. I love y'all more. Keep checking in. If you are connected to the Forex or you're connected to some of these other exchanges like XE, and there's another one I want to bring up to you so you can see this. Y'all know I get some information from some of my sources like Gold Star Mother. I get information from some of my friends who trade on the Forex. So we're going to check together today. But first of all, let's talk about foreign currencies. Foreign currencies are important to have. Hello, everybody. Let me just say, foreign currencies are very important to have, and I'll tell you why. Because many countries who had thriving economies would have sanctions put upon them by the United States Incorporated. If they didn't want to use the United States dollar for trade, they would be sanctioned through war, or they would have just sanctions put on them and told them nobody's allowed to trade with you. When that would happen, especially when they were sanctioned through war and the United States Incorporated's military would go in there and decimate the economy, the currency will plummet to near zero or below zero, and the country's economy would be disastrous. People high up, presidents, military, billionaires, they would buy up those countries' currencies when they would devalue through war. And then the United States Incorporated, which had funded both sides of the war, would go into the countries, build up the infrastructure, fix everything in the country, and then the GDP would go up in those countries and the currencies would revalue, and all those military personnel that were high up and presidents and billionaires that bought the currencies when they had devalued would then take those currencies now after they got a higher exchange rate, exchange and become multi-billionaires. That's how a lot of elite became very wealthy, and that information was kept from we the people. But now information is now coming out because the creator wants us all to be wealthy. So I want you all to check. I'm gonna get right into the breaking news, and then I'll go back and tell you how we know that this is true, that countries' currencies do revalue. And I want to talk to you about how we saw that happen before with the Kuwaiti dinar. Okay, so hello, family. Welcome. Today is July 9th. Let's go ahead and go on the record to say this is July the 9th, Tuesday, 8:10 p.m. And we always say good news comes out, or breaking news, or some big news comes out on Tuesdays, right? So let's look on I do have up the bar chart, and the breaking news, family, is that the Forex appears to be trading or exchanging in America, in the United States. And you all tell me if this looks like it is so. And then I'm going to show you a video in a few minutes. So here is the bar chart. This is barchart.com. It's just go to barchart.com here. I'm going to put this in the chat for you. I want to say, like, before you get maybe a quarter way through, you see United States dollar / the Iraqi dinar. It does say 1,310. You see it right here. That was the day. The low was 1,310.6. The day's high is 1,310.6. So that's what it's saying right now. But at least it's here. And you guys can tell me what you think that is. Islam, family, what you think that is saying for us. Does that look like it's trading in the United States? You see that right here, family? Let me know. It has to trade on the Forex. My understanding is that it may be trading on the Forex, but I am registered on the Forex, but they haven't qualified me yet. So here it is on the bar chart. Look and see if it's on the Forex. Who said that? Somebody says, I agree. Currencies do revalue, but when is the operative word? My encouragement, though, is not internationally yet. Okay. So it's not internationally yet, but it looks like it at least is in America, in the United States. So we're going to ask, yes, that's a good question, a good comment. We're going to ask Rod Steele. Thank you. I'll ask him to come on. I heard that I heard that the Brunson case has been overturned. And what's interesting is that I reported that 2 years ago. Remember, I reported it, and I heard that too. I'll bring that video up for you too. I have that video where people are saying that it's been overturned. So this is where it is on the bar chart. And then let me show you here on XE. So I have Forex up. Let me see. Before I get it, let me see. I had XE. Here we go. Here it is. Another platform here, currency converter. You'll see it right here, the same thing right here. But for those of you who have it on Forex, see if it's trading on the Forex internationally, okay? And then what's the value? We'll see. Come on. And then let me show you this video that was sent to me.
Did you know that the Iraqi dinar is now exchanging in the United States? If you don't believe me, give me a second. Here is the chart from Bar Chart. It's also on XE and it's also on Forex. Forex, y'all. And if you're holding any of the dinar, you're in luck. Those zeros in front of the Desmo has to drop the fuck off before you exchange it. And I encourage everybody to hold on to the dinar until it goes up. I wouldn't be running to the bank when it hits 80 cents. I would keep it on a little bit longer, but it's your dinar. Do what you want. This is super exciting.
So that's just it. I will put that in the description section for you all. Somebody says she sounds drunk. I mean, I probably would be too, and I don't even drink. I guess she's just excited because she saw it on the Forex, but the Forex is down. So maybe that's why they haven't accepted me yet. They said they're waiting to qualify me and approve me. I had to send some information to the Forex, but you saw that it is trading on what it's showing on bar chart and it's showing on the XE. You all can tell me why what you think that means. You said let's listen to this. Well, you don't have to listen to the girl if you don't want to. My admonishment is hold on to your currencies. And I'll tell you why, because a lot of people don't believe that currencies can revalue. But if you recall, President Donald Trump said that we have a lot of Iraqi dinar right now in the banks. And if the Iraqi dinar was not going to revalue, excuse me, there's no way we would be having millions of dollars of Iraqi dinar in our banks. So I'm going to show you for those of you who haven't seen this yet, I'm going to show you an interview that Fox News did with President Trump a couple of years ago about Iraq and about how we were making them pay us. And he said, and these are his own words, we made them pay us, excuse me, for protecting them and for rebuilding their infrastructure. And he said, and she said, how are you going to make them pay you? And this is what the interviewer said. And he said, what do you mean? We have billions of their dollars in our account right now. So right here, you're going to hear him talk about how South Korea had to pay us back. Iraq, and there was another country, I can't remember, but let's see.
I'm not so bad with it. When I heard that, I said, I have it down to 5,000 troops. We had many, many troops there. in Iraq. And we're there only in a training. We train them. But if they'd want us to leave, but they speak different publicly than they do privately.
But aren't we sending more troops to the region as we speak?
We're sending more to Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia is paying us for it.
Saudi Arabia. So it's Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and South Korea that he's going to talk about.
You know, we're doing something that nobody's ever done. I said to Saudi Arabia, we have a very good relationship with Saudi Arabia. I said, listen, you're a very rich country. You want more troops? I'm going to send them to you, but you've got to pay us. They're paying us. They've already deposited $1 billion in the bank. We are going to help them, but these rich countries have to pay for it. South Korea gave us $500 million. They never gave us any. They gave us $500 million. I said, you got to help us along. We have 32,000 soldiers in South Korea protecting you from North Korea. You've got to pay. And they gave us $500 million. I mean, you sort of have breaking news because nobody wants to report that stuff. I'm not sure anybody knows it. I might be sort of saying it, you have some, I mean, it's good stuff. But they're a wealthy country. They build all your television sets. They took that away from us. They build the ships. They build a lot of things. I said, look, we're protecting you. You got to pay. They paid us $500 million. They're going to pay us a lot more.
Do you think that?
And so she's going to ask about Iraq now, but it's interesting because this is stuff, the kind of stuff that I don't think everyday people know, is that we made these countries pay us when we would protect them and when we would go back into their countries and rebuild their countries and rebuild their infrastructure.
That Iraq should repay the American taxpayer for these bases,
Sure,
for what we've done there?
You heard that from me.
Yeah,
okay?
I know, will we?
I said we built one of the world's most expensive airport facilities anywhere in the world. I mean, I wish we had it in New York. I wish we had it in Washington. We built runways that are 15,000 feet long. At LaGuardia, they're 7,000 feet long. In fact, I think they're 20,000 feet long over there, and deep, thick concrete and steel. Nobody ever built runways like this. Okay, it was way overbuilt, but that's okay. But we have billions of dollars into that. I said, if we leave, you got to pay us. If we leave, you have to pay us for embassies. You have to pay us for the money we put in.
How are you going to collect?
Well, we have a lot of their money right now. We have a lot of their money. We have $35 billion of their money right now sitting in an account. And I think they'll agree to pay. I think they'll agree to pay. Otherwise, we'll stay there.
$35 billion of Iraqi dinar, President Trump said that we have sitting in our banks right now. So if the Iraqi dinar was not going to revalue, there's no way President Trump would say we have $35 billion of their money in our account. So I wanted to bring that to you for those of you who aren't sure that the Iraqi dinar is going to revalue, because people question and they ask, how do I know that's going to happen? Well, President Trump says we have $35 billion. Being a businessman, I don't think he would hold their money, their currency, if he didn't expect that money to revalue. In November of 2022, also al-Sudani stated that he would fight endemic corruption in his country. He would work with the Central Bank of Iraq to revalue the IQD against the United States dollar, and he would work with other countries to return his stolen money. And I reported that when it happened. If I can find the article for you, I will bring that to you. But I just wanted to reassure you that you need to hold on to your currencies, even though it's getting late in the evening and people are getting tired. I've had people call me and saying they're tired. They don't have money. They're thinking about just giving it up, just selling it back. Don't do a hold on for dear life. Another thing I wanted to show you is this article of when the Kuwaiti dinar revalued in 1991, just to show you that this really does happen. So again, when what made the United States dollar the world reserve currency was our agreement with Saudi Arabia that we would protect the Saudi kingdom in exchange for their oil. And we would force all exporting nations to use the United States dollar for their oil. We would force all nations to get oil from Saudi Arabia and use the United States dollar to do that. And that's what made the United States dollar the world reserve currency. That's what gave us like petrodollar status. That's what gave us financial and economic hegemony. And if any country refused to do that, to get oil from Saudi Arabia and to use the United States dollar to do so, and if any country decided they want to use their own currency, they want to use gold, or they want to use some other type of resource to get oil or use their own oil, then we would send our military over to those countries and decimate the economy, and or we would put sanctions upon them. And so the United States, I shouldn't say we, the United States Incorporated, would go there and fund both sides of the war. But people at the top knew that when the United States would go there and destroy the country through war, that the currency would plummet and devalue. And I'm going to show you how that happened in Kuwait. So all the people who knew that the currencies were about to devalue would then buy up those currencies when they dropped to like 5 cents, a couple of cents, or a couple of dollars, buy up those countries' currencies, hold on to them, and then America would go in after the war, rebuild the infrastructure, and the people who had bought those currencies would then wait till the currencies revalue back to their normal value, and then go to the banks and get a high exchange rate on those currencies and become millionaires. It just so happened I met a man that happened to. His brother was high up in the military, and his brother told him about that. So he became a millionaire. I didn't find out till later, though, when the Kuwaiti dinar revalued. His brother became a multimillionaire. He didn't become a multimillionaire because he got tired of waiting, and he sold most of his Kuwaiti dinar. So my encouragement is to hold on, whether the Iraqi dinar has revalued or not, or exchanged in America or not. Hold on to it, because a lot of times news will break before people can see it with their eyes. Like y'all, some of you are telling me right now, oh, did you hear the Brunson case? It has been overturned. Jim Willie said it. Well, I reported that 2 years ago. People called me crazy. They said I know what I was talking about. I said, I know what I'm talking about. I got the news from another source that the Brunson, I didn't say Brunson case. I said that the 2020 situation, ELECTION, has been overturned. YouTube, after the video went viral, and it went all across different platforms, of course, YouTube took down that video. However, I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff that I say years before it happened, months before it happened. Just like I said, Saudi Arabia was going to be the center of the United States dollar plummeting, and that Saudi Arabia was going to join BRICS. I said that in 2022. And I said, and Saudi Arabia will become known as Sal BRICS. Well, that was in 2022, and I re-uploaded that video like a week or two ago, just to show where I'm actually saying the date. This is the date, 2022, to go on record that Saudi Arabia is going to be the center of the whole dollar being destroyed and us going back to the gold standard. And it looked like I was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but what happened? June the 9th, 2024, just last month, Saudi Arabia did not renew the contract with the United States of America, right? They would not trade oil for us anymore, and we're not going to protect them anymore. And now Saudi Arabia formally announced they're joining BRICS. So all I'm saying is, whether you believe it or not, that the Iraqi dinar is now trading in the United States on multiple platforms and is just not seen on the Forex. Actually, somebody said they did see it, but people are telling me it's down now. I'm asking you to help me to see if you can find it, but trust and believe it will revalue. So let me see if I can find. Well, we're in this together, so I need you to help me. I need you to help me see if you can find it on the Forex. Good evening, everybody. So this was a New York Times article from 1991 reporting the revaluation of the Kuwaiti dinar. Look it up. I'm going to put it in the chat for you, and then I'll put it in the description section for you as well. Let me see. Hi, family. Just because this screen is small, but I'm going to read it for you, okay? The screen is small. It's not a touch screen, so I can't, open it and make it larger like I could on my older computers. Ugh, it's frustrating too. And this is a Mac. I thought it was going to be better. I don't like it any better than my older, less expensive computers, but we're working with what we have. So July 19, 2013, when Iraq invaded Kuwait in August of 1990, the value of the Kuwaiti dinar dropped to about 5 cents. In other words, it took 20 Kuwaiti dinars to buy $1. In February of 1991, Iraq was expelled from Kuwait, and a month later, the banks revalued their currency to $3.47, the highest valued currency in the world. When this occurred, the New York Times reported the event on March the 25th, 1991. And this is what the New York Times reported March 25th, 1991. It still has no water and little electricity or food, but Kuwait revived its banking system today, introducing a new currency. Banks reopened for the first time since Iraq occupation forces shut them down in December. Thousands of people lined up to exchange their old Kuwaiti dinars for crisp new ones and to withdraw a limited amount of money. All other old dinars can be exchanged for new ones on a 1-to-1 rate until May 7th, when the old dinars become invalid. The new official exchange rate is $3.47 American dollars for one new Kuwaiti dinar. So it goes on to say, at the same time, the United Nations put Iraq under trade sanctions, crashing the value of the Iraqi dinar, the IQD, from $3.22 to about 4,000 to the dollar. Their currency could only be spent in Iraq itself, and people had to carry around wads of 25,000 dinar notes to buy groceries. Then in 2003, coalition forces invaded Iraq and overthrew Saddam Hussein. By 2004, we gave them a new currency without Saddam's picture on it. The value soon doubled and went up to 2,000 to the dollar. A few years ago, the Central Bank of Iraq managed to stabilize the value of 1,166 per dollar. On June 27, 2013, the UN removed Iraq from Chapter 7 sanctions, allowing Iraq to regain control of close to 80 billion in frozen funds that had been sitting in Western banks since 1990. This also allowed Iraq to be reinstated on the world's banking network as soon as they are ready. At the same time, many expect to see the Iraqi dinar revalued at or near its former position. So basically this article, really what I wanted to express to you is that the Kuwaiti dinar revalued in 1991, and it revalued in the middle of the night. People were going to the bank when there was no water and very little electricity. In fact, the one article says that people were lined up in the banks in the dark exchanging. So what that says to me is they'll probably like catch people by surprise, and most people won't know what's going on when the Iraqi dinar revalues and when some of these other currencies revalue. So they've already revalued behind the scenes, because what a revaluation is just reinstating a country's currencies back to its normal value based on the resources that the countries have. So when al-Sudaini said in November of 2022, I'm going to work with the Central Bank of Iraq to revalue the dinar against the United States dollar, he was saying, I'm going to do it right now. And I'm going to work with other countries to return my stolen money, which he and all other countries already returned their stolen money, which is their gold from the Vatican and some of these other places. So countries' currencies are already revaluing and being reinstated back to their normal value. It's just not public knowledge yet. So some people are saying, okay, we see it on some of these trading platforms. And so we know that we're very, very close. What are you saying? Yeah, that was in 2003. Chief Mac, hey, Chief, what a beautiful time to be alive and to be connected to the right people and source. Dave XRP Lion is saying to buy Zim bonds. Yeah, that's true. That's old news. Zim bonds, absolutely. Zim bonds, Iraqi dinar, and some of the other currencies. What else? You guys can list it here. Vietnamese dong. Somebody says reinstatement, not revalue. Thank you, Mike, for the correction. Right, because they're just reinstating or returning it back to its normal value. Thank you, Mike. And when all these countries' currencies revalue publicly, they will go revalue 1-to-1 with each other. Absolutely. The interview with ICER was fire. Black Family United said, "Thank you so much." My understanding, Sister Ria, is that all countries' currencies would, yes, that we would go to the bank at the same. I mean, they were all revalued at the same time. However, when I had Rod Steele on, he said you have like certain baskets, like you have a lot of currencies that will revalue. I guess that we'll get an exchange. We'll go to the exchange to get an exchange on them at the same time, but it's like certain baskets according to Rod Steele. Like he said, in the first basket, you have a list of currencies. Then in the second basket, you have certain currencies. I heard that they will all go at the same time. And I've been told that, I think it was 2018, Sister Ria. But you guys can let me know. The Venezuela Bolivar, that's a currency you want to have. Mike V says, "Hey, Doc, let the people know the revaluation already happened in 2004. We are now waiting for a reinstatement," I guess you're saying. We're going to have to ask Rod to come on. Thank y'all for saying that, and ask him what the rate would be. What rate are we looking for the Iraqi dinar? But my point is, hold on and be encouraged. We're getting so close. So close with all these currencies, all revaluing, and countries announcing that they've returned their gold back from the Vatican, and countries announcing, like BRICS, that the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, that they're using their own currencies for trade now, their own gold-backed currencies to trade now. And BRICS made an announcement that they have their own payment system that rivals the SWIFT system. The SWIFT payment system is controlled by the United States Incorporated and the Federal Reserve. But this new payment system that the BRICS nations and the BRICS Union has come up with is not owned by the Federal Reserve and is not controlled by the Federal Reserve or the United States Incorporated. The United States Incorporated is bankrupt, insolvent, and defunct. The Federal Reserve is bankrupt, insolvent, and defunct. And they've all gone away. Most of them, I should say. So we also let you know that there was a Supreme Court ruling that stated that state-monitored banks they have disbanded from the Federal Reserve, and state-monitored banks have their own charter, and they can issue their own gold-backed currencies. They don't have to follow any laws or rules of the Federal Reserve at all. So it's over for the United States Incorporated. It's over for the Federal Reserve. It is our time, family. So I'm excited. It might seem like we don't know what we're talking about, but this is our time. It's over. We keep telling you 46 over for these, what's it called? Sound Money Defense League reported that over 46 states now have removed state sales taxes from the sales of precious metals, thus acknowledging silver and gold as money and reclaiming silver and gold as money. We've reported that 43 states have stated that, what is it called? What's the other tax? Not the state taxes, but oh my God. There's another tax that they removed from precious metals. Let's see, 33 states. Capital gains tax. 33 states removed capital gains tax from precious metals. So the Internal Revenue before has said, here we go with this. That's why the Chevron case is so important. 33 states have stated that no more can you put a capital gains tax on precious metals, because before the Internal Revenue or the IRS had stated that you have to look at gold and silver as commodity, like trading cards and artifacts, instead of looking at it as money. And therefore they put a tax on precious metals. Well, putting tax on money is unconstitutional. That's how I know the IRS now has to go down. It had to go down. This is why House Resolution 24, House Resolution 25, those bills were put forward in 2018 to monitor the IRS and the Federal Reserve under President Donald Trump. And then you came out with more bills most recently to in the Fed. You had the In the Fed Act that was introduced by Representative Massey from Kentucky just May the 16th. And then you had the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, come down with COVID on May the 17th. So we see that all of these entities that were holding us up have been committing fraud and treason. And that's why the Chevron doctrine was so important. Overturning SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States, overturning the Chevron doctrine or Chevron deference was so important because the Chevron deference basically said that all of these agencies that I showed you the other day, like 429, I think it was, all these federal agencies, the Chevron doctrine said that they could all create their own laws and make their own rules. These federal agencies, they're not government. They're not a part of the Constitution. They created themselves unconstitutionally and made their own laws. Well, the Supreme Court of the United States just overturned the Chevron doctrine. And not only did that doctrine say that these federal agencies could create their own laws, but when you challenge them, judges would then defer back to those agencies and say, well, you know, they have hired experts and they're the experts in their field. And if they want to give you laws and statutes and codes and regulations, then they can do that. Well, now the judges have committed treason. So when the Chevron deference or Chevron doctrine was overturned by the Supreme Court of the United States just the other day, it basically determined that all those federal agencies were committing treason and they all have to cease and desist. Now, when I made that announcement, it was interesting because people were like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, ha, ha, ha. But they didn't understand or overstand the Chevron doctrine. Then a couple of days later, they were like, oh, I see, because I announced it before it actually became public knowledge. But that's no thanks to me. That's thanks to the people who sent me the information. So the other day, I showed you how these agencies have committed treason. The judges have committed treason for deferring back to those agencies. The FBI, the IRS, the Internal Revenue, whatever you, CIA, EPA, HOA, CPS, all of those 439 agencies that I listed have committed treason, and the judges that deferred back to those agencies once it was determined they can make their own laws, when you tried to challenge them and the judges deferred back to them, they've committed treason. And any judges that knew the judges were referring it back to those agencies that did not report it to the president, they've committed what's called misprision of treason. They're all going down. The judges, the attorneys that participated, and some of the cops that were arresting people, they have committed treason. And we're going to see mass arrests. And that's what's actually going on right now. People are being arrested, which is why we see military, a lot of military activity on the ground, in the air, in the hotels. People have been reporting that in different places. It's also why you see the Supreme Court of the United States fenced off. Now, I do know that there's a meeting going on. I think is it NATO going on right now in DC? But you want to talk about a fence off? Let me show you what Nancy Drew is showing going on in DC right now. It's completely fenced off. She said it looks crazy. Where did I see her video? Oh my gosh, I can't. What's her real name? But she said, oh my God, it's like DC is shut down, she said. Anybody know Nancy Drew's real name? Because I had that article and I was going to put it up for y'all, but I was like, they don't want to see that the DC is shut off. Let's see if I can find her real name. Have you guys seen that video? While I look for it, I'll look at some of your answers. Yes, I think the currencies will all go at the same time. Kelly, thank you, Leah. Kelly, is it like Kelly Marie Brady, something like that? Let's see. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. Yep, Kelly Marie Brady. So let me see if I can get her here. Let's see what's going on in DC right now. I'm going to pull it up. Hold on. So my understanding is not only is NATO allegedly meeting right now, but she had told us on June 17th and on June 19th that she asked the workers there why were there fences around the Supreme Court of the United States, and they told her because there were going to be some monumental rulings to come out, and people laughed at her. People even told me that all those are just bike fences. But what happened? A couple days later, we got the ruling that Trump's immunity case was overturned and that the Chevron deference was overturned. So people are going to talk about us, family. They think we don't know what we're talking about, but they'll be coming back to us soon. So this is Kelly Marie Brady. Thank you, sister, for letting me know her real name. Let's see what's going on in DC right now. Is she clocking yet? Not yet. Oh, she's showing us the fences. That's one, but there was one where she was talking.
Hello, guys. Hi. Hello. Okay, so right now they have right now they have the fencing goes all the way down this 17th Street. Goes all the way down 17th Street that I can see to Constitution Avenue. So they're like enclosing the ellipse as well. So it comes all the way up here. This is the Eisenhower building. Hi, honey. How are you? This city is a freaking mess. Oh my gosh. So, it's going to be even worse here tomorrow because they have, can I zoom in now or not? Okay. So you can see like that paper thing on the pole. They are everywhere. And you cannot park anywhere tomorrow. Anywhere. So let's come up here. And I couldn't get down. H Street up here. They have it blocked down. And like all of the roads leading to it, you'll see in a minute on like Connecticut Avenue, Black Lives Matter. And the next one, which I don't know what that little strip is called. It's there at the VA. Everything is closed down. I'll be honest, I didn't know this was taking place here right now, so I would have dressed a little more appropriately. Or maybe better shoes. Can I come in? I guess not. Let's see what's up here. couldn't even tell if they're like letting people up anywhere near the White House.
Wow. Why do you think the White House fenced off everybody?
Where is it for? Okay. All right. So for now, I guess they're still letting. I mean, it's all closed off.
So what she's saying, yes, the White House was closed off, but she's saying a great portion of like the Capitol, the Supreme Court of the United States, and a great portion of downtown, a great portion of DC is closed off. With that area. So I could go on letting, if you guys want to see the rest of that, I can show you the rest, but I will put it in the description section for you. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and put her link in the chat. We want to give her just due. Kelly Marie Brady, also known as Nancy Drew. Let me put her information in the chat, and I can show you a little bit more. I just don't want to keep you on too long.
And if you didn't see one of the earlier ones, this is for the NATO thing, 75 years. So let's see what comes out of this.
I'll speed it up for you guys.
All right, let's see. We'll walk up there in a second. It's all fenced in, concrete barriers, all that. And then straight down there, 15th Street. We're not going to go down there. But I'd love to just run through those real quick. It's all fenced in around the Treasury building and down 15th Street too. And they have it all closed off down there. All right. So we do not have a volume yet at the door right now.
Okay, I don't want to bore your patience, family, but that's DC and Kelly Marie Brady, also known as Nancy Drew. Yes, that's Nancy Drew, is reporting about how the Treasury Department, all of those offices, so-called federal offices in DC, have fencing all around them. Some people are saying, well, first they were saying it was Viking fencing when she first started reporting. Then they were saying, well, some of the areas have been fenced off since COVID. But she has been reporting for a while, for several years. And she's like, some of this is new. And now she's reporting that there's a lot of area that's practically fenced off. And a lot of people are saying that it could be because NATO is supposedly meeting there. But I think they're taking down DC. You tell me what you're thinking. With the deference, the Chevron deference being overturned by the Supreme Court of the United States, with President Trump's immunity case being, overturned, or he was granted presidential immunity. And now with what I'm hearing is that the Brunson case has publicly been overturned. So I announced 2 years ago that the 2020 elections were overturned. But if you want to hear it, do y'all want to hear it? Yeah, it's takedown time. Other people will let you know too that the Brunson case has been overturned and that this announcement is going to come out publicly. So this is what they're allegedly saying. What else I want to say? Oh, if you're just now checking in, we said that it appears that the Iraqi dinar may be trading or exchanging in the United States now. Allegedly, it was on the Forex, but now the Forex is down. And I'm coming to you to ask you to see to let me know what you see. So it was trading on the Forex from what we understood, what we overstood, but now it's not there. But we did see it on, let me see. Here's a trading platform on bar chart. Some people said it may have been on bar chart already, but it is here on bar chart. That is a trading platform. It is barchart.com/forex/quotes. And I'll put that back in the chat for you so you can see it there. Let's see if I can find it. And then I found somebody else that was saying the same thing, and I showed you her video. Somebody said she sounded like she was drunk. Well, I don't sound like I'm drunk because I don't drink, but I'm just saying what I see, and you tell me you all tell me what you see. Oh my gosh. Betty said, yes, I watched them bring children out of the White House last night. Did you? Wow. So that was on bar chart. And, we're doing this together. I might not have it all, correct. So you correct me if I'm incorrect. So that was bar chart. And then here's another one on Exy. Right here, you see the Iraqi dinar. So when it comes back up on the Forex, please, somebody let me know. Email me. You all have my email, kiapruitt@gmail.com, and we'll come on and we'll show it to everybody else. Be Happy says the Federal Reserve has been captured. It's over. It is completely over for them. And in case you missed it last night, we had a wonderful podcast with Asir, the Duke of Tears. That's what he was knighted. I don't want to say knight, but that's what he went through, some type of rites of passage, and I can't remember how he put it, but we read his bio. He's now known as Asir, the Duke of Tears, but he does have a doctorate, a PhD in jurisprudence. So his name is Asir Cordoba. Is it Ali? Cordoba Ali. So, or Ali Cordoba, I can't remember. So I call him Dr. Asir because he has a doctorate in jurisprudence. But we had a wonderful podcast last night where he actually talked about the history of the republic, the history of America, and the history of our republic, our government, how it had been, what it looked like before it was overtaken, how it had been overtaken. And he also talked about how now it has been restored and the deep state is afraid. And they're going to start trying to use certain fear tactics to upset people and make people afraid, but they won't succeed because we know now that we're free. We know now with the Chevron deference that all these federal agencies have been unconstitutionally creating their own laws. It's over. So if you missed it, this is it right here. The podcast that we did. Oh, let me bring it up because I don't think, let me see if I can bring it up. People who were watching the chat last night said he was on fire. They said it was amazing. They had never heard such a detailed broadcast or lecture on the history of the republic, the history of America, this country, what it looked like, what the dynasty looked like before, how it was overturned, who overturned it, this group of, certain families overturned it, how they changed things around and put the nationals who are at the top at the bottom and made them slaves. Oh my God, it was an amazing podcast. Please watch that. It's called We Shall Rise Again, The Republic is Restored. Asir, the Duke of Tears, and Dr. Kia Pruitt. We had 7,000 people on this platform on YouTube. We had many thousands on Rumble. We had thousands on Twitter. We had thousands on Facebook. It was that popular, and it's going to continue to go up because this man is a historian and has a doctorate in jurisprudence. He overstands law, constitutional law, and he operates in his sovereignty in the private. So he's not a part of the United States Incorporated. He's not a citizen. He knows what he's doing. The man was on fire. So he talked about how we're sovereign and we need to walk in our sovereignty, and how our republic, our lawful government, has been restored. It was a phenomenal podcast. Please watch it. I'll put that one in the chat for you as well. And I'll put it in the description section for you all to take a look at it, because people in the chat are saying they watched it last night. Thank you so much, family. We have 2,569 people in the chat. Like the video, subscribe to the video and the channel, and share the video. So somebody is saying, thank you, Dr. Kia, for the wonderful information. Hello, Sister Cheryl. You're welcome. I'm trying to figure out, do y'all want to hear? I'm saying that the Brunson case has been overturned, and that's going to be announced very soon. Do you want to hear somebody else say it other than me? Because if you do, I can let you listen to an audio. Be Happy says it was a huge high white privacy fence first, and they removed it. They removed and a black high fence, then a lower fence. Be Happy says, my eyes don't lie. It's over for the United States Incorporated. It's over, family. They are going to announce all of this good news, and some soon of those of us who have foreign currencies will be exchanging those currencies. So do you have any questions before we check out, family? Oh, somebody says yes, please. Okay, 1 minute, Sister Eva. This woman goes by the name of Treason. Let me see if I can. She's on Telegram. I can put you her link. So let me show you. I'll put her name here. So if you have Telegram, you can check her out. Jessie Trek House is her name on Telegram. Let me let you listen to this. Wait. Hold on.
I'm going to tell you one sign that I believe it is happening is because the Brunson case was supposedly overturned today, or announced to be overturned. I was told a year and a half ago that it was already overturned. All right. And so this is just the reveal. They waited because it's on the schedule for a certain reason to be, released. And it was. So that's the end of the line. So the next thing is the notification of the Joey babes, right? Remember, I told you back to back to back. So it doesn't matter that he's, not been announced yet, because it could be that way, right? So just plan on it, because I think we're there. And so we're going to open the chat in about an hour or so. And we want you to tell us, is your internet down or not? Okay, that's the main thing we want to hear from you, all right? All right. Congratulations.
All right. So thank you very, very much, family, for your attention. That was Treason Trek. She said she heard it a year and a half ago. I remember announcing it 2 years ago as well. And I was looking for that video. Like, does anybody have it? Because YouTube took it down. So, now I can't find it. But so the main point is we're hearing that the Brunson case was overturned, and hopefully that's true. One of the sisters said, can I play Jim Willie's footage of it? I don't have Jim Willie's footage of him saying the same thing. And I listened to Jim Willie. If anybody has a link, please put it in the chat. I'll see if I can find it. And looking for Jim Willie. Was it recently? He must have said it today. So let me see. Today is June 9th or June 8th. He might have said yesterday or today, right? I'll put Jim Willie July, excuse me. 20. And I followed Jim Willie, but I didn't hear him say anything today or yesterday. Nope, I don't see anything new. Oh, new Jim Willie, President Trump intel you don't want to miss. Ooh. That must be it. Ooh. Okay. Is this it? This is before it's news. Untold history. Was it the before it's news? footage, sister? I brought it up. Let me show you. I don't want to bore your patience, family, but I will. If this is it, I will let you hear it. Is that it? Somebody tell me, is that it? Before I try to turn it on. Nobody can tell me? Oh, he said it on Nino Rodriguez. Okay. Okay. So, but I'll put this in the chat for you all so you can have it. Oh, ooh, okay. Shibby says, this is where I heard Jim Willie say the dung will RV first. Okay, thank you. And somebody says he was on Nino. Okay. So I'm going to put this one in the chat for you. I'm going to put all of these links in the chat for you, family. And I'll also put them all in the description section of this video. So thank you, family. You're helping me. We're helping each other. That's the Before Eats News. He also said the case was overturned. Kathy, did he say it on the Nino Rodriguez show? Okay, let me see. Rumble. So you see that, family? He said it in the Rumble, NESARA bombshell. Okay, and Nino Rodriguez. You're welcome. So, guys, show me the link where he said it on Nino Rodriguez so we can pull it up on Nino's. Is it, you said Nino Rodriguez? The boxer? Nino Rodriguez. Jim Willie. Okay, I see it. I think I see it. Nope, that one says we are in a depression. Is it that one that he just did 2 days ago? What we're looking for is Jim Willie saying that, okay, we're looking for Jim Willie saying that the Brunson case has been overturned. We just showed you that Tracy Trex said it. I'm going to show you this case. Is it this one here? We are in a depression. Let me know if it's that one, family. And I'll put that in the description section for you because it's that show probably, I want to say it's probably at least an hour, and I don't have time to go through because I didn't know we were going to do this. So, oh, it's only 18 minutes. I put it in the description section for you. He was extremely informative today. Oh, it was a clip. It was a clip on Truth Warriors. Okay, well, if you find the clip, can you please put it in the chat so we can show it to the family where Jim Willie said that the Brunson case was overturned. For anybody that's just joining, while they're looking for it, let me show you what Tracy Trex said. We'll do it.
Because I'm going to tell you one sign that I believe it is happening is because the Brunson case was supposedly overturned today or announced to be overturned. I was told 1.5 years ago that it was already overturned. All right. And so this is just the reveal. They waited because it's on the schedule for a certain reason to be, released. And it was. So that's the end of the line. So the next thing is the notification of the Joey babes, right? Remember, I told you back to back to back. So it doesn't matter that he's, not been announced yet because it could be that way, right? So just plan on it because I think we're there. And so we're going to open the chat in about an hour or so. And we want you to tell us, is your internet down or not? Okay, that's the main thing we want to hear from you. All right. All right. Congratulations.
Okay, so that was Tracy Trex. She has a show tonight at 9:00 p.m. Somebody is asking me, oh, it's on. Okay. Somebody's saying that what I'm looking for is a clip from Jim Willie and Nino. Find a clip for me, please, so we can show it. Somebody's asking, what's the Brunson case? Oh my gosh. So the Brunson case, let's get into it right quick. So there are about 3 or 4 brothers. They're called the Brunson brothers. They are trumpet players. Nothing's coincidence. They brought a case against Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, and 385 members of Congress for their part or participation in either participating in election fraud or knowing that it occurred and doing nothing about it. And so the Brunsons brought a case against them to the Supreme Court. And in the case, they said that they were infringing upon our freedoms and they were a security risk to our country. The Supreme Court of the United States did not hear the case, which did seem like a setback to the Brunson brothers, the trumpet players. But they found a loophole in the law that says anytime there has been any crimes against humanity or security breach to our country and the Supreme Court does not hear the case, then the Supreme Court is in danger of committing treason. So then another Brunson brother, Lloyd Brunson, whom I had the privilege of interviewing twice, came and he represented himself and brought another case against them, Nancy Pelosi, Biden, Harris, and 385 members of Congress, and put the Supreme Court of the United States on notice, stating that since they refused to hear it, they were in jeopardy of committing treason. And if it was found that any of the people named in that case, any of the 385 members named in the case, or Biden or Harris or Nancy Pelosi had indeed infringed upon our freedoms and become a security threat to our country, then they all were supposed to have their credentials stripped and judged, and of course, never serve again. But the judgment and the penalty of treason is elimination. So the Supreme Court, of course, refused to hear the case, but they were supposed to have some type of conference. And they never came back out to say whether or not they had that conference, because nobody wants we the people to know what actually happened behind the scenes. So again, the Brunson case was against Nancy Pelosi, Biden, Harris, and 385 members of Congress. They're all in cahoots. They all participated in what's been going on in security, be posing a security breach to our nation. So we've been waiting for about 2 years to hear what was determined in that case and what happened after, since they didn't hear the case, what happened in the conference. Interestingly enough, because of the Brunson case, 3 liberal judges recused themselves from the case. Now, you can recuse yourself from a case if you cannot be unbiased, or if you have any bias. So 3 liberal judges said, I don't want to have anything to do with this. So they recused themselves. Then there was a writ of memorandus that was accepted that said that Justice Clarence Thomas can independently decide on the Brunson case. He can decide himself, or he can turn it over to the rest of the judges. So right after that writ of memorandus was accepted, all this, you can fact check me, and I've done videos on these, and I give you evidence by providing articles. After this memorandus was accepted for Justice Clarence Thomas to make a ruling on his own if he wanted to, a few months after that, he went missing, and it made mainstream media news like, Clarence Thomas is missing. Nobody knows where he is. He's not showing up for any of the meetings, and maybe he's sick, but if he were sick, he will be reporting from home. Well, they never said where he was, but the word on the street, on the independent journalism streets, is that he probably was in protective custody, because he is allegedly the only constitutional Supreme Court justice that we have standing at this time, the only righteous justice, allegedly, that's still standing. So they put him in protective custody, and he's probably, in fact, did make a ruling on the Brunson brothers case. So I know that's a long explanation, Felix. Let me know if I need to clarify a little more. So now we're waiting to hear what he determined. And we also anticipate this information coming out very soon. And we know that this is one of the reasons why you have the White House, the Supreme Court of the United States, the United States Treasury building, all those buildings are protected right now with fences and protection. Now, of course, the cover story will be NATO is meeting, or something like that. First, it's biking fencing. Now it's NATO meeting, but we know that it's because all these big rulings are coming out. So I would say stay encouraged and keep your vibrations high. I did do several videos on the Brunson case. I'll look up on my YouTube channel. Again, I interviewed Lloyd Brunson twice. I interviewed him once with Gold Star Mother Susan Price, and I interviewed him on my channel, and where he talked about the case. And so I'll put it in the description section for you. But in case you want to see what that looks like, let me put it here. Where is it? I think this is it. Yeah. Here's one of them right here. I'm going to put it up in the description section for you. Hold on. I'll put it in the chat for you. And I know you guys are talking to me in the chat, so I'll hurry up and get to you. I'm going to put it in the chat right now. I'll pull it up on the screen. Forgive me if this podcast is going long. Thank you. I see 3,000 people in the chat. Thank you so much, family. Like the video, please. Share it. And subscribe to the channel if you please. So that's Lloyd Brunson. He's one of the trumpet players. He's a trumpet player. Trust me, everything is done for a reason. There are no coincidences. I hope you can hear me. I'm just talking. Okay. See if I can. That's Lloyd Brunson. Hold on. I was going to show you some of his music. Hold on. I want you to hear what the Brunson brothers sound like. They have their own style. And the reason why I did this is because people just heard, oh, there's a Lloyd Brunson case, but they didn't like dig into his past and his brother's past. Because my husband, God rest his soul, was a musician and all my kids are musicians. I was like, oh my God, I got to hear this man's music. I appreciate good music. So listen to this just briefly.
4 brothers who lived in Utah. They were called the Brunson brothers. Anybody ever heard of them? Huh? Yeah, okay, good. All right. The Brunson brothers, they were 4 young boys, all could play trumpet, and they idolized Maynard Ferguson. So everything they did was very Maynard Ferguson-ish, right? And so they came on a telethon one time.
The Brunson brothers!
And we were playing behind it with myself and Chuck Finley. I mean, we had great players, right? Charlie Davis, and I forget who the other guy was. Anyway, so we were on a telethon, and the Brunson brothers came on the telethon, and they had us back them up, and they played their thing. And it was hysterical because every 2 bars, they would play like, Maria. Da, 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 da. They put that on all 4 of them, right? On everything. We were dying, so we had to play them off, and we of course did it. Anyway, whatever. So that and that got around town so fast that was the thing. It was just called a Brunson, right? That if you hit a note and go right, it was a Brunson. So we're doing Incredibles, right? And there was a scene, and I happened to look up on the screen because when we do a motion picture, the orchestra is actually in the studio And they showed the picture in the background, right? And so I look back, and it was one of the things where I forget what happened, but we played a lineup, and it just cut off. But I noticed that the character kind of did one of these at the end of it. So I said, guys, the last bar 92, Brunson. So we run it down one more time, right? And we get to the, and all three of us do it, and the orchestra cracked up laughing. But the director came out and says, "That's perfect. That's what we had fit." And so when you watch the movie, I guarantee you'll hear it. I forget what happens on the screen, but you'll hear a Brunson there.
This is called a brief pause for dramatic emphasis, to heighten the tension, to build the air of excitement. We did that on purpose.
Roy Brunson. That's me. Woo! Oh my God. I didn't want to stop. That's so amazing, Lloyd. You guys are incredible.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I hope I don't get any copyright infringement, so I just needed to play that.
It shouldn't have a problem.
Okay. So that was the second time that I had interviewed Lloyd Brunson. And the reason why I show you that's because someone in the chat asked, what's the Brunson case? And I wanted to oblige him and just give you a little bit about the case, a little bit of information about the case, and a little bit of background about them being trumpet players. And in that podcast, I asked him about the gematria of his name. I said, I looked up the gematria of your name, the gematria of Trump. Gematria is the speech that the elite use. And I said, and when I looked at the gematria, I can already determine that you're going to be victorious in this case. So that was a phenomenal podcast. I did that one, I want to say that was last year, and I had done one a year before, a podcast with him and Gold-Star Mother Susan Price. So that's just a little bit about the Brunson case. A case against Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, and 385 members of Congress. Most of Congress has to sit down anyway because a great majority of them have Esquire behind their name, ESQ. And if you have Esquire behind your name, you have a title of nobility. It also means that they are operating as lawyers, whether they pass the bar lawfully or not. And when you pass the bar, that's a British accredited registry, then you're working for the Queen. You're not working for the people. Where according to the Constitution, you may not have a title of nobility and create laws. And the reason for that is because you work for the queen and not for the people. A title of nobility typically means that you believe and you feel and you're in a position above the people, so you don't have the people's best interests at heart. So we already knew that most of Congress was going to have to be set down and forced to never serve again once the republic is returned. And on 2 days ago, I believe it was, or yesterday or the day before, I did a podcast where I told you courts are going down, police officers are going down, judges are going down, and the Federal Reserve. And I talked about how the International Bar Association and American Bar Association were both going to be done away with because they're unconstitutional and unlawful. So please look at that video as well. I'll see if I can show you what that video was that I did, where I talked about how everything is going down. That was a live. Did I do that yesterday? Yeah, that was actually one day ago, where I said it's going down. Family, did you all find that video with Nino Rodriguez? I want to see it. I didn't see it in the chat. If you found the link, and even if you put it up and I didn't see it, can you put it back up, please? So I'm kind of lowering my voice because I think the grandbabies are going to sleep or are asleep. So I'm going to see if I can bring that up for you just so you can see what it looks like. You got to see that video too, because I actually show you proof that everything is going down. And I also in this podcast right here showed you how police departments all over the nation are closing down, and the police officers are being, the ones that are remaining are being transferred to the sheriff department. And I said the reason for that is because our republic has been restored. And according to our republic, the police department is unlawful. They're unconstitutional. The only law enforcers we're supposed to have is the sheriff or the sheriff, not police, not policy enforcers. Police officers, policy enforcers that enforce the policies, legalities, statutes, and codes of the corporation. Well, the United States Incorporated is over. It's ended. It's collapsed. It's been bankrupted. It's been dismantled. So that's why in this podcast, I showed you that cops, they're all coming down too. You see it's going down: courts, judges, cops, federal agencies, and central banks. And I showed you articles in this podcast right here where, and you can even look it up, police departments are disbanding all over the nation. That's how you can see it's over for them. It's over for the deep state. We won, family. So yes, thumbs up, please. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel. Somebody said, come on, somebody. I love you too. Hi, Sister Teresa. Come on, somebody is. I feel led to show you that the police officers are going away. Let me show you this. The police department. I feel inspired to show you that it's over. So in most of my videos, almost all of them, almost 9,000 people checked in on that one. And this is a third channel. This is my new channel. So thank you so much. I show you a list of 439 federal agencies. Let me know if you want to see that. All the federal agencies that are on the registry, that's going to have to go down because they're unlawful. And they've been creating laws and rules that are against we the people. And treason is not only overthrowing the government, but it's when you do certain things to bring crimes against sovereigns. And especially something that could eliminate, or KILL, a sovereign. That's treason. We're sovereign. We're supposed, under the Constitution for our republic, we're sovereign. We're supposed to have rule, reign, and control of our own lives. So these people that have created laws that were offensive to us, they have to go. 439 federal agencies. I show you the list here. Talk to you about what the Chevron case is. You got to see this case, this podcast. I tell you what misprision of treason is. I'll tell you what treason is, and I wanted to show you what police. Oh, I forgot to put the police officers in this podcast. We talked about it, but let me show you. Police departments are, you can just Google it, police departments disbanding, or check the police departments are shutting down. I'm gonna put that in the description section for you. Hold on, so you can see that podcast. You definitely want to see that one from yesterday. We be going in on this channel, family. So I'm gonna put it in the chat. Here it is. Matt said, when I spoke with Loy a month ago, he never said anything like what Jim Willie is saying, but he says that he feels like a majority of the people are starting to understand and is picking up momentum. Well, he's not going to tell you whether or not it has been overturned. He's not going to do that, not before it's announced. That would not be a good thing to do. It's good to see you too. So let me show you how the police departments are going down or disbanding. Anybody want to come on? I'll send you a link if you want to talk. Come on, I got time today. Where is it? Where is it? Police departments are disbanding. I just pulled it up. Oh, okay. I know what's going on. Anybody want to come on and join me live? I'll send you a link. Just put in the chat. Okay, here we go. At least 521 United States towns and cities with populations of 1,000 to 200,000 disbanded policing between 1972 and 2017, according to a peer-reviewed paper. Then here's another article that says Florida City disbands police department and opts for a cheaper way of doing so. And it'll tell you in that one that they're turning them over to the sheriff's department. Another one says a Florida City votes to shut down 11 officer police department. They decided it will shut down its police department and turn over law enforcement duties to the county sheriff's department. The sheriff, according to the Republic, or the sheriff, is the one who's supposed to enforce the law of the land, the law of the Republic, of the Constitution for our Republic. So it's two different things. There's legality, statutes, and codes that's a part of the United States Incorporated, and then there's the law that's a part of the Republic. These policy enforcers that enforce policies of the corporation and all these 439 federal agencies that created themselves and are a part of the corporation, they have to all be disbanded. You'll see more articles. Another small town police department closes. And as you look up police departments closing or police departments disbanding, and you will see that many police departments are in fact closing all over the nation. All over the nation, family. So somebody wanted to see the 439 federal agencies that have to close, that are part of the Federal Bureau Registry, that created their own laws and rules, like the Department of Motor Vehicles that said you must have a driver's license, registration, and car insurance in order to drive. They were operating unconstitutionally. The Moors have been saying that. People that are sovereign, that everybody laughed at, have been saying that you don't need a driver's license. And they were correct, because we're not drivers, we're travelers. Drivers operate in commerce, okay? Like people that have CDLs, they're operating in commerce. So maybe they would have to have some type of license, I don't know, but we're not drivers, we're travelers. So that was unlawful for them to put those rules upon us. They operated unconstitutionally, and sovereign people, Moors, have been saying it for the longest time. And they've been saying, you cannot pull me over. Now, they shouldn't have gotten belligerent with police, because police carry guns, and you know how they act, like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, some of them. And if you act unseemly, they will arrest you. Turns out the sovereigns and the sovereign people and the Moors were correct all along. So let me show you this 439 group of people. Let me see, where was that? It's in this video here. I'm sorry, I still have it up. List of 439 federal agencies that must cease and desist. This is Dr. Pruitt saying they must cease and desist because they've been operating unconstitutionally. So I know my stuff for the most part. I see 4,000 people in the chat. Thank you, family. Click the like button, subscribe to the channel. And what we'll do, I want to call Rod, Patriot Rod Steele, and ask him to come on and let us know what's going on with the Iraqi dinar. And he can tell us what the rate is or what he's hearing, what the word on the street is. So I'll call him tonight and see what he says. Here's a list of the 439 agencies for you to look at. This is the Federal Register. It's still up, okay. There is alphabetized from A to Z. You see Administrative Conference of the United States, Advisory Council of Historic Preservation, Agricultural Department, all the stuff that's under agriculture, air quality, all the A's here, the B's, the Census Monitoring Bureau, Civil Rights Commission, all of them just making up rules and laws. All of them in cahoots with the United States Incorporated. Commerce Department, Commission of Fine Arts. Look at all this, all the C's, D's, Department of Defense. By the way, Gold Star Mother Susan Price wrote an article, and I reported on that, about how the Department of Defense was weaponizing food. They are the ones that send and monitor and regulate the food that goes to the prisons, the daycares, and the schools. What is being fed to our children? Maybe that's why our children are being fed poison instead of healthy foods. Defense nuclear facilities, energy department, environmental department. See the farm credit system, farm credit administration, federal commissions, all these federal commissions, Federal Election Commission, Federal Labor Relations, all Federal Registry, Administrative Committee. Look, they came up with 439 agencies to create all these rules, legalities, and statutes and codes for us to follow. And if we didn't, they fine us or put us in jail. And then when we try to challenge it, the judges would defer right back to these crooks and say, well, they have hired experts and they're the experts in their area. So that's why the Chevron deference via overturn is so important. Indian Affairs and Crafts, Institute of American Indian Affairs. Look at all this, all the way down to Z. That's the federalregister.gov/agencies website. So I just wanted to show you that. They all have to go. So somebody says, thank you, Dr. Key. You're welcome. Good evening, Baby Crab Cakes. It's my pleasure. She says, I'm the best. Thank you. Oh my gosh, Lloyd couldn't. The military had everyone on a gag order. Oh, thank you, Sister Real. She's saying that Lloyd Brunson could not say anything about the case, whether or not it had been overturned, because there was a gag order on everyone. And that just wouldn't be proper for him to announce whether or not the Brunson case was overturned before the people were supposed to know it. I am tired. I am so tired, Gregory. I've been studying, I've been reading, I've been listening to videos, and then on my spare time, I spend time with my grandbabies and doing my own personal work. So I've been like reporting every day, sometimes twice a day. So you're right. Thank you. I probably need to get some rest, huh? So does anybody want to come on before we get off? Anybody want to join me? I'll send you a link. Somebody says the sheriff department is going to be so busy soon. Yep. You saw some articles. Awesome. Did anybody find the link of Jim Willie saying the Brunson case was overturned? I need that. I need that, family. So I'm going to answer some of your questions before we get out of here. Baby Crab Cake says, has anyone watched Penguin 6 riding around Washington, D.C.? It's crazy. All the fencing everywhere, streets closed. They're saying that it's NATO's summit 75th year anniversary, but the streets are closed. Do I have a printable list of those agencies? You know what? I think when you click on the list, you probably can print it. Can you print it? Yeah, you can. When you click on the list, dang, I don't know if you can print it off or not. When you click on that link, yeah, when you click on that link, I'm almost sure you can print this off. And then you can actually click on each link and it'll take you to that particular agency. So for you, I'll put it back in the chat and I'll put this link here and you can look it up and see if you can print it off. I'm almost sure you can. Here it is. I'll put it in the chat for you. The site here, let me put it. Hold on, darling. I was trying to, right here. It's www.federalregister.gov/agencies. Nino reported that the military took over the results of Brunson's case and will release it when appropriate. Thank you, John. Sounds like it would be in our favor. Bye-bye, Sleepy Joe. Raisin Ali I said, I'm tired. Ali Bay says, you can go to your browser, drop down window, and print it from there. Thank you. Regarding the Indian affairs, Dr. Pruitt, what's your views about this as to what it may mean? I want to reserve my thoughts because they're not completely fleshed out yet. I'm not sure where I stand on Indian affairs. I will have to really look into it and think about that. So family, I hope, oh, Raisin Bay says, go to the top right corner. I hope I said something that's very helpful. Oh, thank you. Who made us race? Says, Miss Lady Dr. Kia, I get me a whole education on your channel. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my great pleasure. Wow. Nice to see you too, Millie Albino. Nobody wanted to join tonight? The Federal Register is where all laws and acquisitions are posted. Well, family, I see 4,401 person in the chat. Almost 4,500. Please like the channel, subscribe to the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share the video. Oh, speaking of the real John F. Kennedy Jr., I interviewed him and I reviewed his book, and he'll be back on my show Friday night, this Friday at 8:00 p.m. to talk to us about what's going on in his life and just give us a little bit of information too about, or a little bit of wisdom of his knowledge about what's going on at the governmental level, if he knows. But I just want to come on because he's a friend of mine now, and he's a brother, and I love him so much, and his beautiful companion, Robin. So if you are interested in hearing about John Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. and how he's really alive, still alive, how he was put into protective custody, abused, gone through a lot of ritualistic abuse, how he had his legacy stolen from him and his money, and he was replaced with a body double by the name of George, who was actually his stepfather, Aristotle Onassis, his son that he had with his mistress. His name is George. They called him John because he's a body double, and they replaced him with John right in front of our eyes. You want to hear more about that story? You can find our interview on the Dr. Kia Pruitt Show on YouTube and Rumble on my channels. But he will also be here Friday night at 8:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to tell more about his story. Somebody, Ryzen says, thank you for being so pure and allowing the universe to relay this information through you. You're welcome. I really wanted to see that link, family, of Jim Willie talking about the Brunson case being overturned, but I did let you hear Tressie Treck say it. And I wish I had my video with where I said it 2 years ago. It burns me up that YouTube just like took it off my channel. A lot of my videos, but that's my fault because I should have downloaded those videos. 2 channels just gone. All that work just gone. Patriot Pam says, you always inspire us, Dr. Kia. Love you all. Peace to all. Thank you so much, family. So, what are we joining? What I'm saying is if anybody wants to come on, you can come on live right here. Let me know what you think is going on right now with the Republic, with our government being returned. You tell me in the chat you want to come join. I'll send you a link to this StreamYard, and I'll send it to your Gmail or your email, and you can come on and be on camera with me. This is great news, Kelly Ivy says, in the midst of an Arizona heat wave. Yes, so this will be Christmas in July. Absolutely. So for those of you joining, what did we talk about today? We talked about how it appears that the Iraqi dinar could be trading in the United States now. Allegedly, it was on the Forex. A couple people say they saw it on the Forex, but then the Forex went down. So is it trading or not? And then I showed you a website where it shows on XE. And some people said they've seen that before. So we showed you that it was on XE here. So is it trading in the US? Is it exchanging in the US? Of course, at the rate that it is now, I wouldn't try to go to a bank. Plus, I don't know if they would give you an exchange on it right now or not, but I'm waiting until the true value is actually shown, the true official value is actually shown on the Forex. So again, we heard it was showing on the Forex earlier today, but then the Forex went down and people couldn't find it anymore. But we did see it there on XE. Where else did we see it? We saw it here. Right here on the barchart.com/Forex/quotes. This is it. And I put that website in the chat. US dollar and Iraqi dinar right here. Let me see if I'll put this in the chat for you again so you can look it up for yourself. But I'll put all of these links in the description section for you. We also discussed how the United States Incorporated is over, how the Chevron deference was so monumental. That case where the Supreme Court of the United States just overturned the Chevron deference literally set us free, because federal agencies and three-letter agencies were all allowed to create their own laws based on their expertise, which is basically their feelings and emotions, and fine us if we didn't abide by all of their laws that they just made up off the whim. And anytime we tried to challenge them, the judges would just defer. That's why it's called Chevron deference, defer back to those agencies and say that they were the experts. Well, Dr. Pruitt is saying that anytime a judge defers defers to a federal agency who is not constitutional and has no constitutional right to create laws and allow them to do so, they're committing treason. And anytime a judge knows that a judge has allowed that to happen, they have committed what's called misprision of treason. And I'll show you, I can even show you the proof of that now too. Has anyone looked at the debt clock? Hold on. Let's go to US debt clock. I saw that comment. Somebody says I have the most informative podcast. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to bring up the debt clock. What did I say I was going to bring up before I said I was going to bring up the debt clock? I said I was going to, I'm going to show you treason and misprision of treason. Hold on. And then we'll bring up the debt clock. Let's see. What did I show you? I don't see what I put down about treason. Oh, yeah, here it is. They committed treason. Hold on. I'm going to show you something about treason. First of all, let me read this. The Chevron case was allowing all judges to commit treason and crimes against humanity, along with all courts nationwide. Every government organization on that list of 4930 companies or whatever agencies committed treason and crimes against humanity for over 40 or more years. Again, I'll read that the Chevron case was allowing all judges to commit treason and crimes against humanity, along with all courts nationwide. Every government organization that's on that list committed treason and crimes against humanity for over 40 years. Now I'm going to show you what I mean by treason. 469 people in the chat. Thank you, family. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, share the video. Whenever a judge acts where he or she does not have jurisdiction to act, the judge is engaged in an act or acts of treason. United States versus Will, and here goes some of the other cases to support that. Any judge or attorney who does not report the above judge for treason and required by law to do so may themselves be guilty of misprision of treason. So since we brought up treason, let's look up treason. What is treason? Treason definition: the crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to kill the sovereign or overthrow the government. The crime of betraying one's country, like Biden, Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, and 385 members of Congress that were listed in the Brunson case, and or the Supreme Court if they didn't hear the case. The crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to kill the sovereign or overthrow the government. We saw a coup d'etat at the election polls in 2020. Treason, they got to go. So if you didn't know what's happening, you can see by definition that it has to happen. The act of betraying a person or something. Okay. The crime of murder, eliminate or unaliving someone to whom that person owed an allegiance, such as a master or a husband. Treason, the crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to unalive the sovereign, us, or overthrow the government. So that's what treason is. Now I'm going to get back to reading what we had here. Whenever a judge acts where he or she does not have jurisdiction to act, that judge is engaged in an act or acts of treason. Any judge or attorney who does not report the above judge for treason and required by law to do so may themselves be guilty of misprision of treason, 18 USC section 2382. Okay, well, let's look up 18 USC section 2382. See if I know what I'm talking about. And of course we do. Let me see where that is. Misprision of treason. Here we go. Let's look at Cornell Law School. School of Law at Cornell University. We'll talk about it. Will help us understand and understand. Thank you, family, for 4,814 people being in the chat. I appreciate you. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. Here we go. Misprision of treason. Whoever owing allegiance to the United States and having knowledge of the commission of any treason against them conceals and does not, as soon as may be disclosed, and make known the same to the president or to some judge of the United States or to the governor or to some judge or justice of a particular state, is guilty of misprision of treason and shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 7 years or both. That's misprision. Whoever owes allegiance to the United States and have knowledge of the commission of any treason against them conceals and does not, as soon as may be, disclose and make known the same to the president or to some judge of the United States or to the governor or to some other judge or justice of a particular state is guilty of misprision of treason and shall be fined under this title or imprisoned. That's misprision of treason. If you know treason is going on and you don't report it, you're guilty of misprision of treason and you're going to prison. But if you commit an act or a crime against humanity or seek to overthrow the government, that's treason. And a penalty of treason and high treason is execution. So that's why I say they have to go. It's over. The Chevron case, again, was allowing all judges to commit treason and crimes against humanity, along with all courts and nationwide, every government organization on that list that I showed you committed treason and crimes against humanity for over 40 years. Good night to all of those agencies, courts, cops, judges, so many of the attorneys, and a Federal Reserve central banking system. And in my podcast on yesterday, I also told you how we know the central banking system is now over. So you have to look at that podcast to see what we said about that. Shirley Z says, I've been going strong too and glad to meet another patriot. Hi, Sister Shirley. It's good to see you. I don't know your channel. Can you put it in the chat for me? I greatly appreciate it so I can follow you. That's Shirley Z. If you guys know who she is, please let me know. Oh, Be Happy wants to join. Okay. They have all committed treason using Admiralty law. Now we are under 1776 constitutional law basis. Excuse me. Okay, Be Happy. Let me see. Be Happy. Send me your email. You know what? Let me see if I could put a link in the chat. Maybe I could put the link in the chat. This might work, Sister Be Happy. I don't know if you're... Okay. Y'all, I'm out here internationally looking tired. Y'all done told me I look tired. We've been lied about everything. Here's the link. See if that works, Be Happy. Click on that link and let me know when you did it. In the meantime, people have sent me blessings, and I want to acknowledge you for sending me a Cash App. How do I get the link to come on? Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, here you go to come on the panel right here, my darlings. There you go. Tell me if it works. Did it work? That's the StreamYard. That's the link, and it's also in the chat. In the meantime, I want to acknowledge people that bless me. I appreciate you. Ooh, we almost have 5,000 people in the chat. Thank you, family. Like the video. Subscribe to the channel. Let me know if it worked. I sent you the link. Or you can email me at kiapruitt@gmail.com. Hold on, let me show you. I also want to say hello and thank you to the people that blessed me yesterday. I want to acknowledge you because I think it's respectful. Oh, child, let's see. So, Sister Deborah, thank you for sending me a blessing. You don't have a website? Oh, you don't have a website. Okay. All right, Sister Shirley Z. I was hoping you had a YouTube channel so I can follow you. Let's see. Oh, no, family. I want to tell you all thank you. Of course, YouTube is only showing just over 500 in the chat. Oh, I see 5,700, 5,007. Wow. In the chat. Thank you, family, for joining. Can you join? You was kicked off, Kelly? Okay. Hold on. How can I send you? Send me. You can send me You can send me your I can send it to your email. I want it right now. Let me tell everybody who sent me a blessing, sent me a cash up, $ Mama Kia 13. So if you find my work helpful and you would like to contribute to my work, I thank you so much. I would gladly appreciate a donation. Sister Deborah, thank you. Dr. Pastor Hart, thank you for sending me a love offering. Robert, thank you. I appreciate you so much. Theola, thank you. Sophia, God bless you. Heaven smile on you. Thank you for sending me a love offering. Charla Haynes, thank you. Sister Tiffany, Asdisa, thank you so much. Atia, God bless you. Thank you. Darlingson, I appreciate the love offering. Thank you. JFK Jr., thank you so much. A big supporter of our channel. Sister Sabrina, Lydell, thank you so much. God bless you. Elizabeth, thank you. Deborah, again, thank you so much. Oh, there was a commercial and you got back in. Thank you. Who else? Toda, thank you. Al Malik Bey, thank you. And the others I thanked on yesterday. Thank you so much for sending me a blessing. Supernatural says helicopters are flying over my bedroom windows at my every moment by cameras, apps, and listening devices. I believe that. So I put a link in the chat in the section for you all to join me here. Send me an email here if you want to join, because I did put it in the chat, but you might not have seen it. You send me an email with your email. Lord, this is difficult. Then I will I will let you in. Here is let me put it up here too. I copied it. Listen to this. Tammy says, let John Kennedy Jr. know that Robert Kennedy Jr. was arrested. You don't mess with God's children. Wow. Thank you. He said that they got rid of all of the Kennedys and that Robert was not his people. You can't mess with God's people. Now, I don't know anything about Robert Kennedy, but thank you for the information, Sister Tammy. I will tell him that tonight. Who wants to join? Please send me your email either by sending me an email to kiapruitt@gmail.com, or you can click on this link and join the podcast and let us know what you're thinking. 5,000 people in the chat. Thank you so much, family. I see that Julie sent me information about the Brunson case. Thank you to my email. Anybody want to join? At this point, we're just talking. Okay. Somebody said, NATO was meeting in Washington, D.C. today. Barricades and roads closed. Yes. Okay. So that's one of the things that we reported. We reported that there were barricades in D.C. Roads were closed. There was fencing in D.C. We know NATO's meeting there, but we don't know if that's the reason why everything shut off. We showed you a Nancy Drew video. We also know that major Supreme Court rulings are coming out. We've heard rumors that the Brunson case, we already knew it's been overturned years ago, but that we've heard that the information about it is about to come out. We showed you a tape of an audio of Tressie Treck saying that. People are saying Jim Willie also said it on Nino Rodriguez's show, but I don't have the link, so I couldn't show it to you all today. I showed you the 439 federal agencies that are listed in the Federal Registry that committed treason by creating their own rules, statutes, and codes. And if we didn't follow their rules that were unconstitutional, they would fine us. And so I showed you that list of 439 agencies. I also told you that they committed treason. I showed you the definition of treason. How any attempt to overthrow the government is treason, crimes against humanity, and anything that they do to kill a sovereign, that's treason. So all those 439 agencies committed treason. Any judge, whenever we would try to challenge anybody in those 439 agencies, that, oh, I saw you, come back in. Somebody got booted off. I saw you. I was about to put you back in, put you on the camera. Come on. When we would try to challenge those cases, if a judge would defer back to those agencies and say, oh, they're the expert, you have to do whatever they say or you'll be arrested. If they did that, that's considered misprision of treason. And I showed you what misprision of treason is. I showed you what the Brunson case was about. I talked to you about that. I explained it. And I showed you the one, Lloyd Brunson, the interview I did with him, and showed you what the Brunson brothers music was like, because they are trumpet players. So hello, who do we have on the show with us today? Joe Cooper. Your mic is off, Joe. Hi.
Hi. I was muting myself.
Oh, hi,
Dr. Kia. Oh my goodness. I love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
This is my first time coming on live or even participating in the chat. I normally just get to hear your recordings. You know, who introduced me to you? Oh,
I see.
I don't remember.
I see her do
but
good.
Just want to say I love you.
Thank you. You're so wonderful.
Love you. Love you.
Thank you. Thank you. Look, sister, we got somebody else here. You still here, Sister Joe? Oh, she muted herself. Hi, Shaq. Or is it Shaq or Shaq?
How you ladies doing tonight?
Hey, we're fine. How are you?
I'm doing awesome, man. I'm doing awesome. I found your channel from some guys. I know I was on some other panels and they gave you a shout out, and I went over there and looked it up because you talk the talk. So I said, well, let me go see who this is. You know,
Thank
you. To your channel.
Thank you, sir. What do you think? What do you think about what's going on? Oops, did you get off? Did I take you off? I didn't mean to do that. I don't know if I took. What do you think about what's going on, brother?
You make me feel like I'm not crazy. Just put it like that, because these conversations be coming up, you know what I'm saying, in different circles and stuff, talking to certain people that's into different legal things, you know, and this with the new republic, or we going back to the republic. I've been hearing this conversation on the back channels and back chats, but like you said, a lot of people that talk this type of information, you get you pretty much get ostracized. You know what I mean? Like you crazy or something, right?
Yes.
So it's hitting home for me. I don't know about anybody else, but it's definitely hitting home for me. And I have a couple of people that's been talking about this in the Aboriginal American Indian. I know you've been seeing a big push for us being indigenous people in America and getting our genealogy and claiming our rights to this land and stuff like that. So that's a big movement going on YouTube and in the world now too. But I wanted to ask you about, have you came across your eyes the letter from the Pope to Barack Obama?
Oh yeah,
I've read about it. Oh, okay, you want it then? I'm glad you want it, man. I'm glad to see somebody else that's like us, you know, that's giving this information out there. So I just, you know, didn't want to talk too much. I just want to give you a great big old cyber hug and saying keep up the good work. I'm proud. And I'll be listening in the chat, you know, or in the background.
Thank you, King. Did you want to say anything about motu proprio, or did you want me to say something? If you're welcome to.
About who?
Motu proprio, the letter that the Pope wrote to Obama.
No, you bring it up. The civil order, yeah. If you could, I mean, because I've been trying to get it, and some people on my other channels, they brought it to my attention.
Okay.
And, a lot of people don't know about it. They think it's, you know, false, or, you know. So it's called motu proprio.
Motu proprio. You know about it, brother. Hello, brother. It's good to see you, Brother Gerald.
How you doing? How you doing?
Fantastic. We're just having a family reunion up in here.
I know my friend Turner from New Orleans called me and told me that you was on, and then I tried to tell everybody else of my friends in Canada that love you. So they're listening right now, and I just came to go along with the brothers saying, yeah, you're not crazy, man. You haven't been crazy for a very long time. You know, I know you've been asking questions, and I was always asking questions when I was young. Why were children missing? But back then there was no social media, no one was talking. And then me and my friends realized that my grandmother, she always said, she never cursed at me, but she did curse at me during a certain times of like, you need to, when the street lights come on, come home. You need to be here at the house. Not knowing that things were going on even in the 60s and in the 70s and in Wayne Williams in Atlanta, Georgia. And I just found out, which I've been saying for the most of my life, I was saying there's something strange about that Wayne Williams case. I don't think he did it. And the Vatican assassin, Bishop Larry Gathers, he said it last week that Wayne Williams didn't do it. So I'm thankful for Donald Dump, as I heard the Duke of Tears say his real name was last night. It shocked me. I was like, not Trump, but Dump.
D-R-U-M-P.
Drump.
Drump.
So it's Drump. Okay. So
Drump.
and
yeah, G-R-U-M-P or D-R-U-M-F, something like that.
Something like that. So that was like, I had to walk back toward the TV and rewind it wait, what? So I was like, okay, here we go. And then his brother just started breaking all these barriers. In the hurt part, because I am in a Greek organization.
Okay.
Which Bishop Larry Gathers talked about the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, Vito Sassoon, the Lee families. All of these families are fronts for these organizations. And I was like,
yes, sir.
Which goes back to Dr. Harold Brown, may he rest in peace. And he told me, he said, when you graduate from college, you're a part of this organization now, but when you graduate, you'll be gone. And he knew something. And I also had a great friend of mine in Houston who was a Mason. And a friend of his was saying, we should ask Gerald to join. And I never forget his reaction. You will not touch this brother, leave this brother alone. I was like, okay, so something has been looking out for me for all of my lives, like that poem called Footprints in the Sand. Those are not my footprints. Somebody has been carrying me this long. And I say, it's got to be this God force world. Has to be. I'm 67. I made it this far. I got friends who are gone, who drunk the shot. And, I didn't take it. Yeah. So, brother, you're not crazy. You're not crazy, man.
I got a big smile on my face because my mama, my family, they hear me talking like this, man, and I be on these panels and linking with people around the world, bro, and they just, it's
I
good
know.
to see other people out here, man, in the fight and me standing up for our rights, man, as indigenous people and human beings in the world, man. We pushing back, bro.
All right, and I will say this, and I got to give shouts out to this young lady named Amina Nicole. Dr. Kier Pruitt, y'all look like sisters. She's on the other side, and she said this, and it just kind of blew me away. It helped me heal some wounds. She said, just because people are born in your blood family does not make them your family. You meet people in life that are actually your family. I'm done. And it helped me. It just healed a whole lot of wounds. So now I don't have that animosity against anybody in my family, my blood family, because really they never act like family toward me. So I'm good. So it's good to meet y'all, my family.
This is our soul family. We got 5,699 people in the chat. Look at it. We got a great big family right here. Well, our blood family is still family, but we also have an extended family right here.
Right. And my friend T is listening, so he should come up. I know he's listening. So because he told me I'm going in the live chat. I say you should come up. So T, I know you're listening, man. You
How
can
did
call in.
how'd you get on? Hi, Be Happy. We want to say hi and acknowledge you as well.
Hi. Hi, guys. How are you guys? I'm so excited to be here. I love you. I love Rod Steele. He's a personal friend of mine.
Really?
Right.
Yes, I got connected to him through you. You just don't recall.
No, I don't.
You
Wow.
don't. I was on one of your channels before. You were having a podcast, and I got introduced to him through you via X, or Twitter. I call it Twitter still.
Wow. That's awesome. Patriot Rod Steele is the one who comes on our channel. I call him our resident financial expert. For those of you who are listening and don't know him, he gives intel and information on the Iraqi dinar, the Bolivar, the Venezuelan Bolivar, the Zimbabwean Zim, all of the currencies, the Vietnamese Dong, and let us know what's going on in the world as it relates to those currencies revaluing and us becoming wealthy, how we're going to exchange and maybe do humanitarian projects. He's just a wealth of knowledge. So I'm going to call him Be Happy either tonight or tomorrow, because of you guys are like, what's the rate? What's the new rate gonna be? So I'm gonna have to tell him to come on.
Yeah, I
Cool.
think everybody needs to know that the United States debt was paid off by the Office of Military Settlements on March 22nd, 2017 by General Zeleny. That's just not being told. It's not being posted. We're at war, you guys. I live
Yes.
in the direct line for over 30 years between the Pentagon and the CIA, Criminals in Action headquarters. There are unmanned drones, F-34-16, whatever you want to call those fighter planes, Black Hawks, military choppers. I live 7 doors down from a Supreme Court justice. We're at war, but I will tell you all that the quantum financial system has been rolled out and is running parallel since 2020 to the cabal's SWIFT system. It's on the Office of the Comptroller Currencies website. We're going to a new quantum financial system. Every asset will be tokenized. They can no longer steal from us anymore. We are going to be our own bankers, and we are so blessed because we are 1% of the world's population who knows about this blessing that is about to be bestowed upon us. So I get chills saying this because we are so fortunate to be here as a family. I love all of you guys. All of my new friends and family are online now. I've lost all my old ones who went woke. So you're all my new brothers and sisters, I'm telling you. And I know Kelly Brady. I have investment properties in DC. I drive there all the time. I drive by the Federal Reserve. I've been driving by all the time. I've met Mustang Medic, Penguin. Kelly Brady doesn't remember meeting me, but I met her 3+ years ago.
Okay.
And yeah, anytime you need boots on the ground, just let me know, because I go there on a weekly basis, and I can just let you know what's going on. That's weird, but this corporate form of government, which is unlawful, it's legal but unlawful, is done for. Every single agency is its own subsidiary corporation with its own Dun & Bradstreet number. You can go to www.dnb.gov and click on business directory. And then in the search bar, just type in Government of the United States and hit enter. It's a corporation. You can do that for the Federal Communications Commission, the Department of Transportation. Every single department has its own separate Dun & Bradstreet number. It's a subsidiary corporation of the parent corporation. And the reason why Trump could never fire Fauci is because the NIH, or the National Institutes of Homicide, is not a subsidiary corporation of the parent corporation. It's its own separate corporation. That's why he could never fire him.
Wow. And what's your take on what's going on in DC? Because you said you drive by there often. What's where Nancy Drew was reporting? Why are there so many fences?
So we're at war.
Okay.
And so, like, I can give you a perfect example when this election was first stolen. I remember going down and I saw, I'm going back in time here, but I saw this huge amount of barbed wire, and it was on this huge fence, and it was pointing in towards the not the White House, the Capitol building. And I was like, oh my God, I'm so excited. These people are all going to be arrested for treason. They just certified the election. We all know it was stolen. Thank God they're going to arrest them all. And then all this, and I saw the National Guard down there. And then all of a sudden, I don't know, a week before or something like that, the barbed wire was changed from the inside to the outside. And I just was like, oh my God, something's wrong. Something's not right. Something happened. We all heard there are these bombs or nuclear bombs that are inside, the suitcases or whatever, the small ones. And I said, something happened. Something's not accounted for. So I believe that this is all part of the movie we're watching. Okay. I don't know why they're changing things from. So the original fence that I've been driving by forever is a humongous white fence. You can't see over it. That was done on purpose. So you can't see what's being done behind. Of course, lying and saying it's for renovations. No, it's not. I actually met some security personnel coming out from underneath the Federal Reserve building. And I got out of my car and I said, I'm going to give you guys a multiple choice question. A, building is 100% fully staffed, or B, it's less than 50% staffed. And they all, I said, just blink your eyes once for A and twice for B.
Brilliant.
Twice for B. But I've been in the banking industry just like Rod is. I used to be in the division of liquidations at the FDIC. I used to shut down all of the insolvent savings and loan institutions in associations in the late 80s. So everybody needs to just relax and not freak out about the banks going down. All these people spewing disinformation saying all the banks are going down. The banks are going to go down. We're going to become the banks. So yeah, we are now gold backed. We have all of our gold back. We have United States Treasury notes that are about to be rolled out from the vaults of the various quote unquote banks. And they're backed by gold, silver, and commodities and rare earth minerals, just like all the other countries around the world that are getting new currencies as well. We have to take out our Federal Reserve note. You guys, that's a debt instrument. And that is, we got to take down the bankers. We have to pull the purse strings away from them so they no longer can control us anymore. And this is, you're witnessing one of the best times of your life.
Yes.
What's taking place. And it's monumentous. It's so overwhelming and everybody's so anxious. I know we're all hurting. We're all struggling. We're all hurting for debt and all that stuff. But you guys just stick it out a little bit longer here. Just try. I think it has to go down this year. The Iraqi dinar will be the domino that starts, or the first domino that starts the fall, in my opinion, or the dong, one of the two. And then, we're witnessing 209 countries that have signed on to the quantum financial system. This is just going to be so amazing.
Wow, you gave us a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of information. People are so appreciative in the chat. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Could you tell us, for the people who don't know, where they can get the Vietnamese dong or Iraqi dinar, or where they should look? Do they just Google it?
So I've gotten a lot of my currency from treasuryvault.com. Okay. And I've gotten a lot of my currency from a lady up in New York, where Rod introduced me to her.
Oh, wow.
Gosh, I have to find her information. She's with Victorian World. She's with, I want to say, PNG Notes. P as in Paul, NG Notes, but I might be misspeaking. And then Banknote World, Craig George.
Yeah.
He's a personal friend of mine. And then I've actually gone to the mall, you guys. I've gone to the foreign currency exchange in the mall and just got my notes there. My dinar there.
Okay, that's awesome. You said to the mall?
Yeah, the mall, the mall here, you know, in Tyson's Corner in Northern Virginia, they have a foreign exchange. You guys can go to any foreign exchange place in your mall or go to your airport and tell them you want to buy some Iraqi
Yes.
dinar and just pick up some Iraqi dinar, you guys.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. So
You
that
guys all need to go get some of these currencies because this is real. It's not fake. This is the first time we are going to have the biggest wealth transfer ever. You guys should be jumping up and down on a trampoline and doing somersaults. Don't be stressed out. This is
Right.
real. It's a psyop that you're watching. It's a movie you're watching. All of this stuff had to be because, you know, it had to be this way because this is global. Got to take down all the pedophilia and all the fake news and all these liars and stealers and thieves. They got to go to Gitmo. This is the law of war manual. You guys, if you follow Derek Johnson and you get the Midnight Rider, which I did, I downloaded every single executive order. I printed it out and I read Executive Order 13772 dissolves the U.S. Treasury and folds it into the dissolves the Federal Reserve and folds it into the U.S. Treasury. IRS is going to be absorbed into the Treasury as well. I've seen the fences. I've seen all that stuff. We're going down. This cabal is going down.
Your testimony is so helpful.
Yes.
Because you know what the scripture says, in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let every word be established.
I mean, guys, let me tell you guys all something here about me. I you know, Fauci, you guys that all took. Oh, by the way, anybody who took the jab, any family members that took the jab, I don't know if any of you guys follow Dr. Anna Mahalcea, Mihalcea. She's on Substack. She posted the antidote for these COVID shots, and it's EDTA and vitamin C. You can get the product on Med5, www.medfive.com. And by the way, we should probably all be taking it because they're spraying us with chemtrails, and they are poisoning us in our water. You all need to be drinking distilled water, not bottled water, distilled water. Because if you go to ewg.org, which is the environmental working group, and you click on the tap water database and you put your zip code in, I got 27 cancer-causing contaminants in my water here.
Wow.
So you know what? You all saw that Julia Roberts, Aaron Brockovich film or whatever on Flint, Michigan. That wasn't just Flint, Michigan. That's the entire United States. They've been poisoning us and trying to kill us forever.
You think they also doing this agenda in Canada too? Probably, huh?
Probably. I don't know much about Canada because I just try to follow what we have going on here and try to do what I can here. But you know, the bottled water, you guys, the bottled water is made. It comes from a municipality. It's all poison. So I bought a distilled water machine from H2olabs.com. Buy it on sale, but if you can't afford it, it's like $250. If you can't afford it, just buy a gallon distilled water. Yeah, it's in a plastic container, and plastic's not good for you, but it's better than the alternative. So buy the 1 gallon, and I run it through a Brita filter. I do have my own H2O distilled water countertop machine, but sometimes I'm lazy, you guys, just like everyone else. I have so much work and I'm lazy, and so I just get the gallon plastic gallons and I run it through a Brita filter. It's better than, like I said, the alternative.
Be happy. Do you have a channel? Do you have a channel or a Twitter or something where we could follow you? Because you've been a wealth of knowledge here.
You know what? No, I'm just incognito, but I pop on channels all the time to try to help people. I'll send you an email, Dr. Pruitt.
Okay.
And you also can reach me through Rod. I text Rod pretty much on a daily basis. I tell people all the time, get a consultation with him because he's filled with wealth of knowledge, and his Twitter is at Patriot Rod Steele, RODSTEEL. He's a friend of mine. I became friends of his through you, Dr. Pruitt. But everybody, you guys, listen, get a I'm telling you all right now, you can get a Vietnamese boulevard, 100 trillion Vietnamese boulevard. You guys can get that for like $11.
Venezuela. Venezuelan Boulevard or
Yeah,
Vietnamese Dong?
sorry, Venezuela Boulevard. You
Okay,
can get
okay.
one 100T for like $11. Come on, you guys. That's supposed to revalue it like, I don't know, $3 to $33 million.
Mhm.
Go get, so everyone's talking about these Zim bonds. I'm telling you guys, go get a Zim special agro check. CHEQUE. Those are farm bonds. Those are worth, you don't have to have a humanitarian project for that.
Okay.
Those are worth, pardon my French, a shitload. Go get one or two of those. Those are cheap. Everybody here can take a credit card out and I don't know what they are. I don't know, even 40, 30, 20 bucks.
They were
Just go
like
get one of
99
those.
cents at banknote.world, and then it
Yeah,
went
you
up to
guys go get one of
3.99.
those. You know the
Mm.
But
Zim, you know the 100 trillion. Now I follow a guy by the name of William Liebenberg. Okay, he's out of South Africa. He has a channel called NESARA for Dummies. GESSARA, the number 4 dummies. I think he
Okay.
wants you to subscribe now. He's got some controversial stuff on there. I know some people kind of what do you want to call it? Zonked me in the chat room. He's saying that any 50 trillion less than 100 trillion, the 50 trillion Zim bonds are not going to be redeemed. Now, I don't know if, he didn't show me proof for that, but I do
Right.
I do text him through I do direct message because I have supported him through contributions.
Mhm.
And all I know is this, you guys, probably the number one researchers that I know are teachers, professors at universities who have
Yes.
PhDs. There's no human being that researches and has and digs deep than a PhD professor at a university, and he's out of South Africa.
Okay.
So, when I had some some less than $100 trillion Zim bonds, and I traded mine back and lost some, got the
Mm.
100 trillion Zim bonds. But he sent me a DM the other day and said, all you need is one.
Oh,
If you
yeah.
don't have a humanitarian project, you guys don't freak out, because the humanitarian projects are supposed to be for the people who have pallets of this crap. I mean, imagine a pallet, how you see these people with forklifts at Home Depot, taking, product from, shelf A to shelf B. These whales have pallets of Zim
Mhm.
bonds. Those are the people
Wow.
that have to have humanitarian projects, is my
okay.
understanding. But if you just have, a stack of 100 trillion or one, my understanding is you don't have to have a humanitarian project. And if you're freaked out and you think you have to have one, just take out a 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper and write out your mission statement.
I don't mind helping
Take
though.
homeless people off the
Absolutely.
street. B, how are you going to do it? I'm going to buy apartment buildings up, and I'm going to convert them into, apartments for the homeless, and, just something small like that. When you go to these redemption centers or banks or wherever we're going, they're not going to have time to read this stuff. They
Right.
want you in and out.
Be happy. Both Gerald and Shaq had a question for you.
Yes. I wanted to say though also, we forgetting about one person. I miss Mr. Trumptastic. He was a great guy. He
Yeah.
also gave some great information. And
Okay.
Dr. Kia Pruitt, I remember when you mentioned the Argo note. Soon as you mentioned the Argo note, they cut off your podcast right
Wow.
away. Right away. I remember that.
Wow.
Now, here's the question. Will we be able to invest in the meth beds? Do you know?
Invest in the med beds. I mean, we've got 6,000 patents, the patent and trademark office, that's just nothing but the pedophile and the stealing office that, anytime you want to submit a patent, what they do is they look at it and then they steal it. Zuckerberg was not the founder of Facebook. Michael McGibbons was the founder of all
Really?
this stuff, and he had a company called Leadership Technologies, and they stole it from him. All
Mm.
these freaking patents and stuff you guys see, oh my God, these people, they stole it. They stole all of them. We just got
Wow.
one big thief of
Wow.
government right now. So yeah, I follow Michael McGibbons and stuff. So all these people that you see that are running these things like Zuckerberg and
Mhm.
I'm not a fan of Elon Musk, you guys. I've got a lot of background information on him. He
Mhm.
came from a very wealthy, rich family. the stuff I've researched on him, I don't know. I don't know if that's Elon Musk 2.0 or 3.0
Right.
or what's going on with him. That Neuralink crap that he's got could be used for a really good thing for people with epilepsy and stuff, but it could also be used for the wrong stuff as well.
Yes.
So I
Thank you.
question him and all of his Halloween his Halloween costumes with the the red satanic, whatever you want to call it, that he was wearing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Shaq had something to say too a little earlier.
Oh no, yeah, I was just going to try to add to the conversation when she was talking about the jabs and people take them. I was going to ask you, Dr. Kia, are you familiar with anyone on the panel familiar with Dr. Ling Bay?
No.
Oh my God, you got to! Oh my God, you got to check Dr. Ling Bay out. He be on Facebook Live a lot. Maybe next time he go on, or maybe I can. If you got an email or something, or are you on Instagram? Anybody on Instagram?
I am.
I am too. We all are.
Yes.
Okay, put your Instagram handles in the back, and that way I can remember. I screenshot it so I remember when he come on. But he
Chat.
yeah, in the back chat, yeah, in the back chat, yeah.
Okay.
The screen chat, yeah, because he dropped a lot of information. He got especially on the health part. He got certain things and some products and stuff that would help to get some of those toxic metals out your body and stuff like that. So he dropped good information on that.
Okay.
The toxic metals can be taken out by EDTA and the ascorbic acid on Dr. Mahalsia on med5.com. That'll take that out. And also, y'all need to get on chlorine dioxide. Chlorine dioxide cures 99% of all cancers, including Parkinson's and everything. Go to Andreas Kalker, www.andreaskalcker.com. Get on the chlorine dioxide. I make my own at home. Takes 5 minutes to make, 2 days to make because you got to let it sit in a jar. But cancer's parasites, you guys. We've been lied to. Again, it's parasites. If you think about a horse and you think about a dog, human beings share 99% of the DNA with a horse and a dog. Why do they get dewormed and we don't? You're all eating meat, beef, chicken, all that stuff that has worms in it. It's getting leukemia, lymphoma. All of these cancers are parasites, and you can get them out of your body with chlorine dioxide. It's a gas, and it's so easy to make. And I mean, I do chlorine dioxide enemas, and I'm a vegan. I don't eat any dairy, eggs, meat, or anything. And if you guys see the worms that come out of me after I do a 5-day water fast with no food, it's disgusting. It is just absolutely disgusting. And if I have them, I hate to tell you guys this, but you have them all. You all have them too. That's the best way to get a hold of your health is. And so if you go to Andreas Kalker's website, he has a book called Forbidden Health. Incurable was yesterday. Get that book, read it, and start doing the protocols. I do protocol C, which is the common protocol, and protocol E, which is the enema protocol, pretty much on a weekly basis. It's not disgusting, you guys. Once you get used to it, you feel so much better. When you do an enema at night before you go to bed, you wake up the next day, you're down 3 pounds. All those toxins inside your body, you step on the scale, you feel your stomach is shrunk. You feel so amazing. And, you just have the toilet paper and you have the butt wipes and you have all the stuff near you and you just Clorox it or whatever. I mean, Clorox is not good. At least it kills everything. You just have that stuff next to your toilet. And at the end of the day, you just feel 10 times better. We just, like I said, we've just been lied to so much and we're being poisoned. So you got to get these worms out of you, and you got to do this on a regular basis, because until the new republic gets restored, I don't know. I'm being chemtrailed here like there's no tomorrow. Poisons in my water, poisons in my food, poisons in everything.
Yeah. So just the enema, and enema is a particular type of enema you're saying?
It's a chlorine dioxide enema. So basically, I got your email is kiapruitt@gmail, right?
Yeah.
So I'll email you the list of all the products you have to buy, and I'll email you a video on how to make it.
Oh, great.
Basically, you buy all these products from Amazon. It's a one-time purchase, you guys. It's not that expensive. The most expensive is part A and part B of the solution, which will last you for over a year. It's a hydrochloric acid and sodium chlorite. And you're putting 5 milliliters of each in a shot glass. And then you're taking that shot glass and putting it into a 16-ounce jar and sitting it in a cabinet for 24 hours. After that, you're taking that shot glass out and swapping it out with a fresh new shot glass for 24 hours. And after that, you have chlorine dioxide. You can drink it and you can use it as an enema. And I'm telling you guys, it cures. You go get his book. It cures so many autoimmune diseases, Lyme disease, lupus, Parkinson's, MS. The list goes on and on and on. And
I wrote the name of the book down in the chat, but I'm going to send myself an email. What was the name of the book again?
It's called Forbidden Health. Incurable was yesterday. Andreas Kalker is a German physicist, and he was associated with Jim Humble, Humble. Jim Humble was the person who came out with MMS, which is called Miracle Mineral Solution. MMS is not as good as chlorine dioxide because MMS is more acidic. He uses acidic acid and sodium chlorite, whereas Andreas Kalker recommends that you use hydrochloric acid and sodium chlorite in your shot glass. So I don't quite understand the difference between the two, but I just go with the chlorine dioxide because you guys can spray this on melanoma on your skin if you've got any sort of skin issues, or you can go buy DMSO from KV Labs and apply that to any sort of melanoma on your skin. You don't need to don't go to these dermatologists because the first thing they say is, "Oh, we need to do a biopsy," and then they cut into you. It's all about the money. It's not about, it's the pharmaceutical industry. All they want to do is put you on drugs, and they just want to, they don't want to give you any of the natural solutions that are cheap and affordable.
He's correct about the vitamin C, right? I've been using baking soda, right? Plain old baking soda and spring water with fresh squeezed lemon, right?
Yep.
And I was a diabetic in I have been diagnosed with diabetes since 2003. As of 2017, I no longer take any diabetic medication, and my A1C had got down to 5.1.
Wow, that's a blessing.
Yeah, so it's some natural things. She's telling the truth. It's natural things that we need to look up that's in the home that we can, put together and, manage our own health, man, because it's getting ridiculous, man. Getting ridiculous. And look out for the radiation, too. I'm on my other guy's panel. I'm on, we were talking about the radiation.
You sound a little muted, Chuck. Okay. I couldn't hear you clearly. You sounded a little muted. I can hear you now.
No, I said we were talking about the radiation levels and stuff, how we be getting radiation poison, where it may look like you got third ailment, but if you look up radiation poison and you see the different symptoms of radiation poison, low level or high level, and so you can trace it all back to N1H1, influenza, swine flu.
Wait, can't hear you, dear.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I said if you trace, go all the way back to H1N1, the swine flu, and the bird flu, all of it is the same thing. Influenza, radiation, right? Radio frequency waves. It turns that, and it's almost like a detonator, right? And it heightens that. Where you use so-called C19 allegedly, right? So we got to be careful out here. That's all I'm saying.
You were going in and out, but I can hear you. I got the gist.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much. You all have contributed so much to the conversation. Somebody had asked me about motu proprio. I'm going to speak just briefly on it, and please chime in if you all desire to. Motu proprio is a letter that the Pope had written to President Obama about circa 2014, 2015. And in that letter, he said President Obama, you are the president of the United States Incorporated, you and all presidents before you. None of you were presidents of the Republic. Therefore, you are ought to cease and desist. And in the letter, he goes on to say about all the corporate agencies. It reminds you of the Chevron deference. He said all the corporate agencies, the three-letter agencies that are attached to the United States Incorporated, they have to cease and desist. And then if we don't cease and desist, since we have been operating unlawfully, the Grand Army of the Republic will be formed to take down this system that has enslaved humanity. He goes on to talk about how African Americans were enslaved to pay off a debt, but then it was changed to enslave everybody. And he says it in his letter. And it's a whole page long. I did a video on it. I'll put it in the description section for you. But he said that Obama was supposed to let the people know that the corporation was unlawful and would be taken down. And of course, to my knowledge, Obama never had done that, but that is what they're calling motu proprio. And that letter, first, again, I think it came out in 2014, and then it was became a little more public in 2015. And I found that information out from Taj Tariq Bey, who calls himself, he goes by, I think he is the Grand Sheik of the Moors. I'm sure some of you have heard of him before. So that's what I wanted to say about that. So that was the precursor to everything we see going on right now. This has been planned for a long time, and probably even before that letter came out, to take down the deep state cabal, United States Incorporated mafia that's been enslaving the whole planet.
Right. You're right. She's correct. It was a civil order letter that he sent, my bad, to Barack Obama in 2014, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Civil order, yep.
Everybody who's also saying, a lot of people going around all those saying, oh, Obama was born in Kenya and he's not able to become president. You guys, anybody can become president of a corporation. It's an unlawful corporation. In a corporation, you have officers, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer. Kamala can be one of those. So can Obama. Anybody can be. And these corporations, they can make bylaws. They're not allowed to make laws against we the people. And the way they roped us in was by our all caps names, are all capital letters. If you look at your driver's license, your passport, your social security card, and your birth certificate, your name is in all capital letters. That's because you're a person. A person is a corporation, which is a fictional entity. They made us all basically employees of their stupid, unlawful corporate entity. So it's all unlawful, and all these people who are telling you guys to go become whatever you want to call it, a state national and all that crap, not worth doing, because this whole cabal's coming down. That it's a legal entity because it's a corporation, but it's unlawful. That crap's all coming down. Those guys are all going to Gitmo, and we're going back to the Republic for the United States. And these people are all going to be working for we the people instead of vice versa.
Absolutely. Now, many people have asked me, what's the next step? But I think as much as you can, just operate in your sovereignty now. Like I say, there are things you can do now, like what you all are saying, like use the protocols that you're telling us to cure ourselves. We don't have to use their medical models. Grow our own foods, teach our own children. There are some things we don't have to wait for the white hats to do. That's what being sovereign is all about, in my humble opinion. You don't want to sit on your laurels and just wait for somebody to save you, although it is happening. But there are some things I feel that we can be doing to move this along.
Yeah. So, I think a lot of people also, Dr. Pruitt, are facing, financial turmoil right now. For example, y'all need to know that a mortgage on a house is completely illegal because when you have a mortgage on a house, you have to have a contract. You have to have a contractual agreement that's signed by a bank. So for all of you who own houses with mortgages and you're having problems paying it, find your mortgage contract, because it doesn't exist. And if you call up the bank and tell them to send you the mortgage contract, they're going to tell you to take out your promissory note. The promissory note is a promise to pay. That's a mortgage contract. There is no mortgage contract. It does not exist. Also, in order to have a contract, forget the mortgage contract, but you have to have a bunch of things to form a contract. But the three main things are an offer, an acceptance, and consideration. So an offer would be Bank of America saying, hey, Dr. Pruitt, you want to buy this house? Okay, we're going to loan you $100,000 on this house. And you say, okay, I accept. But then the bank has to transfer money. So ask the bank to prove that they transferred money. You guys, we have fractional reserve banking right now. So what is fractional reserve banking? Fractional reserve banking is when you go to the bank and you deposit $1,000 and the bank is allowed to lend out 10 times that amount. So you deposit $1,000, but the bank can lend out $10,000. Where'd they get the $9,000 from? Where'd that $9,000 come from? They created it out of thin air. For any of you in accounting, they just did a general journal bookkeeping entry in their stupid books. Accounts receivable due from Dr. Pruitt and credit to, capital contribution, but no money transferred. Where'd they get that $9,000? So for somebody who deposits $1 million, they can loan out $10 million. Where'd they get the other $9 million from? They created it out of thin air. That means they never transferred any money, which means there was no consideration involved in that mortgage that they did with you. All illegal. All 100% illegal. You're going to get all these. That's why when NESARA, some people refer to it as NESARA, when that takes place, these mortgages are all going to be forgiven and income taxes are going to go away. And I do believe that for all of we, the people who've paid into this fraudulent tax system, we will get some of the money refunded, but it's not going to be back in one lump sum. I believe it will be given back in tranches based on your age, based on when you're going to retire. It'll be given back slowly because, we all still have to work. We can't quit. We still have an economy we have to grow. You can't just sit home and eat bonbons after you get your blessings back. So I think that will be, and by the way, there's only about 1% worldwide that know about this RV and believe in this RV. So, for all the people here who are on this channel thinking, there's not that many people, you guys, that are aware of this, that are holding foreign currencies. So be blessed. But I think all this stuff is going to come back as a boomerang effect. It's just going to take time. Nobody knows the timing of this, but it will happen. So hold strong. We're going back to common law courts, these maritime admiralty courts, law of the sea, where they've inflicted upon us totally illegal, totally unlawful, totally wrong. And for those of you who are facing foreclosure, get on a website called commonlawcourt.com.
Okay.
I'll send you some information, Dr. Pruitt. There's another guy over in Germany who I'm friends with.
Okay.
He's able to write letters, you guys, because common law is international.
Okay.
I'll hook you up with Peter Walker. Peter Walker is helping people who have been foreclosed on still stay in their homes without being ousted. And I'll send you an email with him. He's got a show called the NESARA Show on Wednesdays and Saturdays that I'm on.
Okay.
He's brilliant when it comes to understanding the UCC codes, which are the universal commercial codes that they put us on. We're not UCC. We're not a person, you guys. We are a man or a woman. We're not a person, a human being. We're not a human being. A human being is an animal. We're not an animal. We're a woman and we're a man. We're not a human being and we're not a person.
Thank you, Sister Happy.
Yeah, they just do this to trick us with Black's Law Dictionary. They've just done all this crap to us. There's a difference between legal and lawful. Everything that they're doing might be legal, but it's not lawful.
It's not constitutional. Amen.
Yep.
Thank you so much. You can stay here, but I want to also thank Sister Joe. She had to go. Thank you. Peace and blessings to you, Sister Joe. Brother Shaq, thank you so much for joining us. Brother Gerald was on. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And now we welcome Meta Conscious here with Sister Be Happy and Dr. Kia Pruitt. Sister Be Happy is giving us so much information.
Thank you, all my brothers. I love you.
We love you. Hi, Meta Conscious.
How are you?
Fantastic.
You are awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Everything that you're doing is tons of information that you're giving out. I know I've been doing this for about 10 years now. A lot of things that I've already known. I've been studying common law um, for about 20 years now. Studied law under Dr. Charles Knox, prominent law professor of the 20th century, phenomenal. He actually started a law school in Chicago on the South Side that was um, uh, that was gratis to anybody of color, and a lot of people, including Bobby Russ, Luis Gutierrez, former aldermen, got their law degrees from Dr. Charles Knox. So, uh, including, so I've been blessed to have some great mentors. Dr. Delbert Blair was one of my mentors. Phenomenal, and I'm excited about what you're doing. I definitely need to reach out to you.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's my pleasure to be here for the Soul family. Without you all, I wouldn't even be relevant.
You are
Thank
awesome.
you.
Thank you.
Before you leave, you talked about Dr. Delbert Blair, a master metaphysician. Have you seen my podcast with Tony Vortex, the mentee of Dr. Delbert Blair?
I did. I'm trying to remember Tony because Tony had to be a little kid back then. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, wait a minute, I know the face looked familiar,
Yeah.
but me and Dr. Delbert Blair was very, very, very close.
Okay.
I was close with his family. I know the Meta Center taught me a lot. So we have a very we had a very close relationship. So I did see Mr. Vortex. I enjoyed that podcast. There's a lot of things that I would love to share with you. I know you're familiar with Dr. Mona Harris. She is awesome, awesome sister. You know, you put me in the mind of all these great women.
Oh,
You
wow.
know,
You.
you know, and I think that we should honor because I think we live in this patriarchal male-dominated society for so long. We tend to forget the role that the matriarchs played in our society.
You're so sweet. Thank you. Yeah, we need each other. We need both the masculine and the feminine principle. We cannot survive without one another.
Yes, definitely, definitely.
And you spoke of the Metal Center, so I want to bring up for our family. Thank you so much. You can stay if you want. Just here is what the website looks like. Is it showing on your screen? Because I went to the back end. That this is the Meta Center family. I will put the the link in the chat because Tony Vortex comes on and he talks about different herbs that he has, organic heirloom seeds that he has on the site, spices, teas, what else? Magnetic therapy, colloidal silver, colloidal gold, monoatomic silver, which is what I take to address any type of, sicknesses or viruses. In fact, the monoatomic gold, many researchers say, is the manna that fell from heaven that the children of Israel ate when they were traversing through the wilderness when they came out of slavery and before they went into the promised land. So the monoatomic gold, it increases your psychic abilities. It gives you vivid dreams. It gives you energy. It's just amazing. So if you're interested in any of those products or any services that he provides, like the ones of which he spoke when he came on the podcast the other day, I put it in the chat for you. It's the metacenterchicago.com. You can get any products that you want, and you can use my code DRKIA 2024. That's Dr. Kia 2024, DRKIA 2024 at the checkout, and you'll get an 11% discount. And he asked me how much of a discount. You can give up to 11% of discount for your audience. I say give them the maximum. So he said you can go between 1 and 11. I said let's give our family 11%. So again, you go to the Meta Center. What is it? Metacenter.com. It's in the chat. Use my code DRKIA 2024 and you can get 11% off on all your products. So that's it I want to say about that. So what else you want to talk to us about, brother E-Meta Conscious? It's such a pleasure having you.
I'm a nutritional therapist by trade. Been a vegan for about 15 years now. I deal with nutrition, and I love when you talk about um, on the everything deals. We're dealing with everything on the cellular level, which is so true, and a lot of us don't recognize and don't understand how that actually works. So, being a nutritional therapist, having a background in law, we ran a center called the African American Children's Law Clinic back in the late '80s, early '90s, where we fought for rights of when they was creating the prison pipeline. So, of course, I'm from Chicago,
Okay.
and so I was a part of some great movements. I have a nonprofit organization called New Paradigm. That's NUPARADIGM Foundation.com. And I would love to have you. I have some just recruited this awesome sister. I would love to have you to speak to some of our students and some of the people that we service, our clients, and just introduce you to some of the people, the gentlemen that's a part of my program. I call them the Council of the Elders. So we have some great men and women, phenomenal that is a part of creating that new paradigm that we need in order to become that sovereign people again and start recreating that paradigm that existed before that great trauma, as Dr. Deborah Blair would always say, a great trauma came and changed the genetics of our people. And we have to understand that that still exists because of what they're doing on the cellular level, what they put in the air with what we breathe, what they put in our food with what we eat, um, what they put in the drinks and what we drink, the thoughts and everything. So we're doing our part. Thank you so much for doing your part.
You're
I
welcome.
I want to definitely connect with you because more people need to know who you are and what you're doing. So we definitely, I talked to some of my members of my organization, and they are excited. They all follow you now, and
Oh, thank you.
yeah, and we're excited about the movement that's going on, and we are creating the new paradigm because the old one isn't working.
Amen. And don't you just love the way so many people of different religious backgrounds, different nationalities, different so-called ethnicities, I mean, different just affiliations, how we're all coming together to support each other to create this new paradigm? Isn't that exciting?
It is extremely exciting because that's what we need. It's about the principle of oneness. You know,
Yes.
it doesn't matter what you follow. What matters is how you're living. You
Mm.
know, and we're creating that value system over again. We're creating those spiritual principles that pursue the meaning of purpose that is in pursuing in the meaning of purpose in our work. You know, and that desire that you have to connect to other people and all people is very important.
That's
It's
right.
very important that we connect to all people and the desire to be a part of a community.
Yes,
You know,
sir. Yeah.
and that's what it is: relationship, value, and life purpose. And I think you found your purpose, and I'm really grateful for you. Many people don't find their purpose. You
Yeah.
know, So
Yes.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Many are called, but few are chosen. And when you get chosen, you have to answer the call. And thank you for picking up the phone and answering that call.
Welcome. What the scripture says, make your calling and election sure. You
Yeah.
have to, as you know, you can be called, but you have to know that you are called. You have to walk in it.
Yes, yes. You got to answer that call. You got to first thing you got to do is pick up that phone when you call.
That's
You got
right.
to pick that phone up. And thank you for picking up the phone. And we have some awesome people that follow you from Chicago. Just a lot of people, and for having the courage to bring this information. Let me tell you, that takes a lot of courage, Dr. Pruitt.
Thank you. Thank you
That
so
takes a lot of courage. I'm here to tell you. That is not a you gotta put on the full body armor.
Thank you for saying that. And I want to encourage the soul family, just to add on to what you say, is when you're called to do something, just do it. You might be nervous, you might be uncomfortable, but what they say, speak even if your voice quivers, because God will make a way for you. When I started, brother, I had a janky old cell phone that was completely outdated. I had a little Chromebook that cost like $139, my little computer, and I just started talking. I just started,
Wow.
and I was told I was crazy. I was, of course, I was supporting the things that Donald Trump was doing. So that really made me a target, so to speak. And people made fun of me and said things, but I just kept speaking. I kept saying, I know what God told me. I don't care if I don't see the evidence with my eyes. I'm going to do what God told me. And I know what he showed me in visions and dreams. I had visitations. Dr. Delbert Blair talked about different galactic beings, extraterrestrial beings. I saw a group come to me and talk to me and tell me all the stuff, a lot of stuff that was going to unfold, and gave me the charge through they came to me, but it was the charge was from source to raise the vibrations of our soul family. And what they said to me is, we will take the vibrations when you raise those vibrations, and we will use that energy to liberate the planet.
Yes, yes. And I often tell people, I say, I can tell, as an empath, I feel energy, and I can tell when people get into a flow of what I choose to call, it's kind of like getting a download.
Yes.
It's like getting a download, and I can tell. And and I often tell people, I was like, "Wow, Dr. Kidd is in she's getting a download because how you flow, and it comes so naturally and fluently, and I can tell when you connect to that etheric chord,
Thank you.
and allows you to get that download, and this is so important, and hopefully it'll let us know as men that we need to respect and understand. I've been an avid supporter of Donald Trump for a very long time. When I saw some of the things that he done for, people say often, "Oh, he done this, he didn't do this, he's that," and I'm like, you obviously is not. Spending 40 years in politics, I know politics, and I'm just like, wow, he gave more money than the history of presidents to HBCUs. How do
Yeah,
you not acknowledge that?
yeah, yeah.
How do you not acknowledge that the black unemployment rate was at an all-time low during this presidency?
And how do you acknowledge him? What was it? The First Step? How do you not acknowledge the First Step Act, where what it was it non? What is it non? The federal, the people who had offenses against them, but they weren't. What do you call it? There were
Uh,
federal offenses, but not.
Violent. They wasn't violent.
They
Violent
were right,
offenses.
non-violent offenses. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Yeah.
he released like so many people from prison that had committed non-violent offenses. And what, almost 90% were Black men?
Yes.
That's huge because we have a problem in our community of not having men.
Yes.
So to release our fathers and our husbands back home is amazing.
Yes. And my part is that we are creating a behavioral modification program because we're dealing with the behavior and we're changing the dynamics of the community because 85% of all human learning is born out of what is called conditioned behavior. So 85% of us is not going to learn from book, school, curriculum, lectures, videos, yada, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 85% is going to learn from whatever is going on in their environment.
Right, right.
So we need to tap into that. And we have to support you to keep doing what you're doing, bringing this information, and to encourage more people to speak up as you are doing. And I am avid about getting you to create something that would encourage more people to more women because it's the divine feminine principle that has to return that is going to help us make this transcendental evolution and take the earth into the next dimension. And that's what we're here to do.
Wow. Yes, sir. Thank you. You've been very encouraging. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes, please stay in contact with me. You can email me at kiapruitt@gmail.com and follow me on all my social media at just DRKIAPRUITT. But it would be my great honor and pleasure to have you on the show and to stay in contact with you because we might have some great work to do together.
Oh yeah, we already got it. It's Justin, and we have some great work to do. I can't thank you enough for the work that you're doing. This is, I wish, it's just hard to put into words. I wish there was more, and this is how we know the divine feminine principle is divine. It's divine, and understanding that we come from a matriarchal society and not a patriarchal society. As a culture, we come from that society, and that we lift and exalt up that principle, and because the society today teaches us to downgrade and say derogatory and detrimental things about that feminine principle and that feminine energy, and we need to change that. And that's what my program is about, dealing with the trauma, dealing with teaching our young men and women conflict resolution, dealing with grief counseling, and I have some awesome people. I just recruited this one sister who is a psychiatrist, and she is really awesome. So definitely got to get her connected with. I'm meeting with her this weekend, and I got to put her up on it. I told her I got some people you got to connect with. So she's open, and definitely I got to connect her with you. We got some great work. What a great time to be alive. What a great time to be alive.
It's amazing. I agree.
Yeah.
Yes, thank God.
So I'll definitely be connecting with you. You said your email address is drkiapruitt@gmail.com.
It's Kia Pruitt, KIAPRUITT @gmail.com. And I'll put it in the private chat. KIAPRUITT. Oh, Be Happy is back. Thank you so much, Be Happy. She said Dr. Pruitt is the best. Thank you so much. She's back.
Sorry, I was trying to get on the chat, but then I went on the chat and StreamYard kicked me off.
Oh, no. People are saying that they're really appreciating this conversation, you all. So thank you so much for joining us. And if anybody wants to join the chat, you see I have the link right here across the screen. I'll also put it in the chat for you all. If you can just click on the link, or I don't know if did you have to copy and paste it or just click on the link? How does it work, family?
I clicked on the link, but I actually had to download STARD as an app to join your show, Dr. Pruitt.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So anybody wants to join the conversation, we're having a family affair. What? This is Tuesday night. I know you all have to go to work in the morning. I don't want to keep you late, but
This is more important than work. Work is a 4-letter word. God never, ever, ever created us to be working these 8-hour days, 7 days a week. That was not what we were created for. This is all part of the Illuminati crap, which is
Yes,
going by the wayside.
yes. And Be Happy, thank you so much for posting about chlorine dioxide. I've been following this, the universal antidote.
Yep.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yes.
Thank
You
you so
guys
much.
need to get on the chlorine dioxide. You guys, I drink it every single day. You only put 10 milliliters in a 1 liter bottle. You can't even taste it, you guys. You cannot even taste this. It's like it just gets rid of all the parasites.
I'm
I'm
taking
going to
notes.
send you, Dr. Pruitt, I'm going to send you my product list. You can post it.
Okay.
And
yes.
and I'm going to send everybody a video on how to make it. It's so easy. If I can make it, any of you guys can make it.
Thank you. Please send that.
It's 11:11, family. People are telling me in the chat. That's wonderful. 11 is a portal. It's a doorway. It's 11:11 p.m. We have 7,857 people in the chat. That's
Hey, Dr. Pruitt, do people know what COVID-19 stands for? And
Wow.
these mofos, wanted to track and trace all of us and treat like literally useless eaters. And if you look up at the patent that Bill Gates owns, it's WO 2020 space 060606. WO stands for the World Order for Global Communism and Depopulation starting in 2020. You got 060606. You take out the zeros, you got 666, and that's Satan. All these people try to tell you what they're doing using code words and stuff, but we're going to beat them. We are going to beat these people. That's why I tell everybody, get on chlorine dioxide. Get on chlorine dioxide. For those of you who want to do ivermectin, you can also do ivermectin too. There's a lot of places out there for ivermectin too. I take ivermectin and I do chlorine dioxide. And I do water fasting, you guys. I'll do water fasting for 3, 4, 5, sometimes 2 weeks with just nothing but distilled water. That helps detoxify, but you got to work your way up to doing that. You got to condition yourself to do that.
Yes, and to add to what you're saying, I would say everything that the so-called elite, these people, the cabal, the dark forces do, is the antithesis or the opposite of what should be done. For example, they taught us, and in their reality, 666 is of the devil and it's evil, and that's how they operate. But in ancient times, 666 represented 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons, which is carbon, which is life. Everything that has life has carbon in it. These evil, dark people or entities, excuse me, they are against life.
Yep. And if you guys think about it, look at BRICS, BRICS. BRICS equals GESARA, GESARA. Look it up, you guys. Do the numerology on it, not the gematria, but the numerology. Second letter in the alphabet's 2. Do the letters. BRICS equals GESARA. You'll come up with 33 equals 33. And don't be alarmed. That doesn't mean 33 masonry. The number 369, the frequencies with 369 are very powerful numbers.
How do you work that? I keep hearing that 369.
So if you do BRICS and you do BRICS and you do B is 2, RICS. So what's R? I don't remember what R is. I is the letter 9. ABC is the number 3. And then you add all those numbers up and do GESARA. You're going to get 33 equals 33, which are mirrors of one another.
Beautiful. Thank you.
BRICS is GESARA, and in my opinion, you guys, the United States has 1,000% joined GESARA. It's BRICS and GESARA. It's just that they can't tell anything right now because Israel was saved for last. I don't know if you guys understand this or not, but our government is ruled by Nazis as well as Israel. These are Nazis. World War II, those people never perished. They were brought over and they're ruling us. and it's all over again. So the Nazis, the Khazarian mafia, the Zionists, these people need to be taken down because they're trying to take us down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have 7,966 people in the chat. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, share this video because you all are adding to the discussion and sharing some amazing information that the whole family needs to hear. And if you want to join the chat, then just click on the link here. I have it up on the screen, and I also put it in the chat for you to join. All you have to do is click it on. You might have to download StreamYard if you don't have it, and join the show. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Yes. And I want to add one last thing. I heard you talked about these evil, wicked entities and people. And Dr. Delbert Blair used to always say that there are very powerful principles of energy, very powerful principles of energy and principles of consciousness awareness that exists to create harmony within and for themselves by creating havoc to us.
Wow.
And he said they're not necessarily these wicked beings, but our fear, our disharmony is their food source. You know, so these high evolutionary beings, but from a lower stratus, just means that they remember what we have forgotten.
Wow. Wow.
But we're waking up, and everything is waking up, and we're doing it as a group. And what a great time, because there is no race involved in it. There is no anything. We're coming together as one. So we're going back to the source, the oneness, which is extremely, extremely important for us to realize, that we understand that these principles of energy are not necessarily the individual people, because anybody could operate out of their higher or their lower self.
That's
you
right.
know? And based on the frequency that you're vibrating in, you can be overcome by any of these principles of energy, you know. And always remember, it's not that they are bad. It's just that our disharmony, our havoc is their food source. So they need us to be in fear. They need us to be in disharmony. They need us to be in all of these lower vibrational frequencies, so that it can be their sustenance, their food source, so that they can continue to exist. And that's why the earth is rising up to the next, to the higher dimension, because the omni lords of the higher dimensions won't allow what they call those thought pollutions to enter the higher dimensions. So we still got some work to do. We got to get rid of those thought pollutions that we hold on to.
You're right. And just to add a little bit to what you're saying, one of the words that I heard to describe what you're saying is loosh. So when this psychic energy that you emit when you're traumatized, when you're afraid, when you're nervous, and when you're worried, is called loosh. And that energy is what these vibrational beings eat or absorb. So that's why it's important for us to eat well, sleep well, take care of ourselves, and keep our vibrational frequencies raised up, so that we won't feed those entities. In fact, we'll be feeding the universe, the multiverse.
Yes.
This positive energy. Yes.
Positive energy. Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. That was beautiful. And before we go on, I just want to acknowledge a few people who contributed and blessed us. I have my Cash App up for anybody who wants to support my work. Of course, nobody has to. Is $ Mama Kia, MAMAKIA 13. I want to say thank you to Harry for giving us a contribution. God bless you and heaven smile on you. Thank you, Sister Kelly. And thank you, Brother Lydell. I am so grateful. You all are amazing. You are helping me to be able to use some money to to take some time off from having to go and teach children as much as I was and study and present the news to you. So we have 8,000 people in the chat. I am just so overwhelmed with joy and gratitude. Like the video, please. Subscribe to the channel. Share the video. Share the video because people are saying this is a very, very important conversation that we're having here on camera. And some of you in the chat are just sharing so much information. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And no, you don't have to use the camera if you want to join the conversation. Just click the link in the chat, and I also have it here on the screen. So I want to ask you all this question about the Chevron deference. When the Supreme Court overturned the Chevron deference and said that, you know, now these federal agencies can no longer create their own laws and rules, and the judges can no longer defer back to them if we tried to come against these agencies or call them out or challenge them. Do you all think, was that it? You know, did that completely end the cabal and the elite? And will those agencies now go down? What are your thoughts?
I don't know, Dr. Pruitt. I've heard twofold. I've heard that will create more totalitarianism, and I don't understand why, because if I mapped out the entire United States government and all of its agencies using Dun & Bradstreet, and so the only parent corporation is government of the United States, and then all the departments are subsidiary corporations. And I feel like they have all been making, they're only allowed to make bylaws, not laws, bylaws, because they're corporations. They roped us in unlawfully as persons or employees of these corporations, which is unlawful because we never complied. And fraud, that's fraud. Fraud vitiates everything. So fraud means everything is null and void, just like all the mortgages. They're fraud, they're null and void. So I feel like that helps us from the standpoint that the Supreme Court's basically saying, you three-letter agencies, the National Institutes of Homicide, the FBI, the Department of Injustice, the Department of Death, all of these nefarious agencies, you can no longer place statutory codes, rules, regulations against us because we're common law. We're law of the land, which supersedes all your stupid Admiralty, international, dead at sea laws. However, I've read something recently where I don't remember who posted it somewhere because I'm on so many Telegram channels and Gab and Clout Hub, stating that this might not be so good for us. I don't know. At the end of the day, I keep reminding people, don't look at what Trump is doing. Trump is just the face. It's the military. This was a military operation planned decades ago when JFK was murdered, and he was trying to tell us what this new world order was. For those of you who are really interested, I highly recommend you go get the book by William Cooper. Oh my God, I'm going to
Behold the Pale White Horse.
Behold the Pale Horse. It's an incredible book. That guy, William Cooper, exposed all of this stuff decades ago. It's one of the best books you could ever read.
Wow. Behold the Pale Horse. I'll look it up.
Behold the Pale Horse. Amazing book.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like they're all going down. And I feel like we have to help them by not being complicit in our own enslavement. By not agreeing to comply.
Yep. We do not comply. Do not comply.
Comply. Let's see if I can. Anything else you guys want to discuss? We have 8,171 people on the chat. I suppose people want to hear the conversation, family. Here's the book right here, Behold a Pale Horse, on Amazon. This is the one?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a really good book, you guys. This goes back way, way, way. And, for most of the people that tried to expose this stuff, these people were, suicided.
Yeah, including
very good book. I've got I read all the time. I got 19 books. I read the evil people's books. I actually bought Klaus Schwab's book, COVID-19, because these people all worship Satan. They're all Satanists, and they have to tell you what they're going to do, and you got to figure out the coding. I mean, you just go look at the Chrome logo, you guys. Go look at the Chrome icon. It's 666, you guys. Go to your computer and look at Chrome. It's got a circle in the middle, and it's got 3 colors around it. It forms 666.
And I heard it was about the A word, achrome, the adrenal. I've got to be careful.
Adrenochrome. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I heard it was about. And hi, Sister Jenny Mack is in the chat, is on the panel. Hi, Jenny Mack. How are you?
Hello. Hi,
Hi, Jenny.
Oh, thank you so much for everything you do. I always find out so much information. You're the go-to girl by
Oh,
far.
thank you. Thank you.
By far. Well, I worked in the hospital for 27 years and just knew that was not good. Nothing that they did was right.
Okay. Wow.
So that was my background. I did fitness and all that kind of stuff. But there's a couple things that I haven't really, one thing that I haven't really heard anybody talk about with COVID. And I just noticed it when I read what it was about. Well, it was in the NIH pamphlet of how it works, the mechanism that it works with, whatever. But I don't know if that was real. We never know. But the way I was reading it and I kind of put it together is they were encapsulating these, I don't know if whatever attaches to our T cells and creates the spike protein, they were encapsulating it in the same mechanism or ingredient that I used to use to clot off vessels with. Like we would go in with catheters, and then as you come out, you put the little plug on the outside of the vessel. So that was a known clotter. Like that was known to clot vessels. That's what we used it for. And it was the same ingredient. I mean, I guess obviously it didn't do it in every person's vessel. So I don't know that if that was in just one of the 3 different lot numbers or whatever it was. I don't know. I haven't been able to work in 6 years. But staying at home, I feel like I was supposed to find all this stuff. So that's the first thing. It encapsulates in this ingredient, and then it carries it so that it doesn't attach to anything else. It skips your B cells and attaches to your T cells. And I told my husband then that cancer would be on the rise. Now people are talking about that it causes cancer, and I don't know this, but I just believe that from what it said, I know that these cells are our lesser immune cells, like they fight colds, normal things, lower things, and the T cells are what fights cancer. So, but what it would do is it would attach to each T cell, and it would not excite them or make them work harder. It's a falsity or falsehood, whatever, but it would attach to those T cells and it would keep them busy. So it would our T cells would have to die off and then make more to back up our immune system. And then a year later, we're hearing that cancers, the tumors are growing from 1 centimeter to, in a month, what it would have done in 5 years or something. So it's, I don't know really what the remedy of that is, but really it's just if we build up our immune system, that's got to combat that. I mean, just right off the bat, as far as the cancers that are going rampant. And I think it was smart on their part, because really all it does is it's going to make whatever we have just inflame. So if we have heart disease, if we have bladder disease, if we have cancer, if we have whatever it is, it's going to just allow our body not to fight it, because it's taken up so many of the T cells. And I've not heard anybody say that. I mean, doctors sometimes are not that smart. I love some of my doctors. Some of them just aren't that bright, and then, but that, I don't know if that'll help somebody, whatever, if you get into the situation where you're battling cancer, that's what I think that's where it's coming from. So anyway, and then the second thing is, and it doesn't, I am not affiliated with anybody, and he doesn't make money. It's just a gentleman that, medical medium, people have probably heard of him. He gets his information at age 4. He was visited by God's spirit of compassion.
Wow.
And he's now says he quotes that he's been working for over 40 years. I mean, what he does is spirit dictates to him outside. It's not like a channeling. He hears words outside. And so he dictated the books. I mean, he did see patients, all his life. Well, at age 4, he didn't. He died. He diagnosed and healed his grandmother with food. So it's really about food and where the poisons are, how to take them out of our lives. And he has real time information. I mean, I've proven it to myself. I've dropped to my knees and said that silent prayer, and he answered it verbatim, what I was asking. He does everything for free. He doesn't see people. He sells his books on Amazon, but it's like for half price. So God must have made other arrangements, but he has truly been fighting the good fight, and he's followed by billions. There are billions of people that's on our side just because chronic illness is at the height of everything.
What's his name again? So I can put
his name is Anthony William, but he goes by Medical Medium, and it's medicalmedium.com.
Okay.
Just like you think it would spell. And he has like a free cleanse there, and he really is curing all kinds of chronic diseases. It is insane. I healed a paralyzed leg after a screw severed my nerves because nobody would see me. They thought I was drug seeking after a surgery. And my brain fog got so bad because I think it was just the trauma of all of that, 2 anesthesias in a year, and just coupled with, just everybody telling me I was a liar. I worked in the hospital, and, I went from doctors listening to me to pharmacists, calling me all kinds of names, and still dealing with it at this point.
Wow.
But it's crazy. But I healed the paralyzed leg that the great surgeon that finally saw me said that there was no way that the nerves would reattach. There's no way I would never be able to lift my leg off the floor again. And I don't really know what part of that happened. And I think prior to that, I had like a version of shingles, and he thinks, and he actually called long COVID before it even came out.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
In the original, and I mean, because God knows what these people are going to do, but in his original book, the first book, you'll see it with lungs on it. I think it's like $25 right now or something like that. It's just insane. Yeah. And but he wrote it, he just revised his first book instead of writing a new one, because he knew that they would take it down and remove it from the shelves. So he revised it, and he added some angelic information. He talks about the angels and how to talk to them and ask them for help. It's pretty amazing.
That's beautiful.
Pretty amazing. Yeah. So I just wanted to give y'all some of those.
That was powerful. It's always helpful to hear from somebody that's in the medical community, because you have inside information, and you get to see things that we don't get to see, and you get to actually report on things that some people feel but can't prove.
That's right. And I'm not ever going to be in there again. Well, I mean, with the med beds, yes, but 7 years ago, they let me go after I had my 4th major surgery, 60th procedure, because of my job. It just messed up my spine. And then they let me go, and I was like, that is not the thing you should have done. That's not where I should have been. But I started at Arkansas Children's Hospital in Little Rock, Arkansas in 1993, when Hillary Clinton was coming up there and reading those books. It Takes a Village. And I was like, she was best friends with my doctor, my radiologist. And I always thought she was weird. She dressed like a gypsy, and it just had a bad vibe. And I loved everybody, got along with everybody. I was asked to take Hillary around the hospital, and I said, nope, I'm sorry, I'm with a patient. And I just walked away. I knew she was evil then.
You could feel her energy?
Yes. Emanating off of her. And the whole hospital would just be, it was an aversion to have her there. But I do remember asking where we got as many hearts to transplant as we did, because I did the pre-workup on them. And I was like, how do we get 3 baby hearts a week? Like, where are we getting these from? We had 3 helicopters, 2 Lear jets. It was a big hospital. But I thought, and the kids from Haiti were supposed to be coming. Well, I would see like 1 every month, maybe 1 every 2 months. And they were saying we did so many. And I'm glad I got out of there or moved away after 10 years, because I probably would have gotten in trouble.
Yeah.
Right after I left, my surgeon, the big heart surgeon, supposedly killed himself. And I don't believe that for a second.
Wow.
So I
Wow.
was right in the middle, in the middle.
It's interesting the way though that God would put you in certain places and you don't realize it till later, like, I was
Mhm.
supposed to see what was going on, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yep. Absolutely. So thank you for all that you do. And yeah,
Welcome. Thank
it's been
you.
amazing. I'm
Jenny,
glad
did
to
you
see
used
it.
to be my moderator? Are you the one who used to moderate for me?
No, I've just been following you,
I see you
stalking
all the
you,
time.
maybe since the
Thank you.
beginning.
I am so honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, I've been in litigation for the last 7 years over this job and
Wow.
injury thing. So, and that's just evil too. I've just figured
Mhm.
out that that's evil. So now my sleeping mother believes it because she can't believe what the lawyers are doing and the judges.
You
So she's waking up.
Sometimes you cannot believe the level of evil that these people have been involved in. It's just your brain cannot comprehend it.
I, that's true. Because I remember a year and a half, 2 years ago in January, they told me my good attorney for workman's comp said, and this is funny, rolls back around to the movement. My attorney said, we're going to be delayed a little bit because they just removed 17 judges from the New Jersey bench. Yes. I was
Thank
like,
you.
17? What?
Yes. That's
And
great
then
news.
and then 6 months later we still weren't in, and I looked it up and they removed 70 so far. Like that was 2 years ago. So
Wow.
they were just announcing that it was the Q team. You know, I mean,
Mhm.
I was like, I had a real life 17 experience, you know.
Wow, that's amazing. So, I mean, that's proof it's happening. You
Yeah.
know, we keep saying it's happening, but for somebody to actually know that it's happening and see it and report it is such a blessing.
Yes,
Thank you.
that's the only reason why my husband has stayed on and invested, and because he's seen it real time, you know. So God bless everybody.
God
Thank you
bless
so
you. You're welcome. Thank
All
you.
right.
You have really helped us this evening. Have a very, very pleasant rest and travel well in your dreams.
Thank you. Thank you,
Well,
dear. I'll
I
be
hope this is
watching.
I hope it's one of those nights we go to sleep, on tonight and wake up
Mhm.
the next day to a whole new joyous reality.
Yes, I called my best friend who's watching right now, Sarah, in Florida yesterday, and she
Hi,
said,
Sarah.
Is NESARA here? Is that why you're calling?" I
Right.
said, "Yes."
Did you?
No, I
Wow.
did. I did. I was like,
You
"Yes,
did.
of course it is." We're
Right,
just waiting
right.
on them to, and whatever with it.
We're
Dr. Kia
ushering
says it
you
is.
in.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you
Amen.
for everything, Kia.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Didn't we enjoy Sister Jenny? That was
Oh,
great
thanks.
information. Thank you,
Thanks.
sister. You're welcome.
Love y'all.
We love you too. And before we go on, I just want to thank Curtis. Curtis is from England, I think it is, or the UK. And he says he blessed us with a gift or love offering. Thank you, Curtis. Curtis also sent me a gift of silver. Wasn't that nice? About a year ago. So thank you, Curtis. You're an amazing supporter. He says, This is what envisioned you some time ago, Dr. Kia Pruitt, the inheritance of what was stolen, our connection with our creator, Jehovah Yahweh. Thank you so much, my darling. I appreciate you. And we have Shaq back in the building. Is it Shaq or Chak? Shaq?
Yeah, it's Shaq. It's Shaq. It's Shaq. Yeah, my phone
Hey,
died.
it's good to
Yeah,
have
that's
you
why it was
back.
acting up. Yeah, I just had two things. I don't know. Are you familiar with the U.S. Courts of Appeals? They
You
just
escort
appealed.
the people.
Yeah, the U.S. Courts of Appeals, so the Fifth Court. They just
No.
reversed the a dismissal, right?
Mm-hmm.
A dismissal of a case from physicians who were seeking to sue various credentialing boards about the COVID-19 suppressing the COVID-19 information.
Mm.
Um, yeah, that
Oh,
just came out too, so I don't know. Yeah,
wow. Wow.
they
So
got
much
to.
is
Yeah,
happening.
so yeah.
Thank you.
Another thing, she talked about the Chrome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had got a download once before on another podcast, and I broke it down. So they looked at me like I was crazy, but I think the energy is strong. So I think the creators give us different downloads. So I was looking at Chrome, right? I look at the emblem, the
Mm-hmm.
sign of Chrome, right? You look inside of it, and I'm looking at the word, and I'm looking like, okay, you spell it CHROME, right? Chrome.
Right. Right.
Okay, so if I, what language how to use what it's called conjectures, right?
Mm-hmm.
Conjunctions. Is it conjectures or conjunctions when you take one word and add it together?
Oh,
So I'm looking at the C.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the Church of Rome, and then you look inside the symbol. The symbol that's a
Wow,
symbol of the Colosseum. You're looking down inside the Colosseum.
that's right. Wow.
Yep,
Wow.
yep,
It is something
yep.
how the creator would just download certain information and you'll be like, wait, how did I get that thought? And it makes so much
Right. Never
sense.
thought about it ever,
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
just comes to you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't
Mm-hmm.
want too much. I didn't want to take up too much of time. You ladies are building, doing great information and stuff.
So what do you think
How
before you
often do you come on?
that
Huh?
whenever you know what I need to be more consistent. I come on, I try to I'm starting to come on every day. So
Okay.
I would say like 3 or 4 times a week, but now every day. And I need to be more consistent with the time. But sometimes I'll think about I need to
Mhm.
come on, but if I don't have anything to report, I feel like I'll be wasting your time, the audience's time, if I just show up, without really having
Mhm.
something to say. So I'm trying to figure out how to work that out. Uh,
Right. Right.
People would like to see me be consistent. They want to know, like at 9 o'clock you come on, and I respect that. I just don't know how to come on at 9 o'clock if I don't have anything to say. What do you suggest? Do you have any suggestions?
I tried it. I guess, like you said, you gotta well, just take a poll. Ask your audience. What do they?
Okay.
I guess you could do a suggestion, like put a poll out in your, I guess, in your community section and ask them what are 3 topics you want to cover outside of like your special reporting topics and stuff,
Thank
and
you.
maybe come on those special times and
Okay.
you know have a conversation with your audience about those topics. They may be curious about.
Oh, I like that. I'm typing that and making a note to myself right now. What's your background, Shaq?
Well, I'm just a regular old Joe father,
Oh, you're a dad? That's not regular. Being a dad, that's one of the most, if not the most important jobs in the whole world. That's
Yeah,
a
my son, he just
beautiful.
graduated, matter of fact, high school this year.
Oh, that's great. Well,
He turned
congratulations.
18. Yep.
Ah,
Yep.
any plans for him?
Well, he working right now. He got his first job. Matter of fact, he got his first job on his birthday, a week or two ago, on the 26th.
That's
So
wonderful.
he's just working right now. He's
That's
enrolled in community college, so he's gonna, get the prereqs out, and then
hmm
probably just go from there.
A lot of people don't know that. Well, you probably know this, but it's less expensive, and a lot of people that went into medicine. I used to work for a medical school, the University of Louisville School of Medicine, and a lot of
Hmm.
people who went on to become doctors actually started off at the community college. Because it was less expensive, you still can get the prerequisites. You get the same type of education. They can get their basic sciences, their anatomy, gross anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, right at the undergrad. I mean, right at the community college level for almost half the price of the 4-year university schools. So I think that's very smart of him to start out the community college, and he might even stop there if he gets a trade.
Yeah, well, that's just funny you mentioned it because I was whispering it there. Hey, you need to try to find a trade. You need to try to find a trade, but for some reason, me being they consider me old, it go one ear.
Yeah.
But he heard one of his peers, his friends he grew up with, just so happened he told him the other day about, man, you should check in the trade school because I think he was going for welding. He gonna come back and tell me, yeah, man, trade, my I said, I said,
Oh,
yeah, oh really? I had to
right.
break down, oh really? Trade school? What are you doing in?
Now, when you said it all, Dad, you're just an old man. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Nobody go to no trades. But now my background, yeah, I mainly worked in the security field. You know, I worked for
Okay.
a couple of companies, couple of corporations, big brand corporations. You know, but yeah, it got, like I said, with the diabetes, it took a toll on my vision. Well, I say it took a toll on me, but um, I ended up getting surgery done as recommended by the doctors, and they ended up messing the vision up. So I just kind of been trying to find another way to correct that and come on to this next chapter and find out a different skill set, you know, on this next
Yes.
chapter with this particular situation.
Have you gotten you some currencies?
Oh yeah,
Okay. Okay. Good. 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 Good.
yeah.
Currencies, and I know we don't know when it's going to happen that we get to go to the bank to exchange on our currencies, but we know it's going to happen for just for our soul family that's listening. Currencies, and for those of you who can't afford it, or if it's in your budget, consider silver, because silver is about $31 per ounce, but I think it was like 2017 or
Hey,
2018.
Dr. Pruitt,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Everybody on here can afford a Zim special aggro check.
Yes, ma'am.
Hequue. It's less than the price of a 1 ounce silver coin. Come on, you guys, work with me here. Come on.
I'm
You guys
glad
can go to banknoteworld.com and call up and ask for Craig George. He's out of Woodbridge, Virginia. You can get yourself a special aggro check, a Zim. It's a farm bond. It's not one of the 100 trillion Zim bonds, which are now $300. This is
Wow,
you could also get your guys a Venezuelan Bolivar 100T. That's like 11 or 12 bucks. Come on, you guys. 2 of those are less than the price of a 1 ounce silver coin. Come on, you guys, work with me here. I'm trying to make you guys blessed. You can use your credit card. Credit card debt is going to get erased too. Just go buy it, for crying out loud. You can get yourself, what is it? A 500,000. I can't remember what it is for a dinar. Zimbabwe, not a Zimbabwe. Yeah. A dinar, not a dinar, not an Iraqi dinar. What is it? And not a Zim. What is a dong? A dong, a Vietnamese dong. I get so confused with all
So the
these.
Zimbabwe is
Get
Zimbabwean bro.
yourself a dong, my
Just
God.
look it up.
You guys, if you just get one of each of those,
Okay.
you guys you'll be so. I mean, I want to prove to you guys. Can I prove to you guys right now that this RV is going to take place, Dr. Pruitt?
Please.
So you're in front of your computer right now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So go to www.occ.gov so everybody can see.
The OCC?
Yeah, that's the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency.gov. That is the organization that regulates the banks.
Okay.
Which we all know are going away. But right now, you got to realize that the military is in charge right now. OCC.gov.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. And while I'm going to that website, I want to say thank you so much, Patriot Pam. She's a huge supporter of the show, and she's always encouraging me, sending me positive messages. Thank you so much for the monetary blessing. God bless you, and Creator smile on you. So I'm going to that website. I appreciate you all staying up so late with us. We're having a ball over here.
We don't have anything better to do. We're waiting for the RV. Come on. We all want the recreational vehicle, don't we?
That's right, the recreational vehicle. Yeah. Is this it?
OCC.gov, and then in the search bar, you want to type in quantum financial system and hit enter.
Okay, quantum financial system.
The whole word. And then see that alert? Click on that alert document.
Okay.
Okay, and go to that's a guarantee letter. Go down to page 3, line 4, and it says line 4, in preparation for the global currency reset and the quantum financial system, which is currently running parallel. What is it running parallel to? The cabal's SWIFT system, you guys. Come on.
Wow.
Everybody needs to wake up. This is such great news. And it
They
says that
must-
all payments have to be made in accordance with the International Quantum and Initiative Act. That was,
Mhm.
come on, you guys. We're going on a
It
new.
was passed. Yes.
Yes, come on, guys.
Keep reading, sister. This is good. Passed by the United States House of Representatives and
Yep.
approved by the UN and the USMCA.
Yep. United States. Yep. Uniform Code of Military Justice, all that. Law of War Manual, all of this stuff, you guys. We're going on. We have the new United States Treasury notes. They're already in the vaults of the banks. They can't tell you that. Just like Japan announced new currency, just like Zimbabwe announced the new ZIG. Everybody's getting new currency. Why? Got to take it from the cabal. Got to take them down. They no longer can print money and they no longer can control the money supply anymore. They've been doing this not just in the United States, you guys, but worldwide. And by the way, don't you guys ever get upset or scared about how the US dollar is going to zero? It's not going to zero. By the way, the United States is not the only quote unquote bankrupt corporation or bankrupt country. They're all bankrupt. So if you don't think that Canada's not bankrupt and Japan's not bankrupt and New Zealand and Australia, all these countries are bankrupt because they were ruled by the international bankers or the bloodline families. They bankrupt all of us. They play and they take us to war and they play both sides. They're not going to do that anymore. That's why everybody's taking their currency out of circulation and rolling out new currency, because we got Space Force that was created by the military. We now know everything. These people can't hide anymore. Bye-bye.
Somebody said that's music to my ears.
Yeah. So for those people who don't understand the difference between the quantum financial system and the CBDC, which is the central bank digital currency, and they are competitor platforms, the quantum financial system, and a lot of people don't understand what blockchain is. So I'm going to dumb it down for all of you guys.
Thank you.
So to build a house, you need a foundation.
Okay.
So what is blockchain? Blockchain is the foundation upon which these currencies are on. And a currency is it's digital. Okay, so which means it has a bunch of zeros and ones all over it. But you guys don't understand. You've already been using a digital system for a long time. What do you think it is when you go to a supermarket and you put your debit card in to one of those machines? That's digital. They just take the money from your bank account. We're already in a digital system right now. When you use Visa, MasterCard, you're using a digital card. And so when I say that all the assets are going to be tokenized means they're all going to be assigned a digital number. So your United States Treasury notes are going to have a number associated with every single United States Treasury note, and that is needed so that these quote unquote bastards cannot print money anymore, and they cannot control the supply of our money, and they can't counterfeit the money anymore, because if everything has a digital ID and it's on the blockchain system, which is like the foundation upon your house that's built, the blockchain is the foundation upon which all of these digital currencies will be built on. And so it's not scary. It's the best thing that could ever happen to us. We don't want the central bank digital currencies because that is the cabal. We want the quantum financial system where we, the people, are going to be our own bankers. And then these banks are going to quote unquote function as wealth managers. So, they're basically going to be our bitches instead of us being their bitches, for lack of a better explanation.
I'm glad you said you can say words I can't say.
Yeah. I mean, I hope I don't get you any strikes on
Nah.
YT. But this is the way it was always supposed to be. We were always supposed to be in control. These people were supposed to work for us. And instead, they enslaved us with our all caps names, and they enslaved us, taking over our banking. And now we're taking their currency out of control. We have Space Force. Listen to Trump. He's the face, but it's the United States military that's doing this. We have it all. They know everything.
No,
We are going to be so blessed, you guys. Look at what just Dr. Pruitt just read in preparation for the global currency reset. For those of you who follow Frank 26, Keeping the Faith always, okay, I follow him. He and his wife went into Chase Bank a while ago, and I don't know how long ago, but it was quite a long time ago. He met with a wealth manager. The wealth manager gave him a booklet, and I saw him on his show flip through it. On the lower left-hand corner of that booklet, it said Global Currency Reset.
What?
Those words were on that booklet.
Wow.
So when you look at and then look at all of the countries that are issuing new currencies, and then don't be afraid. The United States is not bankrupt. We already had our debt paid off by the Office of Military Settlements by General Zeleny in March 22nd, 2017. I've seen the documents. For those of you who want proof, go to rumble.com and go to the interview with Sarah Westall. She interviewed Dr. Three Rivers, but these documents are floating around all over the place. He showed the documents. And so the debt clock, that's kind of a teaser right now. They can't really tell everybody that the debt's paid off because we still have so many sheeple. You all have to remember that we're 1%, you guys. It seems like we're a lot because we're on Telegram and we are also awake. It's 1%, you guys. Do you know how many people I've told to go get currencies, and all of them look at me like I'm crazy? I am just a psycho, and I'm like, we're going on total new financial system, and they just look at me like, I mean, these people are still watching CNN and the tell-a-lie vision, otherwise known as the tell-lie vision. They're not awake.
Yeah.
So, but we have blessings coming, you guys. This is just so great, and I'm so excited for everybody here. And we just have to just stick it out for all of you who are suffering. I know we all are suffering economically. We're suffering with, and all of you need to know that once we go on the new financial system, you got to know what happens when we go on that new financial system. What happens? The inflation goes away because these banksters, these evil Illuminati international bankers have put too much fiat currency, and that causes inflation. So when we take that away from them and we issue new currencies, what's going to happen? Prices are going to go down.
Yes.
And what does that mean? I think you guys are going to go down on a lot of things. Houses, all sorts of assets, cars. I mean, perhaps gold and silver. I've heard that gold is actually a renewable. We've been lied to. I know that the price of silver has been suppressed by the banks selling naked shorts on silver, and stuff like that. So maybe silver goes up, but at the end of the day, I think the prices on all assets are going to go down, which is going to be a great thing for us because the new financial system, we're only supposed to be taxed 14% on new purchases, not on used cars, on new purchases, and not on food. So if you buy something new, you're going to pay a tax, but other than that, you're not going to have income tax anymore. That's going to go by the wayside because the IRS is owned by the Crown of England. It's based out of Puerto Rico. Every single dollar you pay in taxes does not stay here. It goes to the Crown of England. Organic Act of 1871, where the corporation was incorporated in 1878. None of the money stays here at all. Property taxes are illegal. Property taxes are excise taxes. And the way you pay them is by recording the deed, your home to the county in the land records. sorry, guys, but it's true. They lie. And
Wow.
so all this stuff is going to be going away. But we just read that the Office of the Comptroller Currency just said in preparation for the global currency reset. And by the way, Dr. Pruitt,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
letter is dated 2020, which means that this system has been running parallel since 2020 at least.
Wow. Wow. Now, who is this? What is this office again? OCC.
Office of the Comptroller Currency regulates the banks, and that is under the Department of Treasury. If you look at the first 2 pages of that alert PDF that you pulled up, there's a lot of stuff that's redacted. It is a guarantee letter. I think it's to somebody, it's to Mexico, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly.
Okay.
So the OCC is under the Department of Treasury, and then the Executive Order 13772 what folded the Federal Reserve under the Department of Treasury, and also which will run parallel for a year until it's totally dismantled, as well as the IRS, which is under the Department of Treasury, which will run parallel. And by the way, I don't know if you guys follow John Dowling. John Dowling on Telegram posted a letter recently where the IRS came after him, and he wrote a letter back to them stating that he never contracted with them, and for them to prove that he has a contract with them. And they wrote him a letter back. I don't know what the original letter said, but the letter that he posted on his channel that came back basically said that the money that they said he owed him had been canceled. I don't know. It wasn't that word. It was something else to that, or to that arena, that, had been whatever. It had been satisfied or whatever.
That's great. John Downing, he has a YouTube channel and a Rumble channel, right? He talks about NESARA. Is that the guy you're talking about?
Yep. John Dowling, but he has a Telegram channel as well, and he is heavily invested in all sorts of currencies. He believes that these things are going to roll out in different baskets, and it will go all at one. But I mean, I think at the end of the day, nobody knows anything, you guys. It's just pure speculation. So, everybody keeps asking, what do I need to have? I mean, when you go to open up a bank account at a bank, what do they want? They want your driver's license. They want to know, maybe they want a utility bill to know where you live. But at the end of the day, this is just all pure speculation. What's going on? Nobody really knows, and everybody's like, "How do you get prepared for this?" When you call, I don't know if we're going to get an 800 number. I don't know if we're going to get an email. We have no clue what we're going to get, because this has never been done before. This is brand new.
It is.
I mean, we've had revaluations of the Kuwaiti dinar and of these other currencies before that we have not participated in. We're not supposed to participate in this. This is why this is such a big blessing. This is just supposed to be the government's
right
to participate in this. We're the 1% chosen ones that get to participate in this. And so with all the viral marketing, the viral channels we have out there, when Dr. Pruitt, when everybody knows, let me tell you, this is going to go viral. People are going to know what to do and know where to go. Everybody has friends. Everybody has 1 or 2 people who they know who are invested in these currencies, and we're all going to get notifications, and we're all going to tell people what to do. And nobody knows if we're going to get an NDA or not. Nobody knows that. Everybody's saying, oh, the Iraqi dinar is worth $28.50. That's their contract rate. And I'm like, okay, well, do you have a written contract for that rate? Because a contract is a written document that shows a contractual rate. I don't believe that we're entitled to a contractual rate if we don't have a contract. So I always tell people, when you go into your appointment, be super nice and just tell the person, hey, I've heard there's all these different rates out. There's special rates, there's high rates, there's contract rates. I would really like the highest rate possible, please. I think that's all you really need to ask for. I want to do humanitarian projects. I want to help out humanity. I don't want this for myself. I want to help out society and make the world a better place. So could I please get the highest rate, the special rate, or the contract rate, whichever is highest? I would just say that for all your currencies if I were you going in. You can't lose asking for the highest, right?
That's right. Now let me ask you a question. Can you take a pause right there, both of you? People have asked this, and even in the chat here is, why do we have to have humanitarian projects if through NESARA everybody's going to have money in their quantum accounts?
Okay, so RV is separate from NESARA. So RV is the exchange of currencies. GESARA is something different. And so there's all these people saying, oh, Biden has to be gone, Trump has to be president, blah, 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 blah. So the RV is the revaluation, and all these countries, 209 countries, signed off on the quantum financial system. Remember, go get the Law of War manual, you guys. The Law of War manual has I think it's chapter 12, capitulation. Capitulation was when Trump went around to all these governments and said, look, we're going to stop all these wars. We're going to stop all these sanctions. We're going to stop the petrodollar. We're all going to go back we're going to get rid of the Illuminati, get rid of the international bankers. We're all going to become sovereign, and we're all going to have world peace again. So that was the capitulation tour. And so the RV is taking out all of these currencies from circulation in all these countries that the international bankers have controlled and enslaved all of us on and controlled us with. And we're going back to our own currencies that are now asset backed. They're backed by gold, silver, rare earth commodities, and rare and minerals. And by the way, you guys, the United States is one of the richest countries in the world. Don't kid yourself. We have more oil, we have more natural gas than a lot of these countries do. We've just been lied to.
That's right.
We are so rich, you guys have no clue.
That's right.
So when everybody says the dollar's going to crash to zero, no, it is not. When everybody says, get all your money out of the bank. You guys, I was in the banking industry, and when a bank failed, we got a healthy bank to take over a failed bank. If every single bank fails in the United States, you guys think about it, we're going to have civil war in the streets. Seriously, come on, guys. If you just think all the banks are going to close and the dollar's going to go to zero, no. You're going to wake up one day and your bank accounts are going to be mirrored dollar for dollar from the SWIFT system, which is the cabal system, onto the quantum financial system. That's what's going to happen. There's too many people who are asleep. We're the 1% who are awake. Everybody else is asleep. So that's what's going to happen. And so what we all need to do is we don't have the timing on this. I believe it has to be this year because, okay, so that's the RV. The RV is getting rid of all of the cabal's currency. If you take out all your dollar bills, okay? Take out your ones, your fives, your 10s, your 20s, your 50s, and your 100s. I want to challenge you guys all to this. Look at the front of the dollar bill and look at the side of the dollar bill. There's a black seal on it. This is kind of funny, you guys. On the $1 bill, it's a banknote, you guys. The $1 bill is a banknote, which means it is real currency. It says it says Federal Reserve Bank of. It'll say there's like, I believe 12 Federal Reserve banks. I could be wrong, you guys, but there's like 12 or whatever Federal Reserve banks throughout the United States on the $1 bill only. Okay. Look at your $1 bill. On the front of the left side, there's a black seal. And it will say, you have to use, maybe you might have to use a magnifying glass, but it will say Bank of San Francisco, Bank of New York, and it says Federal Reserve. Okay, then take out your 5, 10s, 20s, 50s, and 100. Guess what it says for the black seal? Federal Reserve System. Why is that? Because we have fractional banking. Okay. Those are not worth what they are. This is exactly why when you take out your checkbook and you write out the dollar amount, look at the line. You have to write out dollars. You're writing out on your checkbook the number of $1 bills that you're paying to somebody when you use your checkbook, you guys. But it doesn't matter because at the end of the day, I believe we're going to be, if you have mattress money at your house, which I think everybody, well, I have mattress money, and you have 50s, 100s, 20s, or whatever for a rainy day. And then they come out and say the quantum financial system's been rolled out. You got to get your Federal Reserve notes into the bank. You have 6 months to a year to trade them all in. In my opinion, I believe they're going to be traded in dollar for dollar. There are some other people saying that maybe the 5s, 10s, 20s, 50s, and 100s are not going to be dollar for dollar. I disagree with that. I believe you can't do that. We'll have a civil war. Everybody's going to be able to go in. You got to get the Federal Reserve notes out of circulation. That's what they're doing in Iraq right now, you guys, with the dinar. They're trying to get all of the fiat currency in their country. We have a deep state here. There's a deep state in all the other countries too. There's a deep state in Zimbabwe. There's a deep state in Canada. Everybody has a deep state, you guys. You know, so I believe so. That's the RV. NESARA is interesting, but that is the all the fraud that took place with the mortgages and the credit cards and everything. That is the forgiveness of debt, which, student loans, those are, if you look at what a contract is, it's illegal because they never transferred consideration. And every single, if you study law, and I'm not talking about admiralty law versus common law, just law, to have a contract, to have a valid and binding contract. You have to have a meeting of the minds, and you have to have a transfer of consideration. Most of the time, although you can have a transfer of services in some contracts, but you have to transfer money. And when all these student loans were made and when all these mortgages were made, we have fractional reserve banking, which I explained earlier. No money was transferred. They just created it using, general journal entries, which makes the contract fraud. Fraud means it's null and void, which means it never existed. So that's what NESARA is all about. NESARA's national, GESARA's global.
Okay.
So I believe that when it comes to the RV, it doesn't matter if, we're back to our republic or not. When it comes to the RV, that can be done right now. But when it comes to NESARA, GESARA, obviously nobody wants to see the dead actor, Biden, who's probably played by actor Arthur Roberts and maybe Jim Carrey. I mean, he got a 3-cannon volley salute at inauguration, which is a military role. He doesn't exist. He's been dead. We're watching a movie. But, a lot of people still refer to it as, refer to him as Biden. At the end of the day, you guys, he does not exist. There's no way, and you're watching a movie because of the normies out there. There's all these AI programs. What is it? Project Looking Glass. All these AIs that use these computer-generated programs to predict what could happen. And at the end of the day, these people, high ups, Space Force, and all that stuff, predicted that we could have a civil war, and that is what they wanted to avoid. So unfortunately, we've had to struggle and go through this ugly, evil process playing out. But NESARA is separate from the RV. And I know they seem the same, but the quantum financial system is the new financial system. NESARA is the forgiveness of all the debts, and as well as it is also repatriation, meaning we're supposed to be giving back some of that money that they stole from us. Now, is it going to be dollar for dollar, even Steven, fair, you guys? No, it is not. I'm sorry to say this. I mean, I'm a real estate broker and I have a lot of investment properties that I paid my mortgages off. Do I expect to get all that money back? No, I do not. This is all about world freedom. This is all about a new paradigm of living where we all don't have to be enslaved anymore, and we are going to have world peace. You are not going to have to work anywhere in this world like we've been treated like slaves. I mean, if you look at slavery that existed among the African Americans, horrible, horrible, horrible. But you guys, we've all been enslaved through this monetary system, which is so evil and demonic.
Yeah.
You know, and they've tried to divide us using race, religion, color of skin, national origin. At the end of the day, we are all brothers and sisters, and we outnumber all of these mofos.
Yeah.
And we outnumber them. We come together as brothers and sisters, and we do not comply. They're gone.
Do not comply. That's right. If we
I
stay,
love you all, but we are, you know, there's no such thing as a Democrat or a Republican. They're all a uniparty. They're all bought off. These people are all bought off. Ask me one person in Congress today who I think should remain there. Zero. They all know. They are all part of the gig. They've all been paid off. All of them need to go to Gitmo. Matt Gaetz, and that includes
That's
Marjorie
correct.
Taylor Greene. All of them need to go to Gitmo.
Amen. What'd you say?
They give you lip service and they tell you what you want to hear, and then they don't do what they promised to do.
That's right.
I said she correct. They both parties, and they're both funded by who? The American Independent Party on both sides.
Yep.
That's a fact. You can look that up.
Amen.
Wow. American Independent
You can
Party?
go look that up.
Okay.
Yeah, look up the American Independent Party. Do the background check on who created and who started the American Independent Party. 1967, I think, 68, 67, something like that. It was a couple, I think. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
You know, the hard
Oh,
thing
yeah.
to
Oh,
believe
yeah.
for everybody here to believe, the hardest thing to believe, you guys, is that we were all born into evil. Every single one of us was born into evil. But why are we here? We're the chosen ones. We are here and we're the chosen ones, and we are about to be blessed.
Yes.
I mean, you guys are all going to crap when you go and trade in your currencies. And you guys are going to crap. You're going to be so shocked. And my advice is don't do anything.
Okay.
Do not do a thing. Keep it all in the quantum financial system. It's blockchain. It's hacker proof. No, it's transparent. Nobody can take anything from you. We're all going to go to common law. It's going to be a transition period. So, you know, don't be going out and hiring all these like common law attorneys, because the attorneys right now have passed the bar. BARs, British Accredited Registry. They work for England. They work for the Crown. They don't work in your best interests.
Right.
So I would not be hiring anybody like that. I would just be sitting put. And for those of you struggling, of course, you'll be able to have access to some of those funds. Use them for what you need to do to get out of your current situation. And then just veg, because this is not going to happen overnight. I think this is going to be a 3, 4, 5-year period before it gets completely resolved. And then we're going to have Telegram. After the RV takes place, we're going to have all these channels to help one another out on what to do. Where do we go? What do we do? Based on what you have for funds, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Create 5 trusts. You don't have to have one trust. Get 5 common law trusts and get 5 different common law attorneys and have them manage your funds. Don't just put all your eggs in one basket, and evaluate them and see who's doing what, who's performing, who's not performing. Because I hate to tell you guys this, but evil is not going to go. Evil's still going to exist after all this takes place. So divvy up, diversify, and I mean, that's my advice. I have accounting background and a CPA, finance MBA. So I've been in the banking industry. So I'm here to help everybody. And like I said, we're about to get a huge blessing.
Thank you so much. You're providing so much good information that people are wondering, do you have a channel?
I don't have any channel. My channel is your channel, Dr. Pruitt.
I love that.
I mean, for right now, you guys, you can go to FINRA, FINRA, Frank,
Okay.
FIN as in Nancy, RA.org. That's a place you can go if we're in the maritime admiralty law right now.
Mhm.
But if you
Mhm.
wanted to evaluate like a broker or a financial advisor to invest funds for you right now, you could go there and evaluate, brokerages and financial fiduciaries and stuff like that. But I mean, we're so close, you guys, to the RV. I feel like everybody would just be spinning their wasting their time, right? Because all these lawyers that are bar attorneys are going to have to be re-educated. They have to go and re-educate what common law is. Common law is law of the land. It's higher than statutory law. All these codes, regulations, municipal crap, they're all illegal, unlawful. They're not going to be here anymore.
Right.
And the quantum financial system, you guys are going to have so much money, you're not going to be able to spend it all, for crying out loud. And if you leave it in the QFS, it can't be stolen. It can't be cyber attacked. It's on the blockchain system and it's tokenized. So that's the whole point for this. You cannot steal at all any more of our money at all. And you're going to be your own banker. And sure, you can take some of that money out and you can put it into another account afterwards. But my understanding is that account that you put it in, if you just did nothing, let's say you didn't invest it anywhere and you just let it sit there, is going to earn an interest rate of an astronomical amount that just be able to live off the interest, and you won't spend any of the principal. I mean, unless you're behave like a lottery winner, you guys, and you go out and acquire nothing but materialistic possessions. But I think at the end of the day, we are all in a different mindset here. And that's not our goal. I'm not saying, hey, I'm not telling you guys all go out and buy a nice house and have a nice car. But I don't think all of us here want to be, are of the mindset of keeping up with the Joneses and all this stuff.
No, I think that's why we were chosen. God knew that we had a different mindset, like you said, and that we would be good stewards over this great wealth.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people who are going to be hurting after this, who were not part of this, that don't understand this, that we can really do good to help out humanity, because these people have been MK Ultra'd by all the CIA operative crap things they have, and a lot of people are just going to need our help. But nobody needs to be fearful about anything. This RV, I'm telling you, is coming. I just feel it.
That's beautiful. They want to know what your name is. Her handle is Be Happy.
Be happy. 22116, you guys. Just say be happy. 22116. Honestly, I went incognito online because I got banned from and censored from so many things. I got thrown off YouTube, thrown off Twitter, thrown off. I even got thrown off Telegram. I've been thrown off so many things. So yeah, I have an iPhone and I have 5 different phone numbers on my iPhone. So, I mean, some of my handles are Mr. Dog, Be Happy 22116. But I'm going to email you, Dr. Pruitt, if anybody needs help making chlorine dioxide, because I want to help people heal naturally for any. I had leukemia and I had a bone marrow transplant. Thanks to Fauci. Yes, that was created in the laboratory at Fort Detrick by the ex-MRA. Laboratory crap they did me. So I want to help people heal medically. I want to help people financially, because for all of you who just even have a couple of these currencies, you're not going to have to worry anymore. I promise you.
Praise God.
And I want to help people with the especially medical, because all these pharmaceutical hospitals are Rockefeller. They're liars, and they I had chemotherapy, I had radiation. I died at MD Anderson Cancer Center. I want you all to know that, thanks to Fauci. But now there's new cheap solutions you can do from home. And I want to teach everybody what they can do for that and all of their family members too. So we don't have to suffer anymore.
We got to bring you back on the show so that you can share some more for the family that didn't get to hear you as well.
Well, I'm going to email you because I have your Gmail. I'm going to
Okay.
email you the product list, and I have a video I created on how to make chlorine dioxide. It's so easy, guys. And honestly, you guys, I hate to say this, but enemas are the key. They get your gut and your intestines are where all your disease is. That's where all the disease is. That's where all the parasites are. The gut and the stomach. And when you do these chlorine dioxide enemas, you guys, I do 2-liter chlorine dioxide enemas. It takes me 6 times to get through 2 liters. And yes, I look in the toilet and I see worms, you guys. I see parasites. It's so disgusting. And I'm vegan.
Are you talking about the enemas like the old-fashioned one when my grandma used to give us enemas and she would have those hot water bags with the long tube and she would stick it up the
Yep, but you do it yourself. And honestly, you get used to it and then it doesn't become disgusting anymore because you feel like you're cleansing. When you look at the toilet, you're like, all of these, where are these coming from? Our government is poisoning us, you guys. Where are these? Do you know where you guys get parasites from? You get parasites from the air. Okay, you breathe. You got chemtrails. From the water you drink. Go to ewg.org. We're being poisoned in our water. The food we eat, okay, if they're chemtrailing us, and the chemtrails have barium, strontium, aluminum, graphene oxide, and all the other chemicals, and they're going into the soil, and our plants are sucking up those, and we're eating the plants. Where are we getting poisoned from? Not the pharmaceutical industry, the pharmaceutical industry. So everybody who's on blood pressure medications, thyroid medications, heart medications, you take those pills, you got poisons in them. Where we have to detox all the time. And honestly, it's just like brushing your teeth. You guys, I haven't been to a doctor or a dentist now in 4 years. Brush your teeth with baking soda. Brush your teeth with Celtic salt, CELTIC salt, and rinse with hydrogen peroxide. Good luck needing to go to a dentist. I don't think you need, and when you floss, don't floss below your gum line. All the dentists do that on purpose. So they create pockets. They create pockets so that it destroys your roots of your teeth. Stop flossing below the gum line. Same thing with water. Drink distilled water. You don't need minerals. You can just take some Celtic salt and put it under your tongue, and you got all the minerals you would ever need.
Now, what's the Celtic salt for? That's for rinsing our mouths?
Yeah, brushing your teeth, rinsing your mouth, putting a couple under your tongue, and just swallowing it. CELTIC. Celtic salt is the best salt you could ever have.
Okay.
Like I said, we've just been lied to medically so long, and I'm tired of it. And I'm going to put a stop to it.
Oh, you're doing a great work today.
And chlorine dioxide cures everything, you guys. It's the universal antidote. So if you go to rumble.com, rumble.com, type in the universal antidote, and you're going to see all these free videos for free. Now you're going to see Jim Humble. He was the original creator of the miracle mineral solution. And again, I told you this before. I don't use citric acid. I use hydrochloric acid because it's alkaline. But it's a good starter. They got protocol A through Z. And these protocols are for everything from diverticulitis to cancer to pancreatic cancer. Andreas Kalker has stage 4 cancer survivors in his book that went on chlorine dioxide. And on Telegram, there are also a lot of channels on fenbendazole, which is a dewormer. that was used for dogs. I think there's a guy by the name of can't remember his first name, but last name is Tibbins, Tibbins. He was at MD Anderson Cancer Center with me. They told him, "You go. We can't cure you. Go home." And
Wow.
his friend was a vet. He started taking fenbendazole and CBD. He didn't change one thing in his diet. And he just started taking that, and his cancer went away because it's parasites. We've been lied to. All the lymphoma and the what do you want to call it? The nodules on people's and on people's bodies. Those nodes and nodules
Yeah.
are sacs of parasites that have hardened into balls.
Wow.
Got to get
Yep.
them out.
Wow.
Yeah, the
Use
kelp
that.
it's the real trace mineral. You know, the kelp.
Mm-hmm.
You got dulce, DOLCE, which is another one of the original trace mineral salts that we can our body can consume.
Mm-hmm.
Um, those are like the sea salts, correct? Salt minerals.
Okay. And you said, and you also put in the chat, in a private chat, check out Dr. Eileen Bay. Thank you so much. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Eileen. I might be spelling his name right. It could be Eileen or Arlene. I might be
Okay.
spelling that Eileen wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
So on Telegram, Dr. Pruitt, there's a group called Chlorine Dioxide Testimonies, and on Friday, they're on live from 6 p.m. until like 2 a.m. in the morning. This guy Dave owns the show. He's the nicest person you will ever meet in the world, and you can ask him questions about anything. He
Wow.
cured his mother-in-law, everybody on that show. They have even a channel for parasites. Yes, you guys, you take a picture of what's in your toilet and you post it. And these are because what we have to understand is that we're being poisoned through parasites. And we've been lied to about what cancer really is. And all we need to do is get these worms out of our system. We don't have to see a doctor anymore. We don't have to be on any more of these, pharmaceutical drugs anymore. And there are so many people struggling, so many people who are having health issues. Get the parasites out of your body that are feeding on your flesh, and you will feel so much better. I don't care how overweight you are. I don't care how much arthritis you have. I don't care how much of a struggle it is for you to sit up in your bed every day. Get the parasites out of your body. It's going to take some time. That's why I tell everybody, get used to being violated in the rear end area. You control the probe, you control the amount of solution that goes in, and you go in the tub. I go in the tub and I have a toilet right next to me, and boom, the stuff that comes is just alarming.
Yeah, my grandma used to do that to us every now and then, especially when we got sick. It never dawned on me to do it as an adult.
Yeah.
When we got sick, she would give us enemas, and we would feel better immediately.
And so for me, I don't do it every night. I learn, you learn to feel how you learn to see how you feel with your body. If you're not feeling well, if you're lethargic, if you just don't feel well, you should be doing enemas at night before you go to bed. That's the best time to do them because the chlorine dioxide gas permeates your entire gastrointestinal system and literally kills all the parasites that are feeding on you. And so you do it before you go to bed at night.
Wow.
But, you don't have to do it every single night. You can take breaks, and I do 2 liters, you guys. I do distilled water. I take 2 liters, I put it over my stove, I heat it up to about 110 degrees, and I take 20 milliliters of of chlorine dioxide solution. I add it and I put it in the bag, and I get in my tub, and it takes me probably half an hour to get through it because you got to get up and get on the throne, and you'll be like, your stomach will hurt when you're excreting this stuff, but then after you're done and you take a shower and you put your pajamas on and go to bed, you feel like a new person.
Wow.
You're like, it's cheap, you guys. This doesn't cost any money at all. You pay nothing for this, and you go to bed and you're like, oh my God. And then the next day you get on the scale and you're like, and I'm already skinny, but you get on the scale and you're 2 pounds lighter. And all
Wow.
you did was chlorine dioxide enema, and you're like, oh my God, look at how much weight I lost. Because you got rid of all the toxins in your body.
That's awesome.
But the powers that ought not be do not want you to know about this. My friend used to make chlorine dioxide solution and sell it, and then he got put in jail for practicing medicine without a license.
What?
Yeah, so I just say everybody needs to learn how to make this at home. It's so easy to make.
Thank you so much. I mean, we've talked about health, NESARA, what else?
NESARA, the RV. Get your guy.
RV.
Everybody needs to get some currency. This is happening this year, I promise you.
Yeah, I've been hearing that it will happen. Like some people are saying they hope it. You never want to give dates, but some people are saying it could happen this month or next month.
I'm on. I don't know how many people here know Militia Man. Militia Man, I subscribe to his show, and they only focus exclusively on the Iraqi dinar, the stuff that's posted in that Discord chat, you guys. I'm friends with the moderators there. They never post anything in that chat that has not been verified by 3 independent sources, and they have boots on the ground in Iraq. And so does Frank 26. Frank 26 used to be part of Militia Man, and I do not know what happened amongst that group, but I think there was some sort of I don't know what you want to call it, disagreement, for lack of a better word. So Frank went on his own, but I do know for a fact that Frank 26 does still have boots on the ground in Iraq. But Militia Man has more boots on the ground. But when you start piecing all these things together with Rod Steel, with TNT, and every single person who's, Militia Man, these people all cannot be wrong. And then you look at the stuff I showed you tonight on the Office of the Comptroller of the Currencies website in preparation for the global currency reset. Look at what Frank 26 showed with his wife Tink when they went into a Chase Wealth Manager and got a book out that said global currency reset on the bottom. I have that video somewhere on my computer. I was like, oh my God, this is happening.
This is so exciting.
We just don't know the timing. Everybody has to we have to all stay together as a family. Everybody who's struggling, just stick it out. Stick it out just a little bit longer, you guys. Stick it out till November of this year. I know that's hard to say, but we're almost done. July, August, September. We're already in the middle of July now. August, September, October. We only have 4 months left. Everybody stick it out.
Wow. Well, do you think we'll have both of you? I'll ask both of you. Do you think we'll have elections or voting this year?
I think that we will have you're asking if we're having selections or elections. I'm just joking. I think that Trump, I know for a fact that Trump is commander-in-chief of and we're going back to the 19th Republic for the United States. The United States Corporation was already bankrupted. I already saw the paperwork. What I don't know is if there's 3 different types of bankruptcy: Chapter 7, Chapter 13, Chapter 11. So I don't know what he filed, if it was total liquidation, reorganization, and I can't remember what the other one was. But I don't know all I know is that the debt was paid off by the Office of Military Settlements on March 22nd, 2017, because I have the documents. And so the debt clock, they're kind of toying with you, and they're kind of like playing with people, but it's a good thing to follow, because they're trying to tell you we're going on a new United States Treasury note that's backed by a real hard asset. That's what they're trying to tell you. And I do believe silver will go up, but nobody knows how much, and nobody knows how much. I think silver is a better investment than gold, because gold is a renewable and silver is used in so many things that we produce, and it's been artificially propped down by the selling of naked calls. And so for people who don't understand what it means to sell something short and something naked, it would be like you wanting, let's say you're in the stock market, and let's say that you don't own any Apple stock. So you're on Fidelity's website. You have an account with Fidelity. You go to fidelity.com and you log in, and you don't own any Apple stock, but you want to sell it. So you don't own it, but you want to sell it. That's called a naked short. And the reason why you want to sell it is because you think the price is going to go down. So you're speculating. You want to sell stock that you don't own because you think it's going to go down, and your intention is to buy it back at a lower price. That's what's called a naked short. They can do that with silver and precious metals. It's illegal to do, but of course, we have illegal governments going on right now, and illegal bankers that do this all the time. So they short silver, or they will borrow it from somebody else. Like they will say, let me borrow your Apple stock. I don't have any Apple stock, but let me borrow your Apple stock. I want to short it because I think it's going to go down. This is what they do to manipulate the stock market, which is they've been BlackRock, State Street Capital, and Vanguard. They own the world. They're constantly manipulating the stock market. This is what these evil bastards do. And so they've been doing this with silver for a long time. The problem is that at some point in time, when the silver price goes up and they think it's going to go down, and they're trying to manipulate the market to make it go down, and it doesn't go down and it goes up, they have to close out their position, which means that they're going to take a huge loss because they don't have it. They don't have the commodity. They don't have the physical silver. They do this with stocks. This has been being done so long. This is all going to come to an end under the new quantum financial system and NESARA, GESARA. We just don't know, the timing, but we do not need Biden, the fake Biden, the puppet, the actor, to be removed for the revaluation. I just believe that perhaps maybe for NESARA, GESARA, we do, because it's a military operation and we don't want that cabal puppet in play when that happens. Because I believe, the RV is special for us. We're the 1%. NESARA, GESARA is for the world. It's for every single person in every household to realize that, hey, your mortgage is illegal, your student debt is illegal, your credit card debt is illegal, your taxes you paid were illegal. This is worldwide for that stuff. So I think that's just my personal opinion, but I could be wrong.
Somebody's wanting to know if you could tell us where the universal, let me see what that says.
Universal antidote. If you go to Rumble, rumble.com, and in the search engine, just type in the universal antidote. How do you spell antidote? ANTIDOTE. The universal antidote. But all of you guys can go to Andreas Kalker's website. Just go to www.andreaskalker.com. I apologize. He's a German physicist. I didn't create his name. It's very complicated to spell. If you go on his website, he has all of his protocols in 20 different languages. And you click on, I think, UK for English. And you can go look at all the protocols. You got to buy his book, Forbidden Health. Incurable was yesterday, but it's banned on Amazon. Not find it on Amazon. The book is somewhat pricey, but it's worth every dollar. You can find it anywhere from $35 up to $65, but it's probably the best purchase you will ever make because it just cures everything, you guys. It's better than ivermectin, but I do take ivermectin, and I do the chlorine dioxide as well.
Oh.
If you guys want to know, if you want to buy ivermectin in the United States and you don't want to buy it in a foreign country, you guys should all get on the Michelle Moore show. You can email Michelle at NashvilleMichelle.com, and she'll hook you up with this doctor. His name is Dr. Basham. He'll just call you up and ask you what your weight is. They do compounding of ivermectin in Tennessee, and then they ship it to you. Made here in the United States of America, not by any of the pharmaceutical industry. It's compounded based on your weight. It's a medical deduction on your taxes, but we're not going to have taxes much anymore, you guys.
Praise God.
So I do take, so Dr. Basham, as a prophylactic, will have you take ivermectin 7 days on, 7 days off, 7 days on, and then a break. Of course, I do that, and I do chlorine dioxide and chlorine dioxide. I take it, I drink it. The problem with chlorine dioxide, when you drink it, people don't understand. You're going to drink 1 liter a day, which is 33 ounces, but take 32 ounces, and you want to drink about 4 ounces every hour, 4 to 5 ounces every hour, because it has a half-life. So you want to try to drink it on an empty stomach. So for those of you who have a hard time with intermittent fasting, it might be a little bit of a challenge for you, but you want to try to carve out 6 to 7 hours during your day where you don't eat anything. That's where chlorine dioxide is most effective, because it's a gas, and the gas gases throughout all your organs, your whole entire body, and it gets rid of all the worms and all of the toxins in your body. It's a gas. It's just like not a nuclear bomb, but kind of like that going off in your body, getting rid of all the toxins. But if you develop a habit, it's pretty easy to do. You can taste it.
Sometimes I get overwhelmed by, all the different things that we can take. And I'm like, I wish I could just narrow it down to 2 or 3 things to do every day.
I would tell you ivermectin and chlorine dioxide. Those are the 2 things that I would say. Ivermectin received a Nobel Peace Prize. It's been around for 40 years. And there's no side effects from it. It's totally safe. The chlorine dioxide, for people who don't like intermittent fasting, honestly, can I tell you something? The enemas are, I was like so grossed out when I was first starting this. I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. I cannot put this tube up my butt. There's no way. There's no way I cannot do this. This is gross. And then I just got used to it. And then when I see what comes out, and then I wake up the next day, I feel 50,000% better. I know I'm not alone when it comes to this. So, because I'm on that channel, chlorine dioxide testimonies, everybody else says the same thing. It's just like miracle. And it's half an hour of your time before you go to bed at night. And then you take a shower and you put on fresh pajamas and you feel like $1 million when you go to sleep.
Yeah, you can't beat that. It'll be worth it.
And if you're not into, they say sometimes you should, like Andreas Kalker's, some of his protocols, like for certain cancers, will be you got to drink it and you got to do the enemas. Depends on what stage cancer you are. But if you're not, and you're just doing it prophylactically, so you just want to get the worms and the parasites out of you, my advice is just do the enemas. They're so easy to do.
Okay.
I mean, they are disgusting, but you just clean up afterwards and you're done. And then you're done. And it's at night, and then you have your whole day ahead of you, and get on the ivermectin. That's my protocol.
Sounds awesome. Somebody sent me that video of a clip of Jim Willie and Nino Rodriguez. So I'll wait. I don't want to stop you. You're on the roll.
No. You can do that. I already watched it. It's incredible. Jim Willie basically says that he is an insider source. And I have somebody else besides him. I subscribe to Jim Willie. He has a newsletter called Golden Jackass. Yeah, I love it. It's Golden Jackass. I have a cell phone number. I've had consultations with him before. He's brilliant. That guy's really smart. The only thing he doesn't understand, which I get a little bit perturbed about, is like, Jim, We're going on a new financial system. We have new United States Treasury notes that are rolling out. My friend, I was in the banking industry. One of my friends has already seen those notes in the vaults. It's like, Jim, we're not in debt anymore. The Office of Military Settlements already paid off our debt. We're going. This is what the Law of War manual was. This is what all the capitulation tour was all about. That's the only thing that I get a little bit
perturbed.
Yeah, perturbed at with him. He's smarter than Sam Hill.
He
He's
is
funny.
very
He's funny, but he doesn't understand. This was all pre-planned. This was all done a long time ago. We are not going. Although I will say the recent interview he did give was pretty good from the standpoint. People don't understand. The U.S. dollar is going up in value, and people don't get it. The
Right.
U.S. dollar is going up in value, you guys, and people. But no, the U.S. dollar is going to crash. No, from a inflation standpoint, the U.S. dollar is going in value, but the U.S. dollar is going up in value. People don't get it because the United States, we're not a useless country. We're one of the richest countries in the world. We have. Do people not believe that we have just as much oil as Saudi and some of these Middle East countries, you guys? Where do you think our oil has been going? It was taken over by the Illuminati families. We have pipelines underground. All of our oil is leaving our country and going to overseas countries, just like our natural gas was. I mean, what happened to the Keystone Pipeline? We've lied to. We have so much. We don't need Saudi. We don't need import oil from Kuwait or Saudi or Iraq. We have our own oil. We have our own natural gas. We've just been lied to since we were born.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, sister. I don't want to stop you. I just pulled this up so I won't lose it.
No. So what are you on right now? So you can play that video. I watched it already. Jim Willie's funny. I'll watch it. Yeah.
Who was it? Sister Teresa D. Thank you so much for sending this to me. Everybody, if you have enjoyed the conversation, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the video. And we're gonna have to Be Happy back here on the show.
I'm gonna send you a Cash App donation tomorrow, Dr. Pruitt.
Hey, I was just about to ask for your Cash App so.
No, you don't need to send me anything. I'm going to give you a Cash App because you're the lady, I would say man, the what do you call it? The man, the myth, the legend. You're the woman, the myth, the legend.
So awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I think you might have mentioned this earlier. So family, let's look at this and see what Jim Willie is saying about the 2020 elections. 1 second. Here we go.
On this segment, let's talk about what we couldn't talk about, which is, let's first talk about the Brunson case. What are you hearing about that?
Okay, this is fascinating and full of intrigue. This is better than a spy novel. Okay, I have a source, and he's a good guy, but he's strange as a bird.
Sorry, baby fan.
He contacted me in October of 22. Okay, we're talking over a year and a half ago. And he contacted me and said, Jim, I got some scoop. This is big. This is very big. The Brunson case has been ruled in favor of Brunson to vacate the Congress and to wipe out the Biden victory. But the White Alliance military stepped in and said, this is a national security matter. The nation is not ready or prepared for vacating the Congress. We have civil disorder at a very high level risk, and we will take this decision and we will release and publicize the decision as we see fit at the right time. And we cannot tell you when, and you are all under gag order, the justices, to maintain the illusion that the case is still being spun around. Okay, it got rejected and they got refiled. It got rejected, it got refiled. That's nothing more than a spinning revolving door. It has been ruled upon in favor of Brunson to vacate the Congress and the Biden show. I got
And
word.
Lloyd can't talk about this.
I don't think so either. But okay, there's some hints. The justices that voted in favor are all under 24-hour military protection, and they don't like it. Whoa. Also, Brunson has been seen in public like he suddenly had I don't know, like a wedding proposal just got accepted. He just lit up emotionally.
He's been texting me.
Wow. That's exciting.
So, Dr. Pruitt?
Yes. Oh,
So,
yes, ma'am.
I live 7 doors down from Supreme Court Justice ACV.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
Wow.
And when she moved in, and after this whole debacle with the stolen election and stuff, so there's probably some people on here who follow Phil Godlewski. Do you know who he is?
Yes, ma'am.
So he came out, he's controversial, I get it, but he came out with something not too long ago talking about some of these court cases and stuff and how there had been increased military, not surveillance, but protection afforded to 3 of the justices, and she was on there. And I can tell you, oh my God. I mean, I had helicopters flying extremely low with spotlights on, and the cars that are parked outside in front of her house now have changed drastically. They used to be these small little Durgo SUVs. Now they're the humongous black Escalades with tinted windows, double the size. Because I have dogs and I walked my dogs around her cul-de-sac before she ever moved in for years. I've been here way longer than she has. And when she first moved in, it was not pleasant for me. Literally, when I have dogs, I'm a big dog lover. When I would walk my dog at 1:00 in the morning and be accosted by a marshal asking me for ID, I just would go ballistic. It's my neighborhood. I'm walking on a sidewalk.
Right.
Are you serious?
Wow.
I'm an old lady. You really think I need to have an ID to walk my dog on this
Right.
sidewalk? I've been living here for over 20 years. Are you kidding me? And so, but anyway, yeah, there's a lot of stuff changing around here in the neighborhood. Like people were talking about the Federal Reserve building. And Nancy Drew, I know her. I drive by those buildings because I'm a real estate broker and I have investment properties in Washington, D.C. But lately, the marshals have significantly changed. I've noticed a big change in the vehicles around here. And something's going down for some. It's just, if you just know something different going on.
Well, you live in DC?
No, I'm out in Northern Virginia, but I'm 7 miles out from DC. I just drive down Chainbridge Road and over, and I'm in DC.
Okay.
But you don't use miles here. You use timing, because during rush hour traffic, depending on where you're going in DC, it can take you an hour, hour and a half to get over a bridge because the traffic's bumper to bumper. But during non-rush hour traffic, I could be from my house on the mall on the monument. I could be there in like 10 minutes right now if I left right now to walk my dogs.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So I'm in Northern Virginia, like literally right near the bridges that go into DC.
I see. Well, you're providing a wealth of knowledge, not just what you're talking about in medicinally, how we can help ourselves physically, but just being near DC and being able to see and witness what's happening. You're an eyewitness, and this is just confirming a lot of stuff that seem to have been conspiracy theories. So thank you so much.
So I followed Mustang Medic. I followed Penguin, followed Kelly Brady or Nancy Drew. And I've met all of them. They don't remember me anymore because this was 2, 3, 4 years ago or whatever when they first were going out. But I see all the stuff that they see, and I know that Nancy Drew was recently attacked. Somebody was saying that the fences that she posted were from. I was like, no, 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 no. Well, everything that Nancy Drew posts is truthful. I see it all the time, and I've seen so many things in DC that just after that election was stolen, they even erected this structure in front of the White House. It looked like guillotines. It looked like this guillotine structure, and they, all of the big, huge fences that they've posted around some of these buildings. I mean, it's captured. It's you can't unsee something that you've seen.
Right.
And
Right.
DC is a foreign country. It is not part of the United States at all. And it has a separate constitution. A lot of people don't know that. Totally separate constitution.
Crazy.
Yeah. And so I think it's being taken down. I really do. I saw originally, I don't know if a lot of people saw this, when after the election was stolen, there was a video that went viral of Congress people walking through the Capitol, and they had U.S. Marshals literally walking next to them, telling them not to say anything.
Yeah, I do remember seeing that viral video. Yes.
Like
Yes.
Nancy Pelosi, a lot of them were there. But I mean, I know where James Comey lives. I've seen him at Total Wine. I have never. He's missing in action.
Wow.
No, I know where Fauci lives in Northwest DC.
Wow.
I mean, they have multiple houses. Don't get me wrong, but I know where they live. I'm a real estate broker. I have access to real estate information. And the Supreme Court justices, when all of the people were parading in front of their houses. I don't know if you recall that.
No.
Don't you remember when the Roe v. Wade stuff was going around?
Yes.
And people were parading in front of all the justices' houses, and it was on television and all that?
Okay.
Yeah, so that was over here in my neighborhood as well.
Wow.
With all of the Ruth sent us. Don't you remember that Facebook page? Ruth sent us, and people were parading and going in front of the Supreme Court justices' houses, and they had police and everything out front. They were doing demonstrations outside of all of the Supreme Court justices' houses. I'm sure other people in the chat. I can't see the chat. I'm sure other people remember that.
I wish it was okay. People are so excited. Thank you, family. We have 10,040 people in the chat. That has never happened on my channel before.
That's a winner God dinner.
Good grief. That's amazing. Thank you all so much. Yes, it is winner God dinner. Thank you all so much for being here. We have had some wonderful guests, and I'm telling you, Be Happy, Jack Weller, I think it's Weller, Shaq, and many others have come on and shared the information. Be Weller has shown us proof. Be Happy, has shown us proof that the quantum financial system is operating side by side with the old system, and proof of the revaluation of currencies. And I'll put that link in the description section for you all to see for yourselves of this video. We did have the link up. It's late. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. But, if you guys have something to say and you want to ask Be Weller a question before she goes to bed, Be Happy a question, come on. Here's the link. I'm getting sleepy. Are you all getting sleepy yet? It's 10,000 people here. That's the size of a small city.
I'm just excited.
Man, you doing the thing, man.
Thank you, darling.
Everybody should be so happy. Everybody should be so excited. I know we're struggling.
Yeah.
I know we're worried. I know we have anxieties, bills owed, and everything.
Girl.
We're so close, you guys. We're just so close. It has to happen this year. It cannot go into 2025. We are just so close. Everybody, we're on the precipice of financial freedom, and our blessings and not very many people are going to have them because they are not the chosen ones. And so everybody just
Well,
should
I'm
be.
an insomniac, so I'll be around this time, and I'm about to enjoy myself. Definitely come back home. I got you logged in now. About to go jump on these other panels and about to beat
Okay.
some people up on these intellectually debates.
Want some? You going on some calls this
Yeah,
late? 1 in the morning?
this trying to be over. Yeah, yeah. I
Dang.
told you I'll be we got this Aboriginal American Indian Pat panels, and they be giving out some good information. Talking about, like I said, the American Indian slave trade, like I said, and kind of debunking a little bit of the transatlantic slave trade. They over exaggerated the transatlantic. It was more intercontinental trading, what I'm saying, than it was international trading, you know. So they bring the information, documents, what I'm saying, articles and stuff like that, and we go in and debate and have, debates between, Negro, black, colored, and Indian, stuff like that.
Are you
And
insinuating?
where people do these,
Are you insinuating that
huh?
are you insinuating that the story that we've been told that all of the so-called African Americans came from, African slave ships and crossed the transatlantic? Are you insinuating that that didn't occur like we were taught?
Oh yes, it didn't occur. Not exactly the way they say it did. They
That
they they kind of fluffed it a little bit.
we've been lied about literally
First of all,
everything.
Dr.
first of all, you
Pruitt,
got to think,
Dr. Pruitt, it's his story. Who is his story? It's the
Right?
Illuminati story. We've been just lied to about everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Shaq? What were you gonna say?
I say, yeah. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, how can you put that many people on, and bring them
Oh,
across at that time? So
right.
obviously, the time slots and dates are off. You know,
Mm,
with
mm,
they don't collaborate with the dates that they gave us. You know,
mm,
and amount. I mean, even you go on slave.org right now. It was they had this big number of 12.5 million, but now they didn't walk it all the way down to like 3 million, and it's getting
mm,
on down to 90,000 because you gotta calculate from the Caribbeans. The things that happened in the Caribbeans and the West Indies went the exact same thing that happened when he got to mainland North America. So
mm.
they fabricated a little bit too much, man. And you know, people got information. So I'll be over on those channels. They be bringing out a lot of the information, and we be going back and forth debating. You know,
Yeah, that's the stuff men
you ever
like to
heard of
do.
Dan Calloway?
Say it
Oh
again.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh
You ever
yeah.
heard of
I've
Dan Calloway?
heard of Dane Calloway, and I watch his show. I would love to have him on sometime.
He's amazing.
You watch him?
Man, see
He's
if
amazing.
you can get him. I'll be on this channel.
Okay.
Somebody else
You
you need to look up too. His channel. Look up legendary. I think it's legendary Big Chief Top Cats on
okay?
Instagram and on
Yep.
YouTube.
Yep.
He
He's
got a
amazing.
lot of information he be bringing. Yeah, he's
Uh,
dope. Him and Dane Calloway we collaborate. Yeah, they pretty much they all in the same thing. So I be on their
wow.
panels and stuff, man. Get a jump
You
up,
do? Well,
have a
hook your
conversation.
girl,
Yeah.
hook your girl up.
All
Yes,
right, I'm gonna see what's up, man.
we can all do a
I'm
show
gonna see what's
together.
up. Yeah.
You can help
Yeah, I
narrate.
see what's up.
Okay. Yeah, so I saw one between
Man, it's so many of them you can need to meet, man. Aboriginal power. I mean, there's so many guys like that that's got good information. See, it's about the American. It's American history information. You know what I'm saying? And we just
right.
taking our information back and giving it to the people in the
Mm,
proper manner as it should have been taught.
mm.
That's it. You know.
Yeah, Rod Hayes, Chief Pontiac, he's going to be
Rod
on the show.
Hayes, yep.
He's
Oh, you got Rod Hayes? Yeah, hit me
I've
with Top Cat.
Okay, yeah, I saw the three of them, Dane, Top Cat, and Rod do a show together, and I almost
Uh-huh.
passed out. I
Man,
was
hey,
so
look, I think they took that show down. I think too. I seen it. I was on the
No.
live. Yeah, I think they took one of them down. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Rod Hayes is going to be on. I asked him. I've been on the show with him and Young Elder, and then I asked, but he and I talk from time to
Okay.
time, and
Yeah.
I asked him today if he'll come on either Thursday night or next week. So I have to see which day he chose. And he said any day, and any time I choose. But I'm, I told him, I said, well, you say you're the chief. So I'm just
Right. But shoot, put that plug in his ear. But Dan Calloway come on. I'm pretty sure if he ain't busy, he check you out. He gonna, he'll love to, come on and do what he need to do. Pretty sure.
yes. Yeah. Okay. I love that. And Gary, yes, I'm going to have Chief Pontiac on. I've been on the show with him and Young Elder, and just collaborating with so many people, with all this wealth of knowledge has been a blessing to my life and to the Soul family. I don't know what I would do without all of you all adding to, what I know. So, and sometimes people correct me and they're like, you got this wrong, Pruitt. So I appreciate that too. Hold on 1 minute. Tag me.
Well, my experience was often.
What'd you say?
You said what now?
What are you going?
You
What are you
said
going to say?
tag you?
I was going to say.
No, I was just.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, darling. Go
No,
ahead.
I was just gonna say I was gonna bid you, you great people do, probably, go over to these other channels probably. Or I don't know, I might just sit back and finish. How long are you gonna be on?
I don't know. Hopefully not much longer. I'm getting sleepy.
She's been going
Oh,
for
okay,
5 hours now.
Oh, that ain't nothing, man. Look, I done ran a panel. Look, I done ran a panel from midnight to like 8 o'clock in the morning, man. So
What? Jesus. Oh, y'all the real warriors. Y'all some warriors. Oh, what happened to our guest? He left. So somebody was just on, and you I guess you got off. I hope I didn't accidentally take you off. But if you want to join the chat, please, here's the link to the StreamYard. Come on and share your thoughts. Somebody was just on with us, family, but they got booted off or left.
yeah, I
Maybe I
think so.
might have been taking too long to acknowledge them. I apologize for that. But yeah, 5 hours is this is a
record.
A record, yes. Thank you. I'm so sleepy. The words are leaving my head. Somebody said,
Whatever good ladies to do, man. It was awesome, and hopefully I'll come back like when you got some other people on and we just build and just keep this thing going, man.
Thank
That's
you
all we
so much.
got. So salute to
Yes.
everybody in the chat, man, and on the panel. You great people. Have an awesome night. I'll bid you adieu.
Salute, King. And I have your contact information. I think you have mine too, right?
Yes, correct. I do.
Okay, Dr. Kia, Empress Kia Pruitt on Instagram, and Dr. Kia on the other, Dr. Kia Pruitt everywhere else, and Kia Pruitt at gmail.com. I love you too, Lonnie.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
All
Shaq.
right.
Thank you so
Peace
much.
and blessings.
Peace and blessings, King. Enjoy your night. Ooh, sister. They saying this is a marathon. Are you there, Be Happy?
I'm here.
Ain't going nowhere.
You're the one. You're the marathon woman. You are the marathon doctor. Dr. Kia.
Girl, you just took us to another level tonight.
No, you did. It's your show.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ooh, anything else we need to cover? Let's see.
I'm going to email you. Does anybody have any other concerns? I just want everybody to go to bed peacefully and not have any worries, because this RV is gonna hit and oof. People are going to be shocked. The largest wealth transfer ever since we've been alive. You're going to wait. You're going to be like, is this real? Are those numbers real? Seriously? We have been so defrauded. We have been so stolen. We have been the crimes that have been committed against we the people. These people were supposed to serve us, and instead they enslaved us. The the wealth that your guys are going to see, I don't care what you hold for currency, it's going to be astronomical. You're just going to be, and like I said, my advice is don't spend any money, don't do anything. Just be with God and the Lord.
For how long? Because I need a house.
Well, you can go get a house. Well, of course, can I tell you something? I'd
Yes.
wait just a little bit if I were you, because I think prices are going to come down.
I
Because
agree.
once they get all the fiat currency out of circulation, that eliminates the inflation, which reduces prices. And it reduces prices on everything. Everything. Now, some people say we're going back to the 1950s prices. Oh, come on, guys. How do you know that? Prove it. Come on. I think prices are going to go down big time. And then the question becomes, well, how are you going to buy a house if these mortgages are illegal? Well, I believe that the lenders now who loan money out are going to have the actual cash and have to prove that they transferred the cash and actually have the cash backed by assets. That's how I think things will go. I might be wrong, but that's the way I think things will go forward in the new world we're going to be blessed into.
I do have a question for you. You were saying we're going to wake up and we're going to have an extreme amount of wealth. So are we, in your opinion, are we just going to wake up and there's going to be money sitting in our accounts waiting on us? Like, do they just already know who we are and the money's going to be there? Or will there be some type of process that we'll have to go through?
Well, when it comes to buying and investing in these foreign currencies, okay, so I bought from Treasury Vault. Treasury Vault, I had to give my driver's license and my social security number in order to buy currency from them.
Okay.
So whoever's in charge of this, they know who I am. With Banknote World, yep, phone number, email, they have that contact information. Same thing with PMG notes. And then when I went to the mall and I bought Iraqi dinar, yeah, I had to give my social security number and my driver's license. These people know, Dr. Pruitt. I don't know about other people here, but they know who they know who the currency holders are.
Okay.
Now, if you got gifted money, some people are saying you need a gift letter. I think that's bullcrap.
Okay.
I mean, I think that these the currencies are bearer notes. What's a bearer note? Whoever's bearing, whoever's holding that currency. Why you should have to produce something that says, "Oh, it was a gift"? I just think that's ludicrous. I think that's a what do you want to call it? I think that's just disinformation.
Okay. Okay. Now, some of us bought from places like Banknote World. They didn't ask for your social security number.
Yeah, but they have your email address and they have your home address where they delivered the currency. You don't think they can You don't think they can backdoor into you're naked in cyberspace, let me tell you.
Right.
You can get anybody's social security number, driver's license number based on email address and physical address on where those currencies were delivered. Don't kid yourself. I read a book called Naked in Cyberspace, and that was a book that was published 30 years ago. You think you were naked then? Think now. You're even more nude.
Wow. Wow. So they know where we all are. They know who we are, where we are.
Yeah, you've got Space Force now. Listen, when they say we have it all, they have it all.
Oh,
because I think when the Patriot Act came out and they started spying on us, and then the sting operation was implemented and the face of Trump entered the equation, he created his own spy agency that was spying on the spy agency that was spying on we the people. So it was like we had a spy agency spying on the spy agency that was spying on us.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, you're not. Everybody can hear everything. Everybody can record everything. You're just not. There's no such thing as a private conversation, in my opinion. And by the way, all of you guys who have iPhones or smart devices and iPads, take your device and look at the front of your little camera. There's a little hole in your camera. Put it up at a light. My advice to you is get a little piece of electrical tape and take that electrical tape and cover that tiny hole, because they're taking a picture of your face. Like every 5 minutes or every 5 seconds, you're on the phone. That's called facial recognition that they're trying to do.
That's so evil.
It
That's
is. And I went to Home Depot the other day. They got new self-checkout crap, and they're record. And same thing with Whole Foods. I just went online to Amazon and I bought myself a burqa. So when I go into self-checkout there, I put my burqa on because they're not going to facial recognize me.
I don't blame
In my purse, I just throw it on, check out, and leave.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't consent to that.
Right.
I don't understand the reason for it. They're saying it's for theft purposes. No, it's to put us in our digital prison.
These people get on my nerves. Hopefully, when the republic is restored, this will stop. But like you had said earlier, you're always going to have evil with you.
Yeah.
So they'll have
Big,
many
large corporations that are all so Walmart is guilty of child pedophilia. They were trafficking and selling children online. About 2.5 years ago, I went to the walmart.com and I typed in kids shoes and I hit enter, and on the upper left hand side of my computer screen there was a little tab that said 5,000, not a dollar mark, but 5000. And I clicked on it and I kept on scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and then I found a pair of small kids shoes. The selection above was identical to the selection below, but it was a different colored shoe. The shoe above was like, I don't know, $49.99, or maybe it was $69.99. I don't remember what it was, but the selection below was $5,000. I was like, same shoe, different color, $5,000 versus the whatever, $49.99. I clicked on it and I looked at the seller. It was an LLC, a limited liability corporation, but more importantly, where was it located? It was located at a port.
Port?
Yeah, a port, like a shipping port on the West Coast or the East Coast, or the where the ships would come in with the trafficked children. And I had the phone number, and I actually used a burner phone and called. Of course, it was disconnected at that time, but it was a very nefarious LLC. Same thing with Wayfair. The Walmart super centers, they're trafficking children underground. I mean, these Executive Order 13818, they're all going down. When this all came out, the CEO of Walmart had resigned. He's no longer there, but all this stuff is coming out. When they say we have it all, they have it all.
Got it all. They have it all. Wow.
Over, I don't know, 200, 300. Derek Johnson was posting the other day that 200, everybody says nothing's going on, nothing's taking place. There's over 1,300 CEOs that stepped down. What happened to Mark Zuckerberg? How come Mark Zuckerberg stepped down from Facebook and changed and now changed the company name to Meta? Seriously? So what happened? Why don't we have why is it not Facebook? Why do you have Meta now? Like, are you trying to thwart the powers that know what you're doing? Why did Jeff Bezos step down from Amazon? How come he's not there? So so many people, and you don't even know if it's Jeff Bezos 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, because people don't understand. They have been cloning human beings for over 100 years. Over 100 years, you guys. They can clone a human being, in my opinion, in a week in a deep underground military base. We've just been lied to.
Let me ask you this: be happy when these companies like Walmart and some of these other big companies and chain restaurants. I noticed a lot of chain restaurants have filed bankruptcy. When they close, do you think we're going to struggle, or do you think it's just going to be an opportunity for us to do our own thing, like create our own stores? What do you think is going to happen? Like, are we going to be like, everybody's going to be walking around like, oh my God, I can't go to Walmart anymore. What am I going to do? I can't go out to eat. Like,
No, that's not going to happen.
oh, no? Okay.
No, when it says when 138 Executive Order 13818, those
Mhm.
assets are seized.
Okay.
So those companies still continue operating, but the people who created them, you don't own them anymore. Bye-bye.
Oh, okay.
New people are going to own them and going to do things right. We're not going to have the pedophilia anymore, the adrenochrome and the sex trafficking and stuff. No, we can't have that because we'll have civil war. This is going to be such a smooth transaction that most people are not going to know what's going on. It's just the 1% here on these channels that are going to know that there's been a shift. I don't think anything. I mean, are there going to be bankruptcies and stuff taking place right now? Sure, because look what's going on in our economy. But oh no, you guys, we are going to be so blessed. Like literally, we're going to be doing somersaults and jumping up on trampolines. This is so exciting. The challenge for everybody here, honestly, is going to be: can you shut your mouth? Cannot go out, you guys, and say, oh my God, I made $1,000 investment. Now I'm worth $500 million. I mean, seriously, you guys, that's how we're going to get in trouble.
Okay. Okay.
We have to be so,
Mm.
it's going to be hard because
Great.
it's going to be so exciting. It's like literally, I mean, I know that the love of money is the root of all evil. At the end of the day, though, you have to be realistic. Money does solve a lot of problems.
For
Everybody has
real.
to admit that here. Seriously. If
Yes.
you have a fire at your house and your roof and you don't have insurance and you have the RV, no problem. Just put a new roof on. But that's not the normal mainstream America family that's going to have that type of blessing.
Right. But
So
they have a blessing with NESARA money, or would that come later?
So the NESARA, we don't know when that's going to roll out and when that's going to come. And I don't think everybody's just going to get a lump sum. My
Okay.
understanding is that it's based on your age. So if you're, I don't know, they're not just going to give everybody all their taxes back and all their mortgage payments back. Nobody's going to want to work anymore.
I was wondering.
Everyone's going to be like, I'm just going to stay home. I don't want to work anymore. And I understand that because we were never supposed to work the hours and be enslaved to the extent that we are. I think it will be rolled out based on age and and I don't think everybody's going to get all their money back that they paid in. You can't have that even Steven mentality where, well, I paid this and I should get that back. This is not about dollar for dollar, even Steven. It's about world peace, and it's about, I don't know, Christ consciousness. It's about being free mentally. Forget financially, but mentally not being enslaved anymore with all the stress that we've had and all the pressures we've had and all the depression and the ups and downs in our emotions. We should never have had that to begin with. These Illuminati families and these bloodline families purposely did that to us. This is all about ascension and, I don't know, but there's not going to be something that's going to be even Steven. Some people who are older, who've paid all their mortgages off, are not going to get all that money back. And some of the people who just bought a house and they, just got a house and they've only paid 1 year of mortgage payments. Now all of that mortgage is removed. And people are going to be like, that's not fair. You only had your house. You only made mortgage payments for one. We can't have that mentality because we all got to come together.
Right.
We're going to be blessed with the RV. We're not going to care. Whatever you guys have, whatever you lost in the stock market, whatever you've had happen to you with the RV, you're not going to care.
Right. Not when we see this exchange money. So, you know, I've heard two things. I've heard we're just going to wake up and it's going to be money in our accounts because they already, like you said, like that, because they know where we are. And the second thing is that some people say we'll have to actually go to a bank or a wealth management center. Whichever way it happens, I'll be satisfied. I'll be happy.
Yeah, nobody knows if this is going to be done in tranches. Nobody knows if you're supposed to take everything with you. Nobody knows how this is all going to parlay. John Dowling thinks this is going to be a period of over, I don't know, 1 to 2 years or something like that, how there'll be different baskets of currencies. And so I don't know how that will work. All we know right now that we can 100% agree on is that so George Bush, that's not his real last name. His real last name is Scherff, Scherff. He's a Nazi and he's from Austria. Okay, that's not his real name. He's a Nazi.
Wow.
So all these people who came over here, the New World Order for global communism and depopulation and all this stuff, he lied about weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Oh, there never were there. He went over there. He stole all the artifacts, all their gold, all their currency and everything. And you could even hear Trump today, not today, but when he was interviewed a while back, saying that, well, you know, we got to be paid. I think Trump said that there's like $40 billion of Iraqi dinar that he is holding that he needs to be paid for. I don't know if you all caught that. That was on Good Morning America. I heard that played again today. I can send it to you, Dr. Pruitt, if you want it.
I read it too, where he was interviewed by Fox, a lady at Fox.
Yeah, I don't know who it was. I can't remember what was her name. Was it Megan? What's her name? I can't remember. He was interviewed by somebody and he was talking about the fact that, you know, they built that when we went over there, we built their most amazing airport, the most amazing runway ever. It's way longer and way bigger and more sophisticated than what we what we have here in the United States for airports. And he was like, well, we need to be paid for that. Well, how are we going to get paid? And he's, well, we've got, you know, I think he said 30 billion or 40 billion of Iraqi dinar. I mean, he's basically telling you we're looking for a revaluation.
Yeah, I can play it again. I played it earlier, but that was like in the first hour. You want to hear it? Should we play it?
Yeah, I've seen it a million times. Play it again for everybody to wake up. We are going to an RV.
Okay, let's see. Play
a recreation vehicle.
$100 million. I said, you got to help us along. We have 32,000 soldiers in South Korea protecting you from North Korea. You've got to pay. And they gave us $500 million. I mean, you sort of have breaking news because nobody wants to report that stuff. I'm not sure anybody knows it. I might be sort of saying it. You have I mean, it's good stuff. But they're a wealthy country. They build all your television sets. They took that away from us.
I think he's talking about South Korea right here.
Yeah, but he goes keep playing. He goes to Iraq next.
Okay.
Build a lot of things. I said, look, we're protecting you. You got to pay. They paid us $500 million. They're going to pay us a lot more.
Do you think that Iraq should repay the American taxpayer for these bases, for what we've done there?
You heard that from me.
Yeah,
okay?
I know. Will we?
I said we built one of the world's most expensive airport facilities anywhere in the world. I mean, I wish we had it in New York. I wish we had it in Washington. We built runways that are 15,000 feet long. At LaGuardia, they're 7,000 feet long. In fact, I think they're 20,000 feet long over there, and deep, thick concrete and steel. Nobody ever built runways like this. Okay, it was way overbuilt, but that's okay. But we have billions of dollars into that. I said, if we leave, you got to pay us. If we leave, you have to pay us for embassies. You have to pay us for the money we put in.
How are you going to collect?
Well, we have a lot of their money right now. We have a lot of their money. We have $35 billion of their money right now sitting in an account. And I think they'll agree to pay. Otherwise, we'll stay there.
Mr. President.
Yeah, see, these governments, see, we were never supposed to be part of this. There was an executive order, Dr. Pruitt, and I lost the executive order. There was an executive order that was signed that allowed we, the people, you and me, to partake in this revaluation. But it was only for the people who were awake. And I can't find it, and I can't remember which one that was.
I did not know that.
I don't know if it was 13303. I can't remember. I got to look it up. I got to find out where it was. I lost it. But there was an executive order that was signed that allowed the quote unquote useless eaters, we commoners, to partake in the RV, but only for the people who were awake. And I wish I could find that one. Maybe somebody in your chat room knows which one it is. It's not mentioned. It's not mentioned out there very much.
Okay.
13303. Oh, I can't remember which one it was. I need to go to the federalregister.gov and look it up.
Somebody says 13303.
They did?
Danny Solder said that.
Ooh, maybe I'm right. Maybe my brain's working tonight. 13303. It's something to do that.
3 people are saying it.
Okay, then winner, steak dinner.
Executive order.
Just go to federalregister.gov, and then you can type in the executive order on there.
Federalregister.gov. Okay. Okay, I'm at that. Okay, I'll pull it up for everybody to see. Present. Okay, here we go. Now we're in a search.
Yep, you want to do EO space 13303. Sometimes you have to type out executive order, but usually you can do EO.
Okay.
I get different results using different.
Okay, did it come up? No, it looks like you were searching for EO 13303. I was, but I might have to
forget EO. Why don't you just type in 13303?
Okay.
See if that comes something different.
Okay.
They don't want you to know. They don't want us to know about NESARA. They so the National Economic Security Economic Reparation Act got changed. They changed one word from National Economic Security into National Economic something else to try to thwart us.
Okay.
So we would know.
I don't know. This is continuation of the national emergency with respect to the stabilization of Iraq.
That might be it, but sometimes you have to pull that whole PDF document up, and you got to read, and it'll be hidden on page 2, 3, 4, 5 or whatever on what it allows. That might be it.
Okay.
Somebody in the chat room respond, because I'm not in front of my computer, and I can't read what's on your screen on my iPhone.
Okay. Yes, they're all saying Executive Order 13303. You guys, wow, you're informed. I didn't know this.
We are all smarty pants.
I see.
One big family.
Oh man. Okay. Peace and security.
I mean, this lets us participate in this. We're not supposed to.
Wow. So it says on May 22nd, 2003, by Executive Order 13303, the President declared a national emergency pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to deal with the unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States posed by obstacles to the orderly reconstruction of Iraq, the restoration and maintenance of peace and security in the country, and the development of political, administrative, and economic institutions in Iraq.
That's it.
That's it?
That's it.
Wow.
It's coded language. Wow. We are allowed to partake in that, and we weren't supposed to be able to partake in it before. It was only supposed to be the elites, the globalists, the governments.
Wow. Thank you for that. I had not heard this. Okay, let me put it in the chat. I'm going to put the link in the chat for you all, family. Here you go.
This is like why it's not worth sleeping, you guys. I mean, come on. Like literally tomorrow, the next day. I mean, so a lot of people, if you look at NESARA, it talks about how NESARA talks about all these conditions and it talks about elections within 120 days. So if you count back from whenever, November 5th of this year, I can't remember what the actual election day is, and you count back 120 days, it's supposed to hit anytime now. But if you think about it, it doesn't have to hit 120 days before the election date. It actually could hit on November 5th and then 120 days from that point. That's why I keep telling people relax and don't freak out, because this is a global operation right now with all these countries trying and look at how fast Iraq is moving right now. And keep in mind, Iraq has a deep state too. They have so much corruption. They have a parallel market running right now, which is the same as what we have here with the Federal Reserve. And they're trying to get rid of these people. They're trying to get the Iraqi banknotes out of circulation, which will come here next as well. So there's so many moving parts to this. And look at the occ.gov document that you pulled up, Dr. Pruitt. It was dated 2020, 21, 22. This is like 5 years in the making. That document is almost 5 years old.
Wow.
Which means the quantum financial system has been out for a very long time. It just hasn't, the switch hasn't been made quite yet because there's too many moving parts and we're trying to clean out the trash. I can't remember what date it is, but it's 2020. If it were January, it'd be 20, 21, 22. Today, I mean, we're 4.5 years plus into it.
Wow. Wow. This is amazing.
It's very exciting because most people don't believe in it. And you show them the website, they still don't believe in it. You show them the document, oh, there's stuff missing. I'm like, yeah, it's redacted. There's personal information on here that gets redacted. But why would it be on the OCC website? And who's running the government right now? This is a military operation. This is the Law of War manual that came out in 2015 that was modified in 2016, way before Trump took office.
Amen.
So the military is running this right now.
Ooh, somebody asked me how many people are in the chat. There are 10,482 people in the chat, family. 10,482. Thank you. We have Bereket, who sent a Cash App offering to Dr. Kia Pruitt. Thank you so much, Bereket. And he says it's for Dinar and Dong information. Thank you. Courtney sent money. Thank you so much. Della sent a financial blessing. Brother Harry sent money. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. And Kelly also sent a financial blessing. So I thank you for supporting my work, family, for blessing me. Here's my Cash App down here, $ Mama Kia 13, $ MAMAKIA 13. But more importantly, like the video, send it, even if you don't like it. Send it to somebody to inspire them and encourage them and let them know that things are happening. We've been so blessed and fortunate to have special guests on our show today. We are so grateful to have Be Happy 22116 to give so much intel. She has worked in the banking industry. She lives close to DC, so she's an eyewitness to a lot of things going on there. She knows Patriot Rod Steele. She knows a lot of people that we only see on TV. So we are so fortunate to have her here, family. If you appreciate what she has done for you, let her know in the chat that you appreciate her. I asked her for the Cash App.
I don't have a cash. I don't need money. I just I want everybody to come together as a big family and hug one another. And I want everybody to say no to this stupid cabal system that's trying to divide us and make us enemies, because we are family.
We are family.
We're all fed up with their crap.
We are.
The worst is the theft that they've done against us, and these unlawful rules, regulations, mandates, and all this crap that they've done. So, but we're going to win.
We're going to win. Imagine if we had allowed them to continue to divide us. We wouldn't be here, right here where we are right now today.
What about the CBD, the central bank digital currency? What about if Klaus Schwab would have gotten his way, and what is his name? Harari, who called us hackable animals and useless eaters, and the Council of Foreign Relations, all these 3-letter agencies all need to go down, all of them. I don't care what level you are. I don't care who you are. All your agencies need to be abolished. Bye-bye. I don't trust anybody in these organizations at all. They all need to go.
I have a hard time imagining that all these people that are in these agencies. Now, skip the agencies. Do attorneys and judges know that they're participating in a crime?
I think the justices 100%. I think the people at the top, in all these court systems, a court is a bank. People don't realize that you get your birth certificate out and look up your CUSIP number, CUSIP. That is a number that's traded as a bond on Wall Street. And so what happened was you were traded from birth. When you were born and you came out of your mother's womb, what did they do at the hospital? They stole the baby away, took a footprint, and put a CUSIP number on you. They signed you over as a warden to the state. It's so hard for people to comprehend how they could do that, but they did. And every event in your life, whether it was a marriage, whether it was a company you created, they traded you on Wall Street. And a lot of people think they have access to those Sestui KV. How do you pronounce that word? It's a French word. Sestui KV trust funds. The problem is that you didn't create that trust. That trust was created by somebody else, and you're the beneficiary of the trust, but you don't have the trust documents. You don't know what the terms and the parameters were of those trusts that enable you to be the beneficiary and when you are allowed to take those funds. So there's a lot of people out there trying to tap into their Sestui KV trust, which is worth for all of us hundreds of millions of dollars. And I basically tell people don't even bother wasting your time on that. Go get yourself some foreign currency. You can get foreign currency. Go get yourself some Zimbabwe special agro bonds you can buy for $11 that are going to be worth $33 million. Go buy yourself a couple of those and go buy yourself some dong at cheap, and go get yourself some Venezuela Bolivar, because what did the CIA and Mossad do? They went and destroyed all these governments and all these countries and stuff for nothing. They lied about everything, and then they sanctioned them. They didn't let them export products. They stole everything from them, and now their currencies are going to get revalued based on Trump's capitulation tour. And the dinar was worth $3.22 to the US dollar 30 years ago. That was 30 years ago. Think what it might be worth today.
Right. Wow.
And that's just the dinar. Look at the Vietnamese dong. What did we do in Vietnam? Lie. That country has amazing resources. That country is very rich. That dong is going to be worth a lot, in my opinion. I don't know how much, but I don't know, $2.50, $3.75. Who cares? You can get such cheap dong right now for such little money, way cheaper than an ounce of silver. What's silver right now? I don't know, 30. They have premiums on the silver depending on what coin you want to buy. 1 ounce, depending on if you want to buy a I don't know, coin, or you want to buy, I don't know. I would invest in, of course, diversify, but get some foreign currencies so you can you can actually benefit from it.
Right. It's so inexpensive. Why not?
Yeah, you don't have anything to lose. All you guys have to do is just quit eating. Don't go out to dinner
Thank you.
one night this month, and don't go to happy hour once this month. Take that money and just buy a couple of notes, and you're going to be fine.
Did you know that there were over 2 billion tons of rare earth minerals found in the United States? It was found actually in Wyoming.
Doesn't surprise me because they've lied about everything. By the way, for all you guys who don't know Deborah Tavares, she's a very personal friend of mine. She has a website called stopthecrime.net. And she has a website called primarywater.org and toxicsky.org. And we have primary water. People don't understand what primary water is. Water where you drill down, not by a well, but drill down below the Earth's crust. That's the water we have. It's not toxic. It's plentiful. It's a renewable. You never run out of water. So explain to me why the tap water that we're drinking and brushing our teeth in and showering in is full of, 27 plus cancer causing chemicals. PG&E and all these globalists have done this on purpose to us. So where is our primary water going? I would believe it's through tunnels and pipelines that are redirecting our primary water, which should be free. We're supposed to have free energy too, over to other countries at our expense.
Free water, free energy, free healthcare. We should have.
We're supposed to have. We're not supposed to pay for electricity and gas. This stuff's supposed to be free. We have more oil and more natural gas. We just lie. It's going to come out. We're going to get freedom here soon.
Thank God. Jenny Mack says you can get 1 million Bolivar for 28 cents.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
1 million. Yeah. These, the Bolivar, Venezuela Bolivar notes are very cheap, you guys.
Wow.
And that country will be revalued. They've applied to join BRICS.
Oh, yes. And you can, Venezuela? Yes, they applied to, you're right.
By the way, I would also advise people to get some Indonesia rupiah.
Okay.
Indonesia rupiah. Oof. That's so cheap, you guys. Honestly, just take dollars out of your wallet, a $5 bill, buy one of those, and that's going to be revalued as well. And that's going to be up big time.
And you could probably go to like Banknote World and Great American Coin Company.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Banknote World, treasuryvault.com, banknoteworld.com, PG, what's it? PGN Notes or something. Victoria World. She's out of New York. I'm going to send you the link tomorrow, Dr. Pruitt, so you guys can. Rod buys from her. He's the one who introduced me to her. She's amazing.
Okay.
And these people are, listen, I'm the biggest skeptic. I'm the one who says, are you sure these are not fake? Are you sure these are not fake? Seriously? I don't want any fake. And I get yelled at. We don't sell fake currency. We don't sell. I said, how do I know these are not fake? Because with Banknote World and Treasury Vault, you get certificates, but with PNG notes, you don't always get certificates, but I always buy from this lady called Raj. R-A-J. She's from India, but she's super nice. She's lived in New York forever. She's like, I don't sell fake, false currency. She yells at me all the time. If you're really, and like Iraq dinar or the dong, I think will be dominoes that start this. So listen, you guys can all go to your airport. You can go to the mall, find a foreign exchange, just buy one $50,000 Iraqi dinar currency. It's cheap. Just buy. The Iraqi dinar is more expensive than all the other currencies, but just buy 150 or buy two $50,000. You got $100,000, and if it revalues at $4, come on. You didn't pay anything for that.
Somebody just gave a code. They said if you go to Banknote World, who is that said that? Blessed and highly favored says www.banknoteworld.com. Use this code Discount code CD 1776.
No, that's CG. That's Craig George. It's not
Oh,
CD. It's CG. That's Craig George, the guy I buy from. Craig George is CG 1776. He lives in Woodbridge, Virginia. I've bought a lot of currency from him. If you're going to buy a lot, my advice is call him because he'll give you your rate than what's on there.
People always ask me how much should they get because, they're like, should
I
they
tell
get
people all the time, get how much you're willing to lose. I don't believe you're going to lose, but they look, if you invest in the stock market, you're gambling as well because that's a manipulated market. It's State Street, it's Vanguard, and it's BlackRock. Of course, you've got the other naysayers like Bill Gates and Warren Buffett. They're probably 2.0 or 3.0, and they're going to Gitmo because they're involved in crimes against humanity and election interference. But the stock market, in my opinion, it's not going to crash. It's not going to crash. Come on, you guys. It's going to go down because it's being manipulated right now. What are all the Federal Reserve that's printing all? They have to put the money somewhere. Where are they putting it? They're investing it in the stock market.
Oh, I see.
Which is propping up the price.
Is
it going to come down? Yeah. But are you going to lose all your money? No. Is it going to have an adjustment? Yeah. But so is the housing market. So is the price of cars. The prices of everything are going to go down because we're going to take away the inflation by basically rolling out a new United States Treasury note and taking out all the fiat currency, which has been printed unlawfully and illegally by the powers that ought not be.
Amen. Well, sister, I am exhausted.
It's 2 a.m. Everybody needs to go to
Is
sleep.
it? Oh my God.
East Coast time, 2 a.m.
And
everybody needs to go to sleep.
You still got a lot of energy.
It's the chlorine dioxide in me, Dr. Pruitt.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Please send me the recipe when you get it. I need it. Everybody's saying, girl, you look tired. Thank you.
I don't think anybody can see me. I think I'm a black blob on your screen.
Yeah, they talking about I look tired, girl.
No, you look beautiful, Dr. Pruitt.
Thank you, sister.
You look beautiful.
Lonnie says, love you guys. Have a great night. Blessings. And do not forget to pray.
Yeah, everybody needs to pray. Everybody needs to pray. Everybody needs to sit down and thank our Creator for what you have. We take for granted our eyesight. We take for granted the fact that we can walk. We take for granted that we have, we can see. Come on, everybody, we can speak. We have vocal cords, the little small things in life. We should wake up every morning and feel so grateful for that. The fact that you can sit on a picnic table and put your feet on the ground at earth. All these small little things that we take for granted, especially our eyesight. Imagine not being able to see all of the beauty of God's creations.
Amen. And we thank God that we are alive during this time.
And we're here for a reason, you guys. It's been hell. We were going through hell, but we're here for a reason. We are here for the blessing.
Yes. And God, I feel like perhaps we did want to come here to experience this, but I also feel like God chose us because he knew that we would be faithful over this type of wealth and we would do the right thing.
Yep. Amen.
Amen. Amen. So it's kind of hard to leave you, sister. You have so much energy and so much information that I can feel your energy through the screen.
But I love you. It's weird because, I thought you don't remember me. It's so funny how I met you.
Hi.
I saw one of your podcasts so long ago, and you were featuring Rod Steele.
Okay.
And then Rod had said, anybody who wants to have a private consultation with me, you have to DM me. And I couldn't find him. And I ran across you on X. And you were like, how can I help you? How can I help you? I'm like, I want a private consultation with Rod Steele. And then something happened. I don't remember. We got disconnected or whatever. And then I got on a fake channel of Rod Steele. It was not him. And it was somebody else impersonating him. I don't remember what happened. But then after I got my consultation with him and he told me who you were, and then tonight you popped up and I was like, oh my God, I want to get on.
I just love the way God does things. He works in mysterious ways.
It's divine insertion.
Divine. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Somebody says this has been an amazing show tonight. Ian Houston says that. Thank you. You're welcome. Yes, please send some positive energy and love to our special guest today. Be Happy 22116. She has given us so much valuable information. You have to be inspired and encouraged after all the news and information she shared with us tonight. So please send love and
I'm sending love to all you guys out there. We're in it together. We're a family. We can do it. Anybody who's facing financial stuff right now and just turmoil and stuff, all of us here who are invested in this RV are going to share with you. We're all going, we're all going to share.
That's right. That's right. Taylor Dennis says, how can we tap in with Be Happy? She's not on social media.
Hopefully, maybe Dr. Pruitt will have me on again. I'll be on one of your shows again.
Yes.
Anybody has any questions I want to teach people chlorine dioxide. So what I'm going to do, Dr. Pruitt, I have your Gmail.
Okay.
Tomorrow, I have to work tomorrow. I have a long day tomorrow, but in the evening tomorrow, I'm going to send you the product list for the chlorine dioxide solution that people have to get. For people who can't afford, I'm happy to donate and help people. It's a one-time purchase. It's not thousands of dollars, but you're going to probably be spending a little bit over $100 on Amazon because you got to get glass jars and you got to get shot glasses. Some of you may have this at home and you won't have to get it, but you do have to get Part A and Part B solution, and that will run you around $44 combined for Part A and Part B, but it lasts you for a year. You're only using 5 milliliters of each one per chlorine dioxide solution, which will last you a while. So it's Part A, Part B, 44 I just finished my first 2 for a year and I'm using this pretty regularly. But for people who are struggling financially, I think you and I could come up with a way to, help people and donate and help people get the product because everybody needs this stuff. It's a miracle solution.
Yes, ma'am.
But I'll email you, Dr. Pruitt. You'll have all my information and we can go from there. Everybody needs to go to sleep. Grab a water before you go to sleep and dream about, we have to manifest this. We manifest, we create by thought. You just go to bed and say, I am the RV. I am the RV. I am the RV. Not the RV's coming. The RV's here. I am the RV. This is coming. It's energy. It's thought. It's coming.
I feel different saying it. I am the RV versus saying it's coming.
No, you say I am because it's here. We manifest now. We're in the now right now. It's not something in the future. It's here now.
Well, thank you so much, sister. I love you so very much.
I love you too. You're my sister from another mother.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
guys all have a blessed evening. I love you all, and I will hopefully chat with you all again soon.
So that was Be Happy 22116. She'll be on here soon to teach us some more protocols to help ourselves become healed and healthy, wealthy, and whole. And I'm Dr. Kia Pruitt. I hope and I trust, no, let me change that. I know that we've said something to raise your vibrations and inspire you to create the most amazing, magnificent life that you desire and deserve. Good night, family.
Amen. God bless you all. Amen.
Bye-bye.